Section 38 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Law Enforcement, Part 3. Finding. Federal law enforcement agencies were also critical to restoring law and order and coordinating activities. The first priority for federal law enforcement agencies was to implement their continuity of operations plans and locate their affected personnel. Prior to August 30, federal law enforcement worked to prepare their coastal offices for Katrina's landfall. Immediately after the hurricane, these law enforcement agencies implemented their continuity of operations plans and began the process of locating personnel living in the affected areas. On August 26, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, Jackson Field Office, notified its resident agencies in Hattiesburg, Pascagoula, and Gulfport to implement their hurricane plans. Hurricane shutters were installed, vehicles were secured, computers were bagged, and safes were locked. The traditional FBI operations of the Jackson Field Office were moved to its Oxford resident agency in northern Mississippi. FBI air assets and personnel who remained on the coast were utilized to determine the damage and security of the Mississippi offices. Within 12 hours after the hurricane subsided, the Jackson Field Office was in contact with all of its personnel. The Jackson Field Office established a command post at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi. On August 29, the Special Agent in Charge, SAC, of New Orleans surveyed the damage to the New Orleans Field Office. 60% of the top floor was uncovered. Due to the sensitivity of documents housed in the field office, the SAC and the 4 agents remained at the building. The SAC ordered the move of the New Orleans Division to the Louisiana State Police Headquarters in Baton Rouge. All FBI personnel living in Louisiana were accounted for by September 4. On August 23, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, began Hurricane Katrina preparations. ATF headquarters coordinated with field divisions in Houston, New Orleans, which includes the state of Mississippi, Nashville, which includes the state of Alabama, Tampa, and Miami. Headquarters ordered the evacuation of ATF personnel in New Orleans and Mississippi prior to the hurricane, and a list was comprised of personnel who chose to stay on the coast. All ATF personnel leaving the affected area were instructed to contact their supervisors after the storm. Due to the damage to the ATF facilities, a continuity of operations site was activated on August 30 in Mandeville, Louisiana. On the same day, ATF began contacting all ATF personnel living in the affected area. The New Orleans Division Office was relocated to Shreveport, where it resumed responsibility over Louisiana and Mississippi. The Biloxi Field Office was relocated to a public safety compound behind the Harrison County Sheriff's Department. The Mobile Field Office was moved to Brookley Air Force Base, an inactive base in the Mobile area. ATF established a critical incident management response team in Baton Rouge to coordinate ATF operations. On August 26, in anticipation of Katrina's landfall, the New Orleans Field Division Special Agent in Charge ordered the Drug Enforcement Administration's DEA Field Division closed, and all DEA personnel were asked to evacuate the area. The New Orleans Field Division and the Gulfport Resident Office were severely damaged by the hurricane. DEA established teams responsible for locating all Field Division personnel following the storm. On August 31, command centers were established at the Baton Rouge District Office and in Mobile. DEA headquarters chose the Office of Aviation in Addison, Texas, to serve as a logistical command center for the field divisions throughout the country. On September 1, the New Orleans Field Division established an operations center at a high school in Mandeville, Louisiana, to house firearms and sensitive items from the New Orleans Field Office. On August 29, the United States Marshals Service, USMS, activated an emergency operations center in Washington, D.C., in preparation for Hurricane Katrina. USMS also placed 4 operational management teams, OMT, on standby. Following Katrina, the OMTs began accounting for all USMS personnel in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Operational medical personnel were also deployed to the coast to assist USMS personnel. OMT created a command post in Pineville, Louisiana, and Jackson, Mississippi. On August 30, USMS deployed personnel and surveillance planes to survey the hurricane damage to USMS facilities. Prior to landfall, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, pre-deployed Federal Protective Service, FPS, personnel located in Texas. FPS was able to move into the affected area the day after the hurricane to assist FEMA. ICE's Gulfport office sustained no major damage, and due to backup generators, was utilized as a staging site and provided assistance to ICE employees affected by the hurricane, as well as other state and local law enforcement. From landfall until September 2, ICE's New Orleans Field Office worked to account for ICE personnel assigned to the New Orleans, Lake Charles, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, and Gulfport offices and obtain needed supplies. On August 26 and 27, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, CBP, ordered the ports of Mobile and New Orleans and the Hammond, Louisiana Air and Marine Branch to activate their hurricane preparedness plans. CBP moved its air assets to Shreveport and Dallas. CBP's mission-critical team relocated from New Orleans to Shreveport, and on August 29 began to locate CBP personnel living in the affected area. CBP created a forward-deployed Operations Command Center at the air hangar in Hammond to coordinate all CBP missions. By September 4, all CBP employees were located. While the Federal Air Marshal Service, FAMS, did not need to implement a continuity of operations plan for a specific office, they are responsible for meeting their nationwide primary mission while coordinating in preparation for severe weather and flight disruptions. In anticipation of these disruptions due to Katrina, FAMS began monitoring the hurricane's track the week of August 21. From August 26 to August 29, Federal Bureau of Prisons, BOP, personnel from the Office of Emergency Preparedness in Washington, D.C., and BOP's South Central Regional Office in Dallas monitored Hurricane Katrina's path. The Office of Emergency Preparedness is responsible for coordinating the evacuation and for supporting corrections institutions in the areas affected by the hurricane. On August 30, BOP opened a command center to help Louisiana Department of Public Safety and Corrections with transporting inmates out of the New Orleans area. While working to reconstitute themselves, federal law enforcement agencies supplemented state and local law enforcement with forces and supplies. While surveying office damage and locating personnel, federal law enforcement worked to assist state and local law enforcement with additional forces and supplies. While it is impossible to account for every federal law enforcement agent or officer who responded to requests for assistance by state and local law enforcement, or even by hurricane victims, there were specific assets brought to bear by federal law enforcement that should be highlighted to illustrate the degree of coordination with entities outside the federal government. On August 30, FBI headquarters officials put their field offices on alert that additional personnel were needed in the affected area. 10 Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT agents from the Houston Division were deployed to New Orleans to assist the New Orleans Police Department SWAT. These agents brought a boat that enabled them to transport personnel and supplies. On September 1, the Critical Incident Response Group deployed agents from the Dallas, Atlanta, Baltimore, and Houston SWAT teams and Hostage Rescue Teams, HRT, to continue to help NOPD control its affected area. The Violent Gangs Task Force from the New Orleans Division worked out of the Gretna Police Department. Over 30 more agents coordinated with NOPD to back up NOPD SWAT, FBI SWAT, and HRT special agents. The FBI command post at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi, communicated with the Mississippi Bureau of Criminal Investigations, the Mississippi Highway Patrol, the Homeland Security Director for the state of Mississippi, and local police and sheriffs to respond to requests for assistance. The FBI was able to create a virtual command center for the law enforcement online internet site. All law enforcement nationwide were able to log on to the website and receive daily situation reports regarding FBI relief efforts. The first group of ATF personnel detailed to the affected area arrived on September 2. 34 members of Special Response Teams, SRT, tactical teams specifically trained to handle high-risk law enforcement and civil unrest, from the Dallas and Detroit field offices, and 7 SRT support staff were deployed to Algiers, Louisiana. The SRT members were sent to New Orleans to assist the NOPD, whose SWAT teams were down to 25% capacity. On September 6 and 7, 10 ATF agents were deployed to Biloxi, and 30 ATF agents were deployed to Gulfport. These agents performed investigative roles, as well as assisting local police with firearms-related calls. From August 30 to September 12, 251 DEA temporary duty agents reported from Miami, Atlanta, St. Louis, Houston, and Dallas to provide law enforcement and search and rescue support in New Orleans. On September 4, DEA deployed personnel from the Atlanta Field Division, as well as the Houston Mobile Enforcement Team, MET, self-contained, specially trained teams of 8 to 12 agents that specialize in law enforcement missions involving violence. These agents were then joined by the Charlotte MET on September 5 and the Miami MET on September 7. The METs helped state and local departments in conducting routine law enforcement tasks, including patrols as well as search and rescue missions. On September 1, 5 USMS Marshals from the Training Academy in Glencoe, Georgia, were deployed to provide security at the Biloxi airport. USMS deployed an additional 4 marshals to the airport on September 3. USMS supported NOPD by working with the 1st and 5th districts in New Orleans and responded to backlogged 911 calls. In addition, USMS redirected NOPD National Crime Information Center traffic to the USMS Communications Center. USMS deployed more personnel to Mississippi on September 5 to help local police and sheriff departments. They provided security for 11 search and rescue teams, operated a missing persons task force and a task force to locate sex offenders, and protected the Mississippi Gulf Coast's fuel depot in Collins. On September 2, ICE began its support of local law enforcement in the New Orleans 4th District. The 4th District was still populated at that time, as it had not taken on water. The New Orleans Special Rescue Response Team, SRT, ICE's tactical team, was in the city on September 1. SRT teams from Chicago and San Antonio, consisting of 12 to 18 members, arrived the afternoon and evening of September 2. By midnight of September 2, there were over 100 ICE agents in New Orleans preparing to assist in the response to the hurricane. Throughout the week, ICE agents were tasked with patrols and shifts with local law enforcement, worked to curtail looting, assisted with evacuations, and followed up on the approximately 6,000 911 calls made during and after the hurricane. ICE's Tampa field office provided 3 inflatable Zodiac boats that helped ICE personnel assist with transportation for fire departments and medical personnel and respond to rescue calls. ICE agents and logistical teams assisted the Mississippi Highway Patrol, county sheriffs, and city police forces in Mississippi with patrols, rescues, and searches. On the morning of August 30, the Border Patrol's Tactical Unit Pre-Deployment Site Survey Team left for the affected area. This deployment was pursuant to a request for CBP to assist in evacuating the Superdome and for riot control. However, the agents also worked other law enforcement functions and relief operations, such as distributing water, assisting with minor medical care, and helping evacuees onto buses and helicopters. CBP had 100 agents, along with CBP vehicles, emergency equipment, and life-saving supplies, in Louisiana by September 1. On September 2, Border Patrol agents were sent to provide security at the Louisiana State University Hospital, which served as the regional triage center. Border Patrol agents were also deployed to the New Orleans airport to assist with crowd control and security. A day after Katrina made landfall, FAMS responded to reports of deteriorating conditions at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport. The airport was starting to receive evacuees and was therefore becoming a shelter. As a response, FAMS sent personnel, drawing from its Houston field office, to the airport to assist as necessary. Conditions at the airport continued to deteriorate as thousands of displaced persons sought refuge there. There was no food, water, restroom facilities, or security. Consequently, when FAMS personnel began to arrive, they needed to help restore order. On September 1, FAMS began initial deployment, including 54 from the Houston field office, arriving in person by car. Also, by late evening, evacuation flights out of the airport were fully operational. By September 2, FAMS personnel at the airport expanded their mission to include interim law enforcement activities, as well as all necessary activities to operate the airport. On September 3, the Secret Service was asked by NOPD and the Louisiana State Police to take control of the credentialing process for state and local law enforcement in the New Orleans area. The need for secure credentials for NOPD was a primary concern, as many police officers had lost their official identification badges during the hurricane. On September 5, the Louisiana Department of Public Safety and Corrections requested that BOP provide 1,000 beds and transportation for Louisiana state inmates. BOP, along with USMS, transferred 964 inmates to the United States Penitentiary Coleman II, Florida. From August 30 to September 7, BOP transported approximately 2,500 inmates or detainees in Louisiana to facilities outside New Orleans. In addition, BOP provided clothing, food, and water from Texas correctional institutions to the Louisiana State Police Headquarters in Baton Rouge. End of section 38. Section 39 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Law Enforcement, Part 4. Obtaining peace officer status presented problems for some federal law enforcement entities responding to the hurricane. The process for federal law enforcement being deputized or sworn in as a peace officer under state law in Louisiana and Mississippi proved cumbersome for some entities. The general concern was that in the process of assisting state or local law enforcement, or victims of the hurricane, federal law enforcement officers might find it necessary to make arrests outside of their federal jurisdiction. Due to the lack of an across-the-board policy on how to deal with federal law enforcement during a state of emergency, some federal law enforcement entities were required to seek advice from their individual Office of the General Counsel on how to proceed. The process was more difficult in Louisiana, where it became necessary to fly in representatives from the Louisiana Office of the Attorney General to the affected area to swear in the law enforcement officers or agents in person. Still other federal law enforcement agents were deputized by the Louisiana State Police. Under Louisiana law, FBI agents have qualified immunity that protects them when responding to felonies committed in their presence or when assisting state officers. However, FBI agents did not specifically have peace officer status when responding to Hurricane Katrina in Louisiana. Governor Blanco granted the Louisiana Office of Attorney General authority to deputize FBI agents, and all FBI agents deployed to Louisiana were deputized by a representative of the office. FBI agents deployed to Mississippi did not receive peace officer status until September 9, when Governor Barber wrote a letter to all state and federal law enforcement officers. The letter granted federal law enforcement officers working in cooperation with local law enforcement, the authority to bear arms, make arrests, and to make searches and seizures, in addition to any other power, duty, right, and privilege as afforded forces of the state of Mississippi." Prior to ATF agents being deployed to the affected area, DOJ examined the capabilities of ATF agents in assisting state and locals with law enforcement functions. ATF agents are not afforded automatic peace officer status in the states of Louisiana and Mississippi. As ATF agents conducted their core statutorily required mission, DOJ determined ATF agents did not need to receive peace officer status. Pursuant to federal statute, USMS, "may exercise the same powers which a sheriff of the state may exercise." USMS received further state law enforcement powers when the director of USMS received an order from U.S. Attorney General Alberto Gonzales requesting the director to "take all necessary and appropriate steps within available resources to provide the assistance" to Mississippi. The Louisiana Attorney General's office coordinated the peace officer status for ICE agents deployed to Louisiana. ICE agents were required to fill out paperwork and were sworn in by the Louisiana State Police every time a new rotation of ICE agents arrived in Kenner, Louisiana. ICE agents were sworn in as peace officers in Mississippi by the Hancock Sheriff's Department. Border Patrol agents were deputized by the state of Louisiana with law enforcement status on September 2. Agents were not sworn in as peace officers in Mississippi. On September 3, CBP's Office of Chief Counsel determined that CBP officers and Border Patrol agents could make arrests for state crimes in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and Texas if the officer or agent was acting in his or her official capacity. On September 3, Louisiana began to deputize FAMS personnel as Louisiana State Police officers, giving them full authority to enforce local and state laws. Emergency Support Function No. 13, ESF 13, of the National Response Plan. DOJ, along with the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, is responsible for the Emergency Support Function No. 13, ESF 13, of the National Response Plan. ESF 13 covers public safety and security and tasks DOJ and DHS with integrating federal, non-investigative, non-criminal law enforcement public safety and security capabilities and resources to, support the full range of incident management activities with potential or actual incidents of national significance." The Office of the Deputy Attorney General and the Office of Legal Counsel assist in coordinating DOJ's ESF 13 responsibilities. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is responsible for DOJ's day-to-day actions with respect to ESF 13. After the hurricane, ESF 13 requests were processed through the Law Enforcement Coordination Center, LECC, in Baton Rouge, because the LECC had working knowledge of the available regional resources. The LECC determined whether the request could be met under ESF 13. The LECC 1. Confirmed the requester could not perform the mission. 2. Determined whether the request was valid for ESF 13. 3. Determined whether there were available federal law enforcement resources. And 4. Approved or declined the request. The LECC then forwarded the approved request to Washington, D.C. Each requested agency coordinated with FEMA to establish funding. Federal law enforcement coordination required communication between the U.S. Department of Justice, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and the governors of the affected states. The Attorney General of the United States may, quote, appoint officials to detect and prosecute crimes against the United States, end quote. The Attorney General may also approve the request of a state governor for federal law enforcement assistance if the Attorney General concludes that such, quote, assistance is necessary to provide an adequate response to a law enforcement emergency, end quote. DOJ also has the authority under the Stafford Act to provide for non-operational assistance. In the case of a major disaster or an emergency, the President may direct the department to, quote, utilize its authorities and resources granted to it under federal law, including personnel, equipment, supplies, facilities, and managerial, technical, and advisory services, in support of state and local efforts, end quote. On Friday, September 2, Gonzalez sent a memorandum to the heads of DOJ's law enforcement agencies, asking each agency to continue coordinating with state and local law enforcement. The Attorney General specifically requested that, 1. The Federal Bureau of Investigation continue to deploy agents and tactical assets. 2. The Drug Enforcement Administration prepare to deploy its mobile enforcement teams. 3. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives establish a violent crime impact team in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And 4. The United States Marshals Service conduct prisoner transport operations and provide court security. On September 3, Gonzalez received a letter from Mississippi Governor Barbour requesting the, quote, deployment of deputy U.S. Marshals to the state of Mississippi in support of law enforcement requirements created by the effects of Hurricane Katrina, end quote. The same day, Gonzalez responded in writing to Barbour that his request was approved, and an order authorizing the director of the U.S. Marshals Service to, quote, take all necessary and appropriate steps within available resources to provide the assistance so requested by Governor Barbour, end quote, was issued. The same day, Gonzalez received a letter from Blanco requesting the deployment of the USMS and or other Department of Justice personnel to the area affected by Hurricane Katrina. On September 4, Gonzalez responded in writing to Blanco that her request was approved, and an order authorizing the Deputy Attorney General to, quote, take all necessary and appropriate steps within available resources to provide the assistance so requested by Governor Blanco, end quote, was issued. On September 6, Gonzalez and DHS Secretary Michael Chertoff received a letter from Blanco requesting, quote, the deployment of immigration and customs enforcement officers, Customs and Border Protection personnel, and or other Department of Homeland Security personnel, in support of the law enforcement challenges created by the effects of Hurricane Katrina, end quote. Gonzalez responded in writing to Governor Blanco on September 7, saying that after consulting with the DHS, he approved Blanco's request and deployed the appropriate law enforcement personnel. Chertoff also responded to Blanco on September 7th, stating that DHS law enforcement would, quote, continue to provide assistance, end quote, with state and local authorities in Louisiana. The Law Enforcement Coordination Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, coordinated the efforts of all federal law enforcement in the greater New Orleans area and assisted the New Orleans Police Department in reorganization. During the first week following the hurricane, local, state, and federal law enforcement working in New Orleans began daily 9 a.m. meetings at the Harrah's Casino in downtown New Orleans. These meetings enabled the law enforcement entities to meet face-to-face and coordinate critical missions. The New Orleans Police Department, NOPD, district captain for each city district, attended the meetings, along with Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosive, the Drug Enforcement Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Michael J. Vanacore, Director of International Affairs, ICE, and Michael Wolff, Special Agent in charge for the FBI's Critical Incident Response Group, were detailed by the respective agencies to Baton Rouge to coordinate the federal law enforcement response to Hurricane Katrina in Louisiana. These two men were designated as co-senior federal law enforcement officers, SFLEO, and stood up the Law Enforcement Coordination Center, LECC, at LSP headquarters in Baton Rouge. Vanacore arrived at the Louisiana State Police, LSP, headquarters in Baton Rouge on Sunday, September 4. At the time, Vanacore understood his role was to work with the ICE New Orleans agent in charge, Michael Holt, and report to ICE headquarters in Washington, D.C. on ICE's mission in the area affected by the hurricane. Late that evening, Vanacore was informed of the decision to designate him SFLEO. He was instructed he would share SFLEO responsibilities with Wolff. Wolff arrived at Baton Rouge on Monday, September 5. The same day, Vanacore reviewed an unsigned letter designating him and Wolff as SFLEO. Vanacore and Wolff had their first meeting late on September 5. On September 6, it was clear to Vanacore and Wolff they needed an operations center to coordinate federal law enforcement efforts in New Orleans. The center was then designated the LECC. The LECC did not have command and control over the federal law enforcement missions. Rather, it served as the point of contact for all federal law enforcement in the greater New Orleans area. The missions of the LECC were to coordinate efforts to reestablish the NOPD and efforts of all law enforcement agencies deployed resources to the New Orleans area. According to Vanacore, the main mission of the LECC was to ensure officer safety. On September 6, officials from the LECC, including Vanacore, met with the mayor of New Orleans, the City of New Orleans Homeland Security Director, and counsel for the mayor. Officials also met with the NOPD precinct captains. Vanacore reported the mayor's office and NOPD were very helpful and worked well with the LECC. The LECC had little communication with the Louisiana governor's office, but Vanacore and Wolff both said interaction with the governor's office was not necessary to achieve LECC's goals. Wolff brought additional FBI agents with him to Baton Rouge, as well as a Blue Whale Command, the FBI's mobile command station, specially equipped with office and communication equipment. Vanacore stated the mobile command center was invaluable to standing up the LECC. By September 7, the LECC was gathering and centralizing information to ensure there were not duplicate law enforcement missions. The LECC divided the federal law enforcement entities by New Orleans police districts. Each federal law enforcement agency was responsible for coordinating with the precinct captain of the district. The LECC also began daily 8 a.m. meetings with representatives from state and federal law enforcement. ICE, FBI, DEA, ATF, USMS, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, including the Border Patrol, the National Guard, the U.S. Attorney's Office from New Orleans and Baton Rouge, the Office of the Louisiana Attorney General, LSP, NOPD, and the New Orleans Fire Department were all represented at the meetings. The City of New Orleans Homeland Security Director also attended the daily meetings. In addition, the U.S. Secret Service, the Sheriff's Association, and the Federal Air Marshals participated on a limited basis. CBP and FBI provided helicopters to transport attendees to and from New Orleans and the LECC for the meetings. The daily meetings commenced with Wolf reporting the number of arrests and incidents from the prior day. There was then a roll call of all attendees to report their force numbers. Vanacore summarized the daily events on his BlackBerry and communicated to John Clark at ICE headquarters in Washington, D.C. Wolf communicated with FBI headquarters. As the LECC worked from Baton Rouge, it became apparent to Vanacore and Wolf that in order to achieve its goals, the LECC needed to be located in New Orleans. On September 9, the LECC and NOPD moved into the Royal Sonesta Hotel on Bourbon Street. The LECC and NOPD each had a conference room, and an additional room was used to receive incoming 911 calls. The LECC worked with NOPD to assist in standing up the police department. There were 8 NOPD district offices in New Orleans. 4 were rendered useless due to insufficient power, and 4 were flooded. LECC acquired air conditioning compressors and generators for the district offices that needed power. Temporary office spaces were procured to replace the flooded offices. The evidence and property rooms for the NOPD were under water and contained mold. The LECC assisted NOPD with procuring contractors to recover and process the evidence and property, and clean NOPD headquarters. As a result of stolen uniforms, destroyed homes, and displaced New Orleans police officers, NOPD was patrolling the city without proper uniforms. The LECC was able to procure temporary battle dress uniforms off the federal supply schedule maintained by the General Services Administrations, GSA, for acquisitions by federal agencies. By using GSA for the uniforms, the NOPD did not have to utilize its local procurement process, which would have required 3 separate bids before purchasing new uniforms. In addition, the LECC located photographers to create credentials for LECC and NOPD guards and officials at the Royal Sonesta. LECC provided lights and generators to assist 15 police checkpoints. Supplies were provided for crime scene processing, including gloves and masks to protect police from mold. Both Vanacore and Wolf reported the LECC had a positive working relationship with NOPD, and that the department was receptive to LECC's assistance. Conclusion. First the levees were breached, and then law and order. As Katrina left people scrambling for food, for water, for supplies, for survival, lawlessness and violence, both real and imagined, spread, creating yet another problem for authorities who were burdened enough already. How did this happen? For starters, the lack of basic necessities for residents who did not evacuate, or went back to their homes too quickly, contributed. As we saw in Pearl River County, once there were sufficient amounts of food, ice, and water, order was restored. Another problem was the uncertainty about evacuations. Confusion reigned, especially in places like the Superdome and Convention Center, where conditions were terrible, nerves frayed, people desperate. Compounding these difficulties was the collapse or absence of law enforcement. Police, in some cases, were unable to function or were diverting their attention to search and rescue operations. The New Orleans Police Department had known of the threat that could arise from flooding, yet failed to properly protect its resources or come close to continuity of operations. There was also a dereliction of duty by some New Orleans officers when, of course, their presence was needed most. The federal, state, and local governments also lost another battle, this one with the media. Rumors spread as fast as the fear. Some turned out to be true, but many did not, resulting in exaggerated reports that scared away truck and bus drivers who could have furnished people with much-needed supplies. Authorities needed to be on top of this situation, not a victim of it. Fortunately, the National Guard in all 3 affected states were able to help out overburdened local authorities. About 20 other states added support, an effort that prevented a dire situation from being much worse. DoD active duty forces also came through, their mere presence serving to reduce tensions. Federal law enforcement agencies played an important role as well, with additional forces and supplies. For an exhaustive account of all federal law enforcement actions in response to Hurricane Katrina, from August 23 to September 12, 2005, please see Appendix 5. End of Section 39.
Section 40 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Medical Care, Part 1. It's like being in a third world country. We're trying to work without power. Everyone knows we're all in this together. We're just trying to stay alive. Mitch Handrich, Registered Nurse Manager at Charity Hospital. Medical care and evacuations suffered from a lack of advance preparations, inadequate communications, and difficulties coordinating efforts. Summary. Public health preparedness and medical assistance are critical components to any disaster response plan. Hurricane Katrina tested the nation's planning and preparedness for a major public health threat and highlighted the importance of strong cooperation and partnerships among health agencies at all levels of government. The threat of any type of disaster emphasizes the need for planning and practice. Public health preparedness and medical assistance are critical components to any disaster response plan. The faster the health community responds, the more quickly control strategies can be developed and appropriate treatments can be identified, and the faster human suffering is diminished. The annual hurricane season is a continuous challenge to public health infrastructures and a strain on resources. As seen in the preparation for and response to Katrina, medical personnel, supplies, and equipment were in constant need in the Gulf Coast region. Despite deficiencies in coordination, communication, and capacity, public health and medical support services effectively treated a massive and overwhelming evacuee population. Federalized teams of medical first responders were deployed to the affected region to provide assistance. Millions of dollars worth of medical supplies and assets were consumed. Some Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, assets, like the federal medical shelters, had never been used or tested prior to Katrina, but were deployed and were, for the most part, considered effective. Despite difficulties, the medical assistance and response to Hurricane Katrina was a success. Thousands of lives were saved because of the hard work and enduring efforts of public health officials and medical volunteers. Poor planning and preparedness, however, were also too big a part of the story, resulting in delays and shortages of resources and loss of life in the region. This chapter outlines what medical personnel and supplies were pre-positioned and deployed post-landfall to the affected area, and how those assets were utilized. It explains the plans in place prior to Hurricane Katrina for healthcare facilities and shelters. The findings in this chapter conclude that several deficiencies in public health and medical response plans exist at all levels of government and within medical care facilities. Ultimately, better planning and initiative would have resulted in a more proactive, coordinated, efficient, and effective response. Personnel. HHS, Health and Human Services, and the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, have the capabilities to mobilize and deploy teams of medical personnel to disaster areas. HHS controls the Public Health Service Commissioned Corps, the Medical Reserves Corps, and personnel from its agencies such as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, National Institutes of Health, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and the Food and Drug Administration. DHS, specifically FEMA, has direct control over the National Disaster Medical System, NDMS, which supplies and organizes teams of medical personnel in each state who stand ready to deploy at any moment. Unfortunately, limited numbers of personnel were pre-positioned prior to landfall, and most deployments were delayed until after the storm hit and the magnitude of devastation was realized. Supplies. In addition to medical personnel, HHS, FEMA, and the Department of Defense, DoD, have medical supplies at their disposal to respond to a public health emergency. HHS has control over the Strategic National Stockpile, SNS, a national repository of pharmaceuticals and medical supplies. NDMS personnel teams are always accompanied by large caches of supplies and drugs. DoD has a mobile medical unit capability as well. Limited amounts of supplies, however, were staged in the region prior to landfall. Several officials argued the magnitude of the storm's devastation could not have been predicted, and the amount of supplies needed was unknown until the fog cleared. Despite that argument, more supplies and personnel could have been pre-positioned prior to landfall. Evacuation plans, communication, and coordination must be executed well for effective response. During the days following Hurricane Katrina, around-the-clock media coverage of patients and staff trapped in New Orleans hospitals inundated television screens across the country. The nation watched in horror. How long would it take for evacuations to begin? And why had these hospitals not evacuated before the storm? The Select Committee focused part of its medical investigation on these questions, as well as the overarching issues of impaired communications and lack of coordination. The Select Committee acknowledges this chapter does not tell the story of every hospital devastated by Hurricane Katrina, nor does it include every detail of the communications and coordination difficulties which impeded the medical response. Rather, this chapter provides findings based on an in-depth examination of specific plans in place before the storm and a timeline of events that actually took place after the storm. Similarly, the Select Committee recognizes this section of the report focuses on the evacuations of New Orleans medical facilities in particular, because New Orleans hospitals and facilities experienced the most complete failure of equipment and communications, and because the need to evacuate New Orleans hospital patients was so extreme, the Select Committee chose these institutions as its focal point. Evacuations. As it stands, Louisiana hospitals and nursing homes are responsible for having and implementing their own emergency evacuation plans. The Louisiana Hospital Association, LHA, does not provide specific emergency response or evacuation guidance, and said, with respect to protecting patients and staff, the primary priority for all hospitals is to shelter in place versus evacuate. Hospitals are, however, expected to comply with requirements set forth by the Joint Commission on Accreditation of Healthcare Organizations. The majority of hospital CEOs, as well as state and local medical personnel with whom the Select Committee met, cited time and money as two key factors influencing their decision about whether to evacuate patients from a shelter or medical facility prior to a hurricane. Time is critical, given that the majority of Hospital and Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center (VAMC) plans call for evacuation decisions to be made anywhere from 36 to 72 hours in advance of a hurricane's projected landfall. Hospitalized patients require a significant amount of time and staff to be moved safely. In the case of Hurricane Katrina, the then Methodist Hospital CEO Larry Graham said when he realized Hurricane Katrina was going to hit New Orleans, there simply was not enough time to evacuate patients. The second much discussed factor, cost, is perhaps even more critical to the decision. Expenses for evacuating a hospital are astronomical, and in the case of for-profit hospitals, these costs are not reimbursable by FEMA. In most cases, hospitals say that given their cost-risk analyses, it makes the most economic sense to ride out a storm and protect patients within the hospital rather than evacuate them. For example, going to Code Gray alone, without factoring in evacuation expenses, costs Louisiana State University's hospitals $600,000 per day. Many members of the New Orleans medical community likewise made the point, had Hurricane Katrina not resulted in such catastrophic flooding, their facilities would have been prepared, and their decision not to evacuate patients would have been the most prudent course of action. With the factors of time and money in mind, this chapter seeks to understand evacuation plans in place prior to Katrina and the preparedness levels of hospitals and the government to fully evacuate New Orleans medical facilities. Communication and coordination. Medical responders and coordinating officers from the government, hospitals, and private entities cited non-existent or limited communication capabilities as a primary obstacle to their response. Emergency plans in place prior to Hurricane Katrina did not prevent oversights and confusion in procedures for ensuring functional and sufficient communications equipment in the event of a disaster. A comparison of the VAMC plans for Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, for example, demonstrates they are not standardized. Some pieces of VAMC's communications plans do clearly outline the who, what, where, and when of keeping communication systems operating, while other VAMC plans leave many questions unanswered. Most VAMC and hospital emergency plans, reviewed by the Select Committee staff, do not have one separate section devoted to communications preparation. The LHA and its hospitals rely on multiple phone service providers, and all LHA hospitals rely on an emergency two-way radio, such as Hospital Emergency Area Radio, HEAR, or 800 MHz radio. This chapter describes how VAMC and hospital emergency plans address emergency communications and equipment, as well as exactly how such plans and equipment failed medical responders when they most needed it. One of the most common and pervasive themes in the response to Hurricane Katrina has been the systematic failure of communications at the local, state, and federal levels, a failure that hindered initiative. The accounts of New Orleans medical facilities and special needs shelters are no exception, underscoring how failed communications with the outside threatened the safety of medical staff and the lives of their patients. It was difficult to ascertain a clear timeline of communication capabilities and failures for medical first responders and personnel. Institutions did not have time to collect information for hourly or even daily reports of how communication equipment and systems were working or not. Medical responders and personnel simply did not have adequate communications capabilities immediately following the hurricane. The majority of cell phones were rendered inoperable because they could not be recharged. Satellite communications were unreliable, and the distribution of satellite phones appeared insufficient. Government agencies also encountered problems with coordination due to red tape and general confusion over mission assignments, deployments, and command structure. On a large scale, command structure presented problems when HHS, the coordinating agency for Emergency Support Function 8, and NDMS, the system that houses most of the resources needed for a medical response, did not share an understanding of who controlled NDMS during the emergency. Confusion resulted when these two entities were operating separately, albeit with efforts to coordinate with each other. On a smaller scale, emails from first responders and medical personnel immediately following the storm reflect coordination problems, misunderstandings about deployment orders and mission assignments, resulted in streams of emails expressing uncertainties and frustrations. ESF-8 background. HHS is the principal agency for protecting the health of all Americans and providing essential human services, especially for those who are least able to help themselves. As such, HHS plays a role in the emergency management process. Under the National Response Plan, NRP, Emergency Support Function 8, ESF-8, provides for the federal government to augment state and local resources and assist in response. Upon activation, ESF-8 provides the mechanism for coordinated federal assistance to supplement state, local, and tribal resources in response to public health and medical care needs, to include veterinary and/or animal health issues when appropriate, for potential or actual incidents of national significance and/or during a developing potential health and medical situation. The Assistant Secretary for Public Health Emergency Preparedness serves on behalf of the Secretary to coordinate the HHS preparation for, response to, and efforts to prevent public health and medical emergencies or disasters. ESF-8 is tasked with the assessment of public health and medical needs, including behavioral health, conducting public health surveillance, and the provision and deployment of medical care personnel and medical equipment and supplies. As the designated primary agency for ESF-8, HHS is responsible for orchestrating federal support within their functional area for an affected state, providing staff for the operations functions at fixed and field facilities, notifying and requesting assistance from support agencies, managing mission assignments and coordinating with support agencies as well as appropriate state agencies, working with appropriate private sector organizations to maximize use of all available resources, supporting and keeping other ESFs and organizational elements informed of ESF operational priorities and activities, executing contracts and procuring goods and services as needed, ensuring financial and property accountability for ESF activities, planning for short-term and long-term incident management and recovery operations, and maintaining trained personnel to support interagency emergency response and support teams. While HHS has a number of internal assets to supplement state, local, and tribal government entities, the National Response Plan lists a number of additional external assets for HHS to use in coordinating the federal response. Support agencies under ESF-8 include Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, and the National Disaster Medical System, Department of Defense, Veterans Administration, and the Department of Transportation, DOT. Finding: Deployment of medical personnel was reactive, not proactive. Federalized teams were deployed and provided assistance in several locations after landfall. Thousands of people in the Gulf region were treated and hundreds of lives were saved due to the services provided by medical personnel in response to Hurricane Katrina. However, with few medical personnel teams pre-positioned prior to landfall, public health officials scrambled to mobilize and deploy personnel teams after the storm hit the Gulf Coast. As a result, medical assistance in some areas was unnecessarily delayed by hours, even days. Personnel and supplies are readily available to decision makers. With a few exceptions, the deployment of medical personnel was reactive, not proactive, as most assets were not utilized until after the need was apparent. Ultimately, public health and medical support services were effectively but inefficiently delivered. Below is a comprehensive assessment of when and where medical personnel were deployed in the Gulf Coast region to provide medical treatment and care. NDMS, National Disaster Medical System. FEMA is home to the NDMS. The mission of NDMS is to maintain a national capability to deliver quality medical care to the victims and responders of a domestic disaster. NDMS has medical, mortuary, and veterinarian assistance teams located around the country. These specialized teams include 45 Disaster Medical Assistance Teams, DMATs, groups of professional and paraprofessional medical personnel capable of providing medical care following disasters. 11 Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Teams, DMORTS, which consist of private citizens with specialized training and experience to help in the recovery, identification, and processing of deceased victims. 4 National Medical Response Teams, to deal with the medical consequences of incidents potentially involving chemical, biological, or nuclear materials. National Pharmacy Response Teams and National Nurse Response Teams, which include pharmacists and nurses to assist in mass dispensing of medications during disasters, along with mass vaccination campaigns. 5 Veterinary Medical Assistance Teams, clinical veterinarians, pathologists, animal health technicians, microbiologists, and others who assist animal disaster victims and provide care to the search dogs. And 3 International Medical Surgical Response Teams, highly specialized teams trained and equipped to establish freestanding field surgical facilities anywhere in the world. Fully operational DMATs have the ability to triage and treat up to 250 patients per day for up to 3 days without resupply. Within 4 hours of alert status, DMATs should be able to field a full 35-person roster. Within 6 hours after activation, DMATs should be deployment ready. Before Hurricane Katrina made landfall, NDMS only staged 9 of its 45 DMATs in the Gulf Coast region. 3 DMATs and a management support team were pre-positioned in each of the following locations: Anniston, Alabama, Memphis, Tennessee, and Houston, Texas. According to FEMA officials, the Superdome in New Orleans was the first NDMS assignment because it was a designated special needs shelter. DMAT Oklahoma 1, OK-1 DMAT, was pre-staged in Houston, Texas, on August 27th in anticipation of the storm. OK-1 DMAT efforts will be discussed more thoroughly in a later section of this chapter. In addition to OK-1 DMAT, other teams at the Superdome included NM1, CA6, and RI1. WA-1 DMAT from Washington was one of the few teams activated and deployed prior to landfall. It was staged in Houston and was poised to move its mission assignment post-landfall, which ended up being Louis Armstrong International Airport in New Orleans Airport. FEMA activated OR-2 DMAT from Oregon on August 30th and immediately began treating patients when the team arrived at the New Orleans airport on the afternoon of September 1st. As previously mentioned, every DMAT includes a large cache of medical supplies and equipment. It is much easier to move personnel than supplies. Although the OR-2 DMAT's cache left Portland on August 31st, it took almost 5 days for the 3 trucks of supplies to reach the airport. By August 31st, 3 DMATs, WA-1, CA-4, and TX-4, had arrived at the New Orleans airport, where evacuated patients were being received. Eventually, 8 DMATs would be stationed there to help provide medical care during the patient movement operations in New Orleans. The medical treatment provided and specific actions taken by the DMATs operating at the airport will be discussed in a later section of this chapter. With Mississippi's hospital infrastructure decimated after Hurricane Katrina, 9 DMATs and 7 DMAT strike teams were sent to that state to provide medical care and augment the remaining functioning hospitals. Mississippi's state health officer, Dr. Brian W. Amy, testified that through coordination with the National Disaster Medical System, we positioned DMAT teams at every affected hospital and strike teams at overflow hospitals in the affected areas. Of the 17,649 reported injuries, DMAT teams treated 15,500 patients in the initial days after landfall. In general, at most locations DMATs were deployed, the teams met with overwhelming demand for patient assessment and treatment. Many of the teams operated under extreme fatigue, with limited medical supplies, inadequate amounts of food and water, intermittent electricity, and no air conditioning. DMORTs, teams of private citizens with specialized training and experience to help in the recovery, identification, and processing of deceased victims, were sent to the Gulf Coast to assist in the recovery process of dead bodies. A standard DMORT team is comprised of 31 medical and forensic volunteer personnel with specific training in victim identification, mortuary services, and forensic pathology and anthropology methods. DMORTs include a combination of medical examiners, coroners, pathologists, forensic anthropologists, medical records, fingerprint technicians, forensic odontologists, dental assistants, radiologists, funeral directors, mental health professionals, and support personnel. Fully operational DMORTs should be able to deploy within 24 hours of notification. With only 2 portable morgue units, PMU, in NDMS, one was sent to Louisiana and the other to Mississippi. PMUs are equipped to support DMORT services when no local morgue facilities are available. Each is manned by 4 DMORTs. FEMA did not have enough DMORTs and was forced to contract for additional personnel. HHS worked closely with DMORTs and FEMA by embedding public health service personnel in each team. A public health service senior officer and mental health officer were assigned to assist each DMORT. On Thursday, September 1st, 27 Region 2 DMORTs prepared to leave for Anniston, Alabama, a site designated as the eastern staging point for the DMORT response. On Monday, September 5th, 1 week after landfall, HHS Assistant Secretary for Public Health Emergency Preparedness, Stuart Simonson, requested ample mobile mortuary services throughout the affected region. An order for 200 mobile mortuary trucks was issued, with 130 designated to Louisiana and 70 to be delivered to Mississippi. By the next day, mortuary services were being established in St. Gabriel, Louisiana, with 96 personnel. FEMA and Louisiana collaborated on drafting a body recovery plan, which required the approval of then FEMA Director Michael Brown and Louisiana's newly appointed state medical examiner. In Mississippi, mortuary services were established at the Naval Air Station in Gulfport. By September 6th, one DMORT had set up facilities there. U.S. Public Health Service Commissioned Corps. The U.S. Public Health Service Commissioned Corps, one of the 7 uniformed services of the United States, is comprised of highly trained and mobile health professionals who carry out programs to promote good health, understand and prevent disease and injury, assure safe and effective drugs and medical devices, deliver health services to federal beneficiaries, and supply health expertise in time of war or other national or international emergencies. All Corps officers on deployment rosters were notified by the U.S. Surgeon General's office via email on Saturday, August 27th, that Hurricane Katrina could be a catastrophic event, creating the need for medical assistance in the Gulf Coast after landfall. At the time of the email, there was no assessment of what will be needed at this point, but they will potentially ask the feds for medical, mental health, and pharmaceutical support, as well as EHOs, environmental, and civil engineers to support the obvious needs for water, wastewater, and sewer, as well as infrastructure problems. Commissioned Corps officers were asked to stand by and prepare for deployment as public health needs became apparent. According to a briefing with U.S. Surgeon General Vice Admiral Richard H. Carmona, the Public Health Service, PHS, had pre-positioned 38 officers on Sunday, August 28th in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Biloxi, Mississippi. It was originally planned for the PHS officers to be stationed in New Orleans, but they were unable to get there before Hurricane Katrina made landfall. PHS officers were on the ground in New Orleans by late Monday, August 29th. Carmona suggested that coordination with PHS, FEMA, and NDMS was difficult. HHS had trouble with tracking DMAT mission assignments and with staffing and communication. Despite the assignment of a commissioned Corps officer liaison to FEMA to coordinate medical activities, coordination between the two agencies was lacking. PHS helped reestablish a public health infrastructure for some communities in the Gulf Coast region. For example, when New Orleans Mayor Ray Nagin laid off a majority of the city's public health employees, PHS helped to fill the gaps. Public health services were never federalized. PHS just provided a federal presence, but the federal presence was absolutely stabilizing, Carmona said. By September 9th, more than 1,000 PHS Commissioned Corps officers had been deployed to the region in support of the Hurricane Katrina medical response, making it the largest response in Corps history. More officers were deployed in response to Katrina than after 9/11 and the anthrax postal incident in 2001. Commissioned Corps officers supplemented several medical response assignments. They worked side by side with the DMATs at the New Orleans airport, staffed the federal medical shelters at several locations in the Gulf Coast, assisted with CDC activities, accompanied SNS assets, and helped provide mental health services to the affected region. In general, PHS is a valuable operational asset to HHS and was a critical component to the medical response to Hurricane Katrina. However, despite having the capability to mobilize Commissioned Corps officers at any time, PHS failed to deploy a significant number of officers to the region prior to landfall. End of section 40. Section 41 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Medical Care, Part 2. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The CDC is a component of Health and Human Services, HHS, that assists in carrying out the responsibilities for protecting the health and safety of all Americans and for providing essential human services, especially for those people who are least able to help themselves. CDC controls the SNS, large quantities of medicine and medical supplies to protect the American public if there is a health emergency severe enough to cause local supplies to run out. Before Hurricane Katrina made landfall, CDC activated the Emergency Operations Center, EOC, on August 25th. CDC personnel were on the ground in Louisiana with a Technical Advisory Response Unit, TARU, which accompanies SNS supplies. In anticipation of the need to provide emergency medical services, 27 pallets of medical supplies were pre-positioned on the ground prior to landfall. On Sunday, August 28th, these items were pulled from SNS with the mission assignment for some supplies to be delivered to the Superdome in New Orleans. CDC also staffed and readied 12 teams of 20 people each to be deployed once the request from states for help was received. CDC was responsible for deploying personnel and SNS assets, assisting state and local public health authorities with communicating food and water safety information, conducting disease surveillance, providing immunizations to displaced residents, and helping re-establish public health services in affected areas. Immediately following the hurricane, CDC's biggest concern was the risk of foodborne and waterborne illnesses. CDC worked with the Louisiana Office of Public Health to assess reports on an outbreak of cholera and partnered with the Environmental Protection Agency and local health departments to assess environmental risks of toxins and chemicals in the water and air. CDC also worked with the Department of Defense, DoD, to provide mosquito control resources in most of the affected areas. Teams were deployed to both Louisiana and Mississippi on a mosquito spray mission. CDC provided access to influenza, tetanus, diphtheria, hepatitis A, and hepatitis B vaccines to areas that were lacking them by coordinating the delivery, distribution, and administration of over 3 million doses of vaccine, with 1 million of the doses obtained from SNS. When New Orleans lost its public health department due to layoffs, CDC sent over 100 medical personnel to help reestablish services, conduct surveillance, and improve communication. HHS Credentialed Volunteer Health Professionals. HHS designed a system that assists state and locals in verifying the credentials of volunteer healthcare workers. While stimulating the creation of over 900 medical teams, it also created confusion at the state level. Overall, though, HHS was successful in mobilizing and credentialing medical professionals who volunteered in the Gulf Coast following Hurricane Katrina. PHS set up a Katrina database to credential and verify medical professionals. With the help of private companies such as Kaiser Permanente, over 3,400 volunteers were processed and over 1,000 volunteers were deployed. The database was linked to state databases and a national data bank allowing PHS to use existing information to help verify credentials. HHS also established a website, https://volunteer.hhs.gov, and a toll-free number, 1-866-KAT-MEDI, to help identify healthcare professionals and relief personnel to assist in Katrina relief efforts. The Medical Reserve Corps has a medical volunteer database where medical volunteers are pre-credentialed and can be activated within 24 hours. Carmona oversees this database as well as the response of the volunteers HHS calls upon. HHS was able to link its database to state databases in order to confirm volunteer credentials. Both HHS and Carmona stressed the importance of volunteers linking up with pre-existing rescue teams rather than acting independently. The Surgeon General's office likewise had generated a separate database for people who wanted to volunteer supplies or equipment. Setting up a mechanism to allow individual medical personnel to volunteer was a useful tool initiated by HHS. The database was such a success that by September 3rd, an internal email from HHS indicated volunteers should no longer be referred to Katrina Recovery at hhs.gov. They should be directed to the https://volunteer.ccrf.hhs.gov and instructed to complete a volunteer application. These credentialed volunteers heavily supplemented medical services in the Gulf Coast region and were an important part of the medical response. Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. As part of the public health and medical response, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, mobilized personnel to support state mental health program directors in their efforts to conduct needs assessments, provide services, support ongoing administrative operations, access financial assistance, and prepare for long-term assistance. SAMHSA deployed Disaster Technical Assistance Center teams to provide information and supplement state and local disaster response planning, review disaster plans, conduct literature reviews, and offer mental health support services. On Wednesday, September 7th, SAMHSA created a crisis hotline to provide victims with 24-hour access to counseling and mental health resources. Additionally, on Tuesday, September 13th, HHS Secretary Michael O. Leavitt announced $600,000 in emergency grants to Louisiana, Alabama, Texas, and Mississippi to ensure mental health assessment and crisis counseling are available in areas affected by Hurricane Katrina. The states have used the money to support clinical assessments and provide psychiatric and nursing services, medications, brief interventions, crisis case management, and short-term residential support. Finding: poor planning and pre-positioning of medical supplies and equipment led to delays and shortages. Equipment and supplies were in heavy demand immediately following the hurricane and could not be quickly replenished by state, local, and federal resources. As detailed in other sections of this report, most shelters, hospitals, and flooded areas were without electricity and adequate supplies of potable water and food for days after Katrina made landfall. With only nominal amounts of medical supplies pre-positioned by FEMA and HHS, a great deal of medical provisions had to be supplied after Katrina made landfall. In areas like New Orleans, it took days to respond to the catastrophe and deliver medical supplies to the Superdome and Convention Center. These delays were a result of poor planning. Obviously, supplies should be protected during the storm and staged in safe and secure locations for easy access post-landfall. Despite being unable to predict the magnitude of devastation from the storm, more supplies and equipment should have been pre-positioned and accessible to state and local officials immediately following landfall. Below is a detailed assessment of the different medical supplies and equipment that were provided to the Gulf Coast in response to Hurricane Katrina. States were heavily dependent on CDC SNS for medical supplies. SNS 12-hour push packages. As previously stated, the SNS is a national repository of antibiotics, chemical antidotes, antitoxins, life support medications, IV administration, airway maintenance supplies, and medical surgical items. The SNS has 12-hour push packages, push packs, caches of pharmaceuticals, antidotes, and medical supplies, designed to provide response to a public health emergency within 12 hours. CDC estimates that each push pack costs $6 million, weighs almost 50 tons, and includes over 100 different kinds of supplies. Push packs are configured to be immediately loaded onto either trucks or commercial aircraft for the most rapid transportation. A Boeing 747 aircraft or 7 tractor-trailers are needed to move a single push pack. A TARU accompanies the push pack to coordinate with state and local officials and ensure SNS assets are efficiently received and distributed upon arrival at the site. TARU is simply a team of technical advisors to supervise the transfer of push pack contents to the receiving state. Push packs can be deployed at the request of a governor and independently of the NRP. Mississippi was the only state to request a push pack from CDC. The push pack arrived in Mississippi on Friday, September 2nd, 4 days after Katrina passed through the state. As Amy testified, within 12 hours of a call and my official request, 8 tractor-trailers rolled into Mississippi, loaded with medical supplies for affected Mississippi hospitals. Push packs were originally designed to respond to a bioterrorist attack, so they included items that were not relevant to treating the medical needs of Katrina evacuees. As a result, some of the push pack materials went unused. For this reason, CDC informed state and local officials that they could request supplies and materials from SNS without requesting a full push pack. Although Mississippi was the only state to request a push pack, other states still tapped resources and supplies from SNS. CDC figured out a way early on to prevent the waste of resources and ensure the most appropriate medical supplies were being allocated and delivered. Also, CDC began to move towards more focused deliveries from existing inventories outside of SNS and acquired materials from private partners, as thousands of critical supplies were needed. The director for the Coordinating Office of Terrorism Preparedness and Emergency Response at the CDC, Dr. Richard Besser, suggested creating push packs for major public health disruptions other than bioterrorism. This could ensure the most appropriate medical supplies and equipment arrive to the affected area first, and would also prevent the waste of supplies that are not relevant to certain public health emergencies. Temporary medical operations staging areas were assembled and utilized. Federal medical shelters. Federal medical shelters, FMS, were a new component to the HHS hurricane response introduced following Katrina's landfall. These are rapidly deployed, minimal care medical kits capable of housing, triaging, and holding displaced patients. Each FMS is a 250-bed emergency shelter with a pharmaceutical suite designed to provide care to patients for 3 days before the need to resupply and restock materials. An FMS is usually set up in a large space, like an airport hangar or gymnasium, with some provisions supplied by the SNS. FMS facilities are not designed for comprehensive community care needs. They are designed to offer last resort care and support during situations in which normal day-to-day operations are disrupted. FMS were developed to both augment hospitals and serve as quarantine stations. Under the orders of Simonson, FMS began readying supplies and personnel on August 27th, and one FMS was sent to Camp Beauregard, Louisiana on August 28th. From there, the FMS continued on to Louisiana State University, LSU, in Baton Rouge, and on the evening of Tuesday, August 30th, the FMS at LSU began operations, staffed by PHS Commissioned Corps officers. FMS were also staged at Fort Polk Army Base in central Louisiana, Eglin Air Force Base near Pensacola, Florida, the Naval Air Station in Meridian, Mississippi, and the Mississippi Air National Guard Station in Jackson, Mississippi. Additionally, the New Orleans Airport was the site of an FMS and helped provide acute medical care to evacuated patients from surrounding hospitals and the Superdome. The National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland, set up a critical care facility for the sickest patients evacuated from the Gulf Coast region. Essentially, these shelters were used to augment hospitals in the Gulf Coast and help with the surge capacity of Katrina evacuees. Although Simonson thought the shelters were underutilized in response to Katrina, he believed the exercise proved FMS are a valuable asset to be used in future public health emergencies. Despite this, only one was pre-positioned, while most were readied and deployed in the days following landfall. Precious time was wasted because public health officials lacked initiative. Prior to Katrina, FMS was only an idea on paper and had never been put into practice. The temporary medical shelters had never been tested in simulated drills or exercises, so it was initially unclear how FMS would perform and if their use would be effective. Simonson said he believed HHS held 2 exercises to test FMS last year. He did not believe them to have been extensive or to have simulated disaster-like conditions. The tests were held simply to time the setup of facilities and processes. Despite the opportunity to truly test FMS at 2 federally mandated exercises, one in April 2005 and the other held in 2003, HHS did not seize the opportunity to assess and evaluate them. Expeditionary Medical Support Systems. The Air National Guard also supplied medical personnel and equipment to the Gulf Coast region in response to Hurricane Katrina. Similar to FMS, Expeditionary Medical Support Systems, EMEDS, mission is to provide frontline field hospital care in the event of a catastrophe or terrorist attack where local facilities are too overwhelmed to adequately treat patients. EMEDS operate and function like brick-and-mortar hospitals and have operating rooms, dental, pharmacy, and lab services, intensive care units, and other facilities and equipment. These mobile hospitals have a 25-bed capacity and can be set up and ready to receive patients within 24 hours. Traditionally, EMEDS are primarily for military personnel, but in response to Katrina, EMEDS were utilized to provide medical treatment to thousands of civilian victims. On Thursday, September 1st, the Air Force deployed an EMEDS to provide medical assistance at the New Orleans airport. Upon arrival, the EMEDS team set up and began assisting the DMATs who had already established a makeshift facility. At the New Orleans airport, EMEDS teams helped other government agencies and civilian medical teams provide treatment and health care to those individuals transported to the airport. EMEDS teams also assisted with aeromedical evacuations. According to Colonel Richard Bachman, who directed the Air Force's medical assistance in the Gulf region, the EMEDS is to set up rapidly, treat, stabilize, and then air evacuate people out. It's a 25-bed hospital, but we took care of 2,500 people in 2 days. So the number of beds is essentially irrelevant because we weren't holding them and providing long-term treatment. We'd never practiced hospital care in an airport terminal, without tents or having equipment being overwhelmed by thousands of patients in the dark without air conditioning. Despite the unfavorable conditions, EMEDS and other medical personnel stationed at the airport completed an enormous patient movement operation in a very brief window of time. The Air Guard set up an additional mobile military hospital at the convention center to take the place of Charity Hospital and provide medical services to military personnel while other facilities are out of commission. The Mississippi Air National Guard established an EMEDS to augment services of the badly damaged Hancock County Medical Center. The EMEDS was set up in the parking lot of that medical center and treated 47 patients before it was demobilized in late September. State Mobile Hospital Units. As one of the few self-contained mobile hospitals in the U.S., the Carolina Med-1 Mobile Hospital was federalized and deployed to Waveland, Mississippi. Carolina Med-1 has complete emergency room and operating room capabilities with 100 hospital beds and functions exactly like a brick-and-mortar hospital. It was staffed by a team of volunteers from the Carolina Medical Center, PHS officers, and other medical volunteers. Waveland was completely decimated by Katrina and was in desperate need of medical facilities and personnel to treat residents. In total, Carolina Med-1 treated almost 5,000 patients and is considered one of the success stories of the medical response to Hurricane Katrina. Amy described Carolina Med-1 as an invaluable asset to Mississippi's most hard-hit area in Hancock County. On Friday, September 2nd, Simonson wrote an email asking the state of Nevada to transport its mobile medical facility, NV1, to the New Orleans airport. He intended NV1 to serve as a federalized hospital facility to provide medical care. Upon arrival at the airport, though, NV1 was told its assets were no longer needed and was eventually directed to Gulfport, Mississippi, where it was set up with support staff from the Nevada Hospital Association, PHS officers, and volunteer health professionals. When asked why he waited until September 2nd to order NV1 to New Orleans, Simonson recalled there was some confusion as to whether Mississippi had already requested the use of NV1. Simonson said ultimately NV1 was used in Mississippi and that it was difficult to initially assess where assets were needed most. In total, NV1 saw almost 500 patients by the end of September. Both of these mobile hospitals were considered extremely valuable assets to the public health response after Hurricane Katrina. Finding: New Orleans was unprepared to provide evacuations and medical care for its special needs population and dialysis patients, and Louisiana officials lacked a common definition of special needs. Defining special needs. New Orleans has the largest special needs population in Louisiana, but the Louisiana Medical Director and State Health Officer, Dr. Jimmy Guidry, and the Director of the New Orleans Health Department, Dr. Kevin Stevens, never offered a clear or consistent definition of special needs. According to Guidry, special needs people are defined as not requiring hospital care, but not appropriate for a general population shelter either. Stevens, on the other hand, indicated the state has a list outlining what criteria constitute a special needs patient. Among the most important, Stevens said, a patient with special needs is someone who requires intermittent electricity to sustain life. In fact, the list to which Stevens referred says the state of Louisiana has one set of criteria for classifying special needs persons, while Jefferson Parish has another. The state defines Category 1 special needs persons as patients who are acutely ill and need to be admitted to a hospital as a patient during an emergency evacuation of the area. Jefferson Parish classifies Category 1 special needs people as patients who do not yet need to be admitted, but whose condition will probably deteriorate during an evacuation. These patients are to be taken to a trauma hospital. Aside from Jefferson Parish having a definition of Category 1 special needs that differs from the state's definition, confusion also arises in determining whether Jefferson Parish's criteria for Category 2 special needs people also applies to Louisiana. Category 2 is for patients with limited needs and assistance who require special needs sheltering during an emergency evacuation of the area. These will be sent to non-trauma hospitals. Again, it is unclear whether this category is specific to Jefferson Parish or if it applies to the entire state. Additionally, the Office of Emergency Preparedness, OEP Director for Plaquemines Parish, Jesse St. Amant, was adamant that nursing home patients are considered special needs patients. Neither Guidry nor Stevens concurred, and nursing home patients are not listed within Louisiana or Jefferson Parish's special needs categories. Stevens stated that New Orleans does not keep a list to identify special needs persons in advance of an emergency. St. Amant, however, keeps a database of Plaquemines Parish's special needs patient population and interviews each patient about specific requirements for transportation, medications, and other special needs. He has prearranged contracts to address these needs and operates on an annual budget of approximately $300,000. Stevens said New Orleans uses statistics from the healthcare community, such as the number of patients on dialysis, to reach its estimate that New Orleans has 1,000 special needs persons. Interestingly, a September 6th EOC report indicated that the state estimated dialysis patients alone were greater than this figure, saying the state projects approximately 1,200 dialysis patients. Additionally, the emergency coordinator in Jefferson Parish, which is an adjacent suburb of equivalent population to New Orleans, said they have a potential of 45,000 special needs patients, 41,000 more patients than the estimate given by Stevens. Sheltering and evacuating special needs patients. State officials from the governor's office, the Department of Health and Hospitals, DHH, and the Department of Transportation and Development said all parishes, New Orleans included, were responsible for managing special needs evacuations. New Orleans designated the Superdome as a special needs shelter, and Stevens said New Orleans's plan focuses on transporting special needs people from their homes to the Superdome. Special needs patients were to be collected throughout neighborhoods using Rapid Transit Administration buses and taken to the Superdome, despite the fact that New Orleans does not keep a list of such patients. Guidry says the state bused 200 special needs people from the Superdome to LSU hospitals in Baton Rouge on Sunday before landfall. According to state officials, the New Orleans plan never called for the use of school buses for evacuation, so in their opinion, criticisms about school buses lined up underwater and unused are unfair. Additionally, state officials say New Orleans never requested state assistance or buses to help with this effort, even though Guidry indicated the state did in fact assist in this manner. At the federal level, the FEMA Deputy Federal Coordinating Officer, Scott Wells, said he interpreted special needs to be anyone needing assistance, whether they were impoverished or medically disabled. To his knowledge, the state and the parishes made no significant attempts to evacuate special needs persons, although he indicated that there may have been efforts to shelter them. The need to shelter special needs people in the Superdome showed the state and city had not taken steps to which they had agreed during the Hurricane Pam exercise to coordinate the movement and sheltering of these people farther north, away from the Gulf, Wells said. The requirement for medical evacuations after the storm was an indication that pre-landfall evacuation was not successful. Parish officials outside New Orleans also described their efforts to identify and evacuate special needs patients. According to the Plaquemines Parish Sheriff, before the start of hurricane season, the parish solicits people to register if they have special needs for evacuation. For Katrina, school buses were used to pick up and move these special needs registrants to a shelter in Belle Chasse, Louisiana. According to the Jefferson Parish Emergency Management Director, their emergency operations plan also includes provisions for special needs people. The parish conducts a triage by telephone to determine which people with special needs require shelter within a parish hospital. Those who qualify are given a password for admittance. For Hurricane Katrina, there were 12,000 such people identified and sheltered. Dialysis patients. Although dialysis patients were part of his definition of special needs persons, Stevens initially acknowledged the Superdome did not have the personnel, facilities, or supplies to provide dialysis, nor did it have food appropriate for diabetics. He said although dialysis patients were discouraged from going to the Superdome for this reason, several went anyway. Stevens further stated dialysis patients were among the first patients evacuated by helicopter. In a subsequent meeting, however, Stevens gave completely different information. He said New Orleans has an evacuation plan specifically designed for dialysis patients so that they know the medical facility to which they are assigned during an emergency. He contradicted his early statement. Dialysis patients were present in the Superdome. When he told the Select Committee the city's evacuation planning worked virtually perfectly and no dialysis patients went to the Superdome. To his knowledge, Stevens said all dialysis patients were evacuated to their pre-assigned medical facilities. Of interest, the definition of Category 2 special needs persons mentioned above for Jefferson Parish and possibly the entire state, includes kidney dialysis patients. End of section 41. Section 42 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina. By the United States House of Representatives. Medical Care, Part 3. The Superdome. Although Louisiana owns the Superdome, New Orleans runs it, with assistance provided by the state, the Department of Health and Hospitals, and the Department of Social Services when needed. The city is also responsible for drafting and implementing a plan for its use during an emergency. Since 1998, New Orleans has used the Superdome to shelter citizens with special needs during hurricanes. For Hurricane Isidore in 2002, supplies were pre-staged, and the facility was staffed for 400 patients. Despite these preparations, though, only 27 special needs patients were identified and treated. During Hurricane Ivan in September 2004, the Superdome was again opened as a special needs shelter and received just 32 patients. The small number of special needs patients at the Superdome during these two hurricanes gave New Orleans officials a false indication of how many patients to expect for Hurricane Katrina. As a result, the city was ill-prepared. The city's plans call for the Superdome to house only special needs patients, not the general public. For Hurricane Katrina, the special needs area was established in the southeast and southwest quadrant ballrooms, where some supplies were pre-positioned. According to Superdome and Sports Arena General Manager Glenn Menard, the Superdome's only pre-positioned supplies were goods left over from a July event which the city requested remain in place. Menard also said he placed 2 refrigerators and power generators in the southeast and southwest quadrants of the Superdome, which were designated as the medical care areas. By the Sunday before landfall, over 400 special needs patients were evacuated to Baton Rouge using 10 paratransport vans and 3 city buses. For the 8,000 to 10,000 people who remained in the Superdome, there were federal, state civilian, National Guard, and city medical personnel to provide care. But this contingent proved too small to provide care for the multitude of people who eventually sought refuge there. After the flooding, but before evacuation of the Superdome, it is estimated 23,000 people were sheltered there. As the crowd grew, it became increasingly difficult for the facility to care for the special needs patients. The Superdome only contained enough personnel and supplies to care for approximately 1,000 people. Section 132, next to the Superdome's first aid station, was used for evacuees in need of general medical attention. With severe overcrowding of evacuees and flooding from roof leaks, the rest of the crowd was moved to elevated bleachers. Menard said eventually the special needs patients were further evacuated from the Superdome to the sports arena. DMAT OK-1 departed from LSU to the Superdome on the evening of August 29th. Upon arrival, the National Guard told DMAT OK-1 it wasn't needed inside, redirecting the team to the sports arena, which is attached to the Superdome by 2 open-air walkways. DMAT OK-1 finally set up operations at the sports arena late that night and began receiving patients the morning of August 30th. The establishment of this DMAT came 36 hours after FEMA reported serious medical problems in the Superdome, including 400 people with special needs, 45 to 50 patients in need of hospitalization, and the rapid depletion of supplies. Evacuations finally began on August 31st, and medical workers prepared records for their patients. In the end, though, those records were lost in the confusion. Evacuation of the Superdome concluded on September 3rd. 6 people died in the Superdome, 5 for medical reasons and 1 from suicide. Convention Center. Similar to the Superdome, the Ernst N. Morial Convention Center is the property of the state of Louisiana. However, the Convention Center was never intended to serve as a shelter of any kind, special needs or otherwise, so there were no medical capabilities in place prior to the storm. When asked by the media about the conditions at the Convention Center, Brown said, "We learned about that Thursday, so I have directed that we have all available resources to get that convention center to make sure that they have food and water and medical care that they need." The Convention Center General Manager, Warren Ruther, however, does not recall the provision of any medical assistance for the evacuees at his facility. Ruther is an appointee of Governor Kathleen Babineau Blanco and says his responsibilities are to oversee the convention center and protect its assets. Despite the fact that the convention center was not intended as a shelter, evacuees seeking dry land arrived there, and upon finding the glass entry doors locked, broke in. Ruther estimates between 18,000 and 25,000, perhaps even 30,000 people, eventually gathered at the center. During the storm, Ruther and approximately half a dozen of his public safety staff remained in place, attempting in vain to maintain order as evacuees filled almost every area of the building. The convention center was quickly overwhelmed, running on reduced emergency power until all power was lost when fuel ran out on the night of August 30th. Public bathrooms became overloaded, and problems were compounded by loss of water pressure. Hallways became the de facto toilets. Walk-in refrigerators were emptied on the floor, and many evacuees began bringing their own food and alcohol into the building. Almost 32,000 chairs were broken or lost, 90,000 square yards of carpeting were destroyed, and the facility's infrastructure was damaged. Gunshots were reportedly heard, and Ruther and his staff were forced to hide from the crowds. Evacuations at the convention center began on Friday, September 2nd, and continued until Sunday, September 4th. Despite Ruther's assertion that medical assistance never arrived, a DoD email indicated medical teams were established and operating at the convention center on Saturday, September 3rd. Medical needs were unclear because of poor communication and situational awareness. The number of evacuees continued to increase at the convention center as evacuations at the Superdome concluded. People left at the Superdome were redirected to the convention center, where they would later be evacuated. Throughout the ordeal, Ruther saw no deliveries of food, water, or other supplies. At one point he called Blanco but received no answer. He also never saw Nagin throughout the ordeal. A doctor's first-hand account. Dr. Gregory Henderson is a Tulane University and Vanderbilt University School of Medicine graduate. He lives in New Orleans and is the associate chairman of the Ochsner Clinical Foundation Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine. He was set to begin his new job at Ochsner on September 1st. Henderson happened to be attending a physician leader retreat for Ochsner staff on Friday, August 26th and Saturday, August 27th at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel on Canal Street, when the meeting was cut short because of the impending landfall of Hurricane Katrina. He evacuated his family to Jackson, Mississippi, and chose to stay at the hotel so he could remain close to their home. By the morning of Tuesday, August 30th, the Ritz-Carlton was surrounded by 3 to 5 feet of water, and Canal Street was flooding. There was a hotel announcement that anyone who needed medical care should report to the hotel's French Quarter bar. Fortunately, there was another medical conference involving medical specialists, 7 physicians, a physician's assistant, and pharmacists, taking place at the hotel. The impromptu medical team had already started to organize a list of medicines and supplies they might need. Looking outside and talking to the police, he realized looting was occurring outside the hotel, and it appeared the looters were armed. Henderson, along with a family practice physician, pharmacist, and 2 officers from the New Orleans Police Department, NOPD, waded across Canal Street through waist-high water to the Walgreens pharmacy across the street. They were able to break into the pharmacy and began stuffing insulin, drugs, and medical supplies into plastic garbage bags. There was a confrontation with the looters, who were held back at gunpoint by the officers. Henderson was able to carry 3 bags of supplies back to the hotel. He set up a makeshift clinic at the hotel for the next 24 hours. The majority of the patients were seeking prescription refills, a lot of which he did not have. He subsequently opened another clinic when NOPD moved their operational headquarters and command and control center from the Ritz-Carlton to the Sheraton Hotel across the street. He was told by NOPD that Tulane, University, and Charity hospitals were taking on water and basically inoperable, and was asked by an NOPD captain if he could stay and take care of several hundred police officers who had set up camp at the Sheraton. Henderson was dispatched with a team of armed officers and took additional supplies, including insulin, from a second Walgreens pharmacy. Many patients Henderson treated had generalized anxiety disorders, not unexpected, as most of the police had lost homes and some had lost family members and yet were still on the job. There were also many cases of hypertension and diabetes. I remember thinking it seems like the majority of the NOPD were hypertensive and type 2 diabetic. I took a lot of blood pressures, listened to a lot of hearts, and refilled a lot of beta blocker, calcium channel blocker, and diuretic prescriptions. I cleaned and dressed a lot of superficial wounds. I gave a lot of insulin shots, he said. Henderson had forgotten to take rubbing alcohol and used wild turkey bourbon to sterilize the injection sites. He also distributed the antibiotic Cipro and treated several skin rashes, which were so severe some police officers had to walk around in underwear. He believed the severe contact dermatitis may have resulted from exposure to toxins in the water. Katrina rash, they began calling it. In the meantime, police officers told him stories of rapes and murders at the convention center, but because of the lack of communications, they were essentially unable to do anything about it or even confirm the rumors. On September 1st, under NOPD escort, Henderson went to his new office at the Oxnard Clinic to collect additional medical supplies. On the way back to the Sheraton, he asked an NOPD captain to drive by the convention center. There he saw thousands upon thousands of people collected on the boulevard in front of the convention center. They were infants to the elderly in wheelchairs. There were many elderly lying on sheets and blankets on the meridian. There were screaming men, women, and children, and dazed, quiet, and confused men, women, and children. Most were African American, but many were white. The NOPD captain was minimally armed and refused to let Henderson get out of the car, but promised to bring him back with an armed escort. Henderson, accompanied by Officer Mark Mornay, returned to the convention center, where he treated dehydrated infants, mothers, and hundreds of elderly confined to wheelchairs. One woman in a wheelchair had deep epidermal ulcerations and 2 gangrenous toes, and there was nothing he could do for her. He saw 3 children have seizures because they ran out of medication. He saw and treated a severe asthma attack by only coaching the child's breathing. He saw diabetics who had been without insulin, oral hypoglycemics, and dialysis for days. Mornay told Henderson he could not be responsible for his safety after dark, so they returned to the Sheraton. Finding: most hospital and VAMC emergency plans did not offer concrete guidance about if or when evacuations should take place. The South Central VA Healthcare Network, VISN 16, outlines preparedness and response procedures in the event of a hurricane in its Emergency Management Program Standard Operating Procedure number 10N16-1. This section provides the Network Director's Office, as well as the Emergency Operating Centers, with much leeway regarding the assignment of specific responsibility to personnel. Facilities threatened by a hurricane are instructed to contact their home health care patients, especially those that are oxygen or ventilator dependent, and PBHC, to determine if they intend to evacuate or come to the facility. Additionally, threatened HCSs or VAMCs will be required to evaluate all patients and determine patients that can be moved to other facilities, along with special needs, oxygen, suction, ventilator, IV, etc. requirements by either ground or air transportation. A VAMC is instructed to have made final evacuation decisions within 36 to 48 hours prior to landfall. The number of patients evacuated should depend on how much threat the hurricane poses to the facility. If the VAMC does decide to evacuate patients, the evacuations should be completed 24 hours prior to a hurricane's landfall. The VAMC Biloxi, Mississippi Emergency Plan addresses hurricane evacuation protocol more methodically, but still gives confusing directions regarding if or when the facility should be evacuated in anticipation of a hurricane's landfall. Also absent is specific information about evacuation transportation. The plan begins by stating, "The basic planning tenet for hurricanes includes a total evacuation of the Gulfport Division. The VA healthcare system is instructed to work in close cooperation with Alabama and Mississippi to provide evacuation vehicles and facilities for use prior to a storm strike. When a hurricane enters the Gulf of Mexico and/or is 96 hours or less away from landfall, the Gulfport Division will be evacuated entirely. When a hurricane is within 72 hours of making landfall, the facility is instructed to prepare for evacuations on short notice. When a storm or hurricane enters the Gulf Port of Mexico and is 48 hours or less away from landfall at Biloxi Gulfport, the plan indicates the VAMC director and the VISN 16 director are to determine when evacuations will begin. The plan notes, however, evacuation may not be required and is not automatic. If the directors do choose to evacuate, all patients must be moved when the storm is 24 hours or less away from landfall at Biloxi Gulfport. Chapter 1 of the VAMC New Orleans Emergency Management Plan outlines procedures for total evacuation of patients and staff. The plan indicates the evacuation procedures in this section will be used for any situation requiring internal transfer of patients or total evacuation of patients from the medical center. So, while not clearly stated, it appears this plan should be used in the event of a hurricane. VAMC patients and staff are directed to evacuate to the ground level. While this plan is more detailed than the VAMC Biloxi plan, it does not account for potential flooding whereby the street exit and the ground floor of the parking garage would be inaccessible. In terms of exactly how to evacuate, the plan states, exact evacuation procedures to be followed will be dictated by the nature of the disaster and the extent of damage to the medical center buildings. If a full-scale evacuation is necessary, the plan says patients may be transferred to the VA Medical Center, Alexandria, Louisiana. Transportation of patients to outside facilities will be accomplished by means of commercially owned buses, ambulance services, government lease vehicles, or any other means available from outside sources, that is, National Guard, City of New Orleans. The plan does not include more detailed information on which services to call upon first, or what, if any, transportation agreements have already been made. Likewise, there is no indication of which hospitals should be used in such an emergency if the hospitals in the immediate surrounding area are not operational. Chapter 3 states when a hurricane watch is established, the VAMC Chief of Staff should coordinate the relocation of specialty care patients to other facilities if necessary. Beyond this call for initial coordination with other facilities, there is no outline for when or specifically how to evacuate patients. Additionally, the plan calls for the evacuation plan from Chapter 1 be used in the event of flooding. Again, the 5 previously described pages outlining evacuation procedures in Chapter 1 do not provide guidance on steps to take in the event of flooding. The Emergency Management Manual for the Medical Center of Louisiana at New Orleans, MCLNO, covers both university and charity hospitals. The manual says the Emergency Management Program Coordinator is responsible for developing, implementing, and monitoring all aspects of the emergency program. The manual provides summary information about evacuation procedures during an emergency, but like the VAMC plans, does not provide concrete information on whether facilities should evacuate in anticipation of a hurricane. The MCLNO plan states that if the CEO or the designee so decides, patients shall be evacuated to an area of safety by whatever means are available. Formal agreements will be in place with ambulance services and neighboring facilities to transfer patients as necessary. All personnel will be trained in evacuation procedures. The reader is then directed to reference the Emergency Management Evacuation Policy, reference number 1026, for LSU's ambulance contract, transfer, and vendor agreements. The Select Committee was not provided with a copy of the Emergency Management Evacuation Policy. The plan devotes an entire section to evacuation procedures and provides a step-by-step instructions to specific personnel. For a total facility evacuation, it says, formal agreements will be made for the following, and goes on to list ambulance contract agreements, transfer agreements, and vendor agreements for special needs. Decisions regarding the transfer of patients to other facilities may be made as early as 96 hours in advance of a potential hurricane. By 72 hours prior to potential landfall, the plan calls for decisions to be made regarding transfers. Methodist Hospital uses the Hurricane Preparedness Plan established by the New Orleans Office of Emergency Preparedness. This plan suggests hospitals may begin evacuation preparations when there is a slow-moving Category 3, a Category 4, or a Category 5 hurricane within 72 hours of landfall and is predicted to make landfall within 100 miles of New Orleans. The CEO or his designee has the authority to call for evacuation. Actual evacuations may begin up to 60 hours in advance. At 60 hours, the plan says, make arrangements for at least 2 flat-bottom type boats in the event of severe flooding conditions, and to fuel vehicles to capacity. The announcement of total or partial evacuation is called, if applicable, no later than 24 hours in advance. The Director of Facility Services, 12 hours prior to landfall, is to ensure emergency vehicles and boats are in position and ready for immediate use. There is also a section of the overall Hurricane Preparedness Plan devoted entirely to evacuations, the Hurricane Evacuation Plan, which states, evacuation from the hospital will be a last resort measure and will be carried out only when a mandatory evacuation is directed by the appropriate authority, or when a situation arises which places patients and staff unquestionably in harm's way. The threat of a direct strike by a major hurricane certainly creates such a situation, and evacuation may be necessary to protect the safety of patients and attending staff. If evacuation takes place prior to a hurricane, Methodist has written transfer agreements with 2 hospitals outside the major hurricane danger zone. This section provides the contact information for Lifeguard Transportation Service Incorporated and Acadian Ambulance and Air Med Services, the 2 companies with whom the hospital has written transportation agreements. If these services are overwhelmed, the plan instructs the hospital to call the New Orleans Office of Emergency Preparedness. As illustrated by these plans, hospitals and VAMCs lacked sufficient guidance for if and when they should evacuate their patients in anticipation of a hurricane. They also did not follow the limited guidance they did have. End of section 42. Section 43 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Medical Care, Part 4. Finding: New Orleans hospitals, VAMC, and medical first responders were not adequately prepared for a full evacuation of medical facilities. After New Orleans flooded, city medical centers needed to be evacuated. On September 2nd, Good Morning America showed the desperation of people trapped inside hospitals, reporting on a banner hanging from Charity Hospital that read, "Stop the lying and get us the hell out of here." Floodwaters prevented hospitals from receiving supplies or personnel, and some private hospitals, such as Methodist, say medical supplies and fuel tanks being airlifted to them by their corporate headquarters were being intercepted by FEMA. Many hospital emergency power generators were located at ground level or lower, often below sea level, and were subject to flooding. To make matters worse, fuel pumps were often placed at ground level, and fuel storage tanks with limited fuel capacity were frequently below ground level. 3 acute care hospitals in the New Orleans area remained operational, 4 maintained some limited function, and 21 were not operational, closed or evacuated. In hospitals that lost power, like Methodist, pulmonary ventilator systems and other medical equipment requiring electricity became inoperable. Patients requiring ventilators were sustained by hand pumps. State and FEMA urban search and rescue teams were sent to help the hospitals evacuate, but they were intercepted by people trapped in the floodwaters and on rooftops. While Guidry said hospital evacuations were a huge logistical success, they evacuated 12,000 patients by Saturday, September 3rd. They did not seem like a huge success to many patients awaiting rescue. Hospital and VAMC evacuation, their stories and timelines of events. Evacuations from VAMCs for Hurricane Katrina have received mostly favorable attention, particularly in comparison to the evacuation difficulties encountered by other New Orleans hospitals and shelters. We had people on ventilators, we had liver patients, ambulatory patients, and every patient that we evacuated from every one of our facilities made it through this evacuation, VA Secretary R. James Nicholson said. On Monday, August 29th, the VAMC Biloxi domiciliary patients and 9 members of the medical staff were evacuated to VAMC Tuscaloosa, leaving 904 patients, staff, and family members sheltered in VAMC Biloxi. VAMC Gulfport patients were transferred to other facilities before the storm made landfall. VAMC New Orleans did not mass evacuate prior to the storm, and during the 2 days that followed, August 30th and 31st, its evacuation plans were activated. 5 5-ton trucks were used in cooperation with DOD's air transport staff and HHS to evacuate 98 patients to the New Orleans airport on September 1st. From there, the patients were flown to the Houston, Jackson, and Alexandria VAMCs. At this time, efforts were also underway to evacuate the remaining 94 patients and 367 staff and family members at VAMC New Orleans. By Friday, September 2nd, all patients, staff, and family members were evacuated from VAMC New Orleans. Donald Smithberg, CEO of LSU Health Sciences Center Healthcare Services Division, and approximately 20 members of his staff provided a detailed account of the evacuation of their facilities, Charity Hospital and University Hospital. Smithberg went to Baton Rouge to staff the state EOC on the Saturday before the storm, and on Sunday at 7 a.m. he activated Code Gray, but decided against calling for evacuation. At 5:30 a.m. on Monday morning, University lost electrical power. Charity followed, losing power at 8 a.m. Both hospitals began using their emergency generators just 2 to 3 minutes after the power failures. Charity's generators and electrical equipment were located in the basement, and LSU officials said they knew Charity would probably lose emergency power if severe flooding occurred. The waters continued rising over the course of Monday, and late that night Charity lost its emergency generators. Unlike Charity, University's emergency generator and electrical equipment were housed on the second floor, considered high enough to avoid flooding and low enough to avoid wind damage. University lost emergency power anyway, and both hospitals were left in darkness and without the means to care for their patients. On Tuesday, August 30th, Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries evacuated 9 of the 17 intensive care unit patients at University and 4 from the Charity campus. Evacuation efforts were suspended, however, due to reports of gunfire and impending nightfall. On Wednesday, August 3rd, at 3 a.m., LSU received a request from the state OEP to prepare a patient roster. Officials were told patients should be triaged to red, yellow, and green status, red critical, green stable, and LSU staff gathered the necessary information manually. Later that morning, the state OEP notified them via the HEAR system to prepare for evacuation, but evacuation aid never arrived. At 11 a.m., Charity was notified its evacuation was to begin in 30 minutes, but by 4 p.m. they were still awaiting word from the National Guard regarding potential evacuation. That evening, the hospitals were notified the water level was too high for evacuation via the National Guard's 5-ton trucks. Further complications arose on Thursday, August 31st, when LSU was told evacuation orders were on hold due to rumors of violence and potential harm to rescue workers. An email between HHS employees that morning confirms this. Patient evacuation has been hampered by security issues on patient movement. It is unsafe for patient movement to continue without security provided. LSU was told evacuations would resume after the arrival of federal troops. Smithberg said the Coast Guard and National Guard were evacuating people in the most immediate danger, so LSU was not a top priority. Evacuations for University and Charity patients and staff began on Friday, September 1st, at 8 a.m. and noon, respectively. The U.S. Coast Guard arrived by helicopter. Patient evacuations were facilitated by the Coast Guard, Louisiana and Florida Wildlife and Fisheries, NOPD, and State Police. HHS emails that morning also indicate today's priorities are Charity and University hospitals. A total of 167 patients were evacuated from University and approximately 200 from Charity. LSU indicated that all of these patients were sent with paper records, and 3 patients died due to the storm. 2 were ventilator patients who died on the roof of the hospital during evacuations. Larry Graham, CEO for Pendleton Memorial Methodist Hospital, monitored the storm on his own and stated that he received no calls from the city or state government. On Friday at 5 p.m., he believed the storm would miss New Orleans, but on Saturday he realized there was going to be a problem. He began contacting all hospitals with which Methodist had transfer agreements, but none would admit patients due to concerns about how the storm might affect them. All of Methodist's agreements are with hospitals in Louisiana or Mississippi because all patient transport is handled via ground ambulance. He likewise indicated Methodist is a for-profit hospital, meaning it does not receive FEMA funding and is responsible for the costs of airlifting patients. Even with such funding, however, Graham is not sure evacuation measures are practical. In anticipation of Hurricane Ivan, Methodist evacuated over 30 ICU patients over a total of 45 hours. However, by Saturday, August 27th, Methodist did not have time for an evacuation of this scale. Methodist housed a total of 750 people during Hurricane Katrina, including 130 patients. 28 were ICU patients, with 12 patients on ventilators, and 16 were dialysis patients. Chalmette Medical Center, Methodist's sister hospital, located 12 miles away, evacuated its 6 ICU patients to Methodist. The remaining people at Methodist were staff, family, and people who had sought shelter in the hospital from the storm. Like University and Charity, Methodist's emergency generators failed after the storm. The generators were located on the roof, but the fuel pumps had flooded. Graham cut power in all areas that were deemed not critical, and they hand-ventilated patients requiring oxygen. The next day, they began hand-carrying fuel to the generators. Chalmette's generators were located on ground level. At the time, however, Tim Coffey, the then CEO of Chalmette, believed the facility was sound. On August 28th, ambulances were supposed to be en route to the hospital, but Graham said they were commandeered by government officials. Methodist's parent company, Universal Health Services Incorporated, UHS, located in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, was sending the hospital supplies, including fuel and water, via helicopter. The supplies never arrived because, as Methodist and UHS believe, FEMA intercepted the cargo. Army officers and FEMA officers arrived on Tuesday, and Graham informed them he needed assistance with evacuations. The officials assured him they would return, but never did. Throughout the ordeal, Methodist had the assistance of 12 National Guardsmen, as well as police forces that stayed for security reasons. Post-Katrina evacuations started taking place on Wednesday, August 31st, because Methodist's corporate office contracted with private companies. The difficulties the hospital encountered were still enormous, though, as a September 2nd email from a Methodist doctor to HHS staff indicates. Contrary to what has been reported on the news, Methodist Hospital, including Albert and Maxine Barocas, have not been evacuated, and the details are grisly. FEMA has been intercepting supplies sent to the hospital, and patient and staff evacuations have essentially ceased. If anyone can help bring attention to this problem, please help us. Below are some facts related to us by the staff at the hospital during one of the few occasions we have been able to talk to them. 600 people in hospital, 13 patients on gurneys, staff is dehydrating. FEMA is diverting support being sent in by UHS, owners of hospital, away from the hospital. Temperature is 110 degrees with humidity. No fuel left to operate the hospital tower. No communication with National Guard to coordinate evacuation of patients. Having to feed 500-plus non-patient refugees. They are very close to rioting for the balance of food, water, and supplies. No power, no communication. Everything is manual, no X-ray, running out of supplies. Patients are on the second floor and third floor, having to carry patients up the stairs, and helicopters didn't come back. Without power, the ventilator-dependent patients are being manually bagged in 1-hour shifts by staff. Refusing to take gurney patients. FEMA is commandeering all supplies and all private effort to get supplies, including fuel, food, water. Governor is misrepresenting what is going on. Snakes in hospital. Rashes on staff from water. Losing nurses as a result of dehydration. Need FEMA to land on roof and prove what they are saying is correct. No security. Uprising for food, water, and supplies. Governor did not allow for the evacuation of hospitals and now won't help. Uprising of refugees. Graham said the evacuations at Methodist were completed late on Friday, September 2nd. He also stressed that midway through the evacuation, he learned patients who were triaged to the New Orleans airport were not receiving adequate care. He began withholding patients who were supposed to be taken to the airport because Methodist was in a position to provide them with better care. He cited this as a primary critical issue, the evacuation of patients to locations unable to provide medical care. Coffey added that Chalmette doctors who went to the New Orleans airport to offer their services were turned away by DMATs who said they were not credentialed in the NDMS physician database. On September 20th, an official from Tenet Healthcare, Memorial Hospital's parent company, told CNN the National Guard evacuated some patients from Memorial before the flooding began on Tuesday, August 30th. The next morning, Wednesday, Tenet reported to CNN that it asked New Orleans local authorities for assistance in evacuating critically ill patients, but was told it would have to hire private companies. Later that day, Tenet says local authorities and Good Samaritans provided limited assistance with evacuations by boat. On Thursday, helicopters hired by Tenet airlifted approximately 400 patients, employees, and evacuees from Memorial to another Tenet-owned hospital in Slidell, Louisiana. Tenet indicated flights were suspended overnight after reports of sniper fire, but evacuations resumed and were completed by the end of the day on Friday, September 2nd. Louis Armstrong International Airport. The medical operation at the New Orleans airport was chaotic due to lack of planning, preparedness, and resources. After patients were evacuated from medical facilities, most were taken to the New Orleans airport, which served as a hospital for the sick, a refuge for thousands, and the hub of medical evacuations and airlifts. There were two separate missions at the airport. The first was attending to the medical needs of evacuees, and the second was processing evacuees not needing medical attention. According to OR2 DMAT, evacuees who needed medical treatment were triaged, treated, and prepared for transports. People not requiring medical care were processed and prepared for transport to shelters in other states by commercial aircraft. In total, over 21,000 displaced persons not requiring medical care were evacuated. Overnight, we turned New Orleans Airport into the busiest helicopter base in the entire world. At any given time, there were at least 8 to 10 helos offloading on the tarmac, each filled with 10 to 40 survivors at a time, with 10 circling to land. It was a nonstop, never-ending, 24-hour-a-day operation, said Dr. Hement Van Kaula, a member of the Dallas DMAT deployed to the New Orleans airport. Medical patients arrived by truck, bus, ambulance, and helicopter, with little or no information or records about their conditions. The medical personnel at the New Orleans airport were challenged by the sheer number of patients and the lack of information about patient medical histories. By August 31st, 3 DMATs had arrived at the airport. Eventually, 8 DMATs would be stationed at the New Orleans airport to help provide care during patient movement operations in New Orleans. The Air Force also deployed an EMEDS team on Thursday, September 1st, to augment the medical assistance operation in place at the airport. These EMEDS teams also assisted with aeromedical evacuations. An OR2 DMAT after-action report described medical facilities established in the upper and lower levels of the west terminal of the airport. These facilities were supplied and staffed by DMATs and PHS officers. The flow of patients was constant, and it is estimated the entire medical operation at the New Orleans airport treated approximately 3,000 patients who were eventually evacuated by military aircraft to other facilities. Some DMATs believe the number was much greater, as high as 6,000 to 8,000 patients. Despite the treatment and evacuation of thousands, the medical operation at New Orleans Airport was chaotic due to lack of planning, preparedness, and resources. FEMA officials did not conduct an adequate assessment of the situation before deploying DMATs. Upon arrival, many teams were confused about where to place assets and how to integrate into the existing operation. Many DMATs arrived before their cache of supplies, limiting their ability to do their work. According to Van Kaula, medical personnel were operating with a limited amount of supplies and a generator with only partial power. All we could do was provide the barest amount of comfort care. We watched many people die. We practiced medical triage at its most basic, black tagging the sickest people and culling them from the masses so that they could die in a separate area, Van Kaula said. TX-1 and TX-4 DMATs, which were among the first to arrive, had equipment that was not updated and could not link together other critical equipment, such as ventilators. Similarly, one team member from OR2 DMAT observed 5 different models and brands of glucose monitors, all using their own proprietary test strips that weren't interchangeable. The CA4 cache, which was current, arrived later and supplemented these caches. OR2 DMAT reached the conclusion that there didn't appear to be a clear plan for dealing with the approximately 25,000 evacuees who arrived at the airport. There was insufficient food, water, and sanitation. One team member said evacuees were being taken from a dehumanizing experience, flooding and rescue, and placed into an equally dehumanizing environment at the New Orleans airport. Finding: the government did not effectively coordinate private air transport capabilities for the evacuation of medical patients. The Association of Air Medical Services, AAMS, comprised of 300 mostly private air transportation providers, represents 85% of all hospital transport capabilities. In coordination with the Center for Transportation Injury Research, AAMS has a database called the Atlas and Database of Air Medical Services, ADAMS, a web-based interactive database listing these air medical services, rotary and fixed-wing aircraft, and the receiving hospitals. The database is updated annually, funded by the Federal Highway Administration, and receives technical support from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. In response to Hurricane Katrina, there was only one governmental request for access to ADAMS. Nevertheless, AAMS companies provided support for medical evacuations of both hospitals and nursing homes in Hurricane Katrina's aftermath. They were not used for pre-landfall evacuations and provided most of their resources without official contracts with hospitals. Authorities were slow to establish a system for filtering evacuation requests. Confusion and indecision about evacuations led to delays. AAMS said FEMA did not help their efforts. On the morning of August 30th, FEMA tasked Carla Brawley, a Department of Transportation contractor, to find and secure air medical resources. Brawley contacted Acadian Air Ambulance Flight Coordinator Mike Saunier to request resources. Acadian is the largest air ambulance provider in Louisiana. An AAMS after-action report stated, according to Mr. Saunier, sometime later that morning, the National Guard Air Boss, name unknown, contacted Mr. Saunier at Acadian and tasked him to serve as his civilian equivalent. Mr. Saunier, an Acadian air ambulance, was then tasked with coordinating missions into and out of New Orleans airspace, coordinating requests for air evacuations from many of the New Orleans area hospitals, and also serving as the main contact between civilian providers and the lone FAA contacting officer that was tasked for this job by the Department of Transportation for FEMA. By the end of the day, approximately 50 medical helicopters and 13 fixed-wing aircraft were in New Orleans. While the first air evacuation took 5 hours, coordinators were in place to expedite the process on Wednesday. Over the next 96 hours, approximately 2,000 air medical evacuations were coordinated through AAMS members. Acadian estimates it was responsible for 800 of these evacuations. AAMS members accomplished these evacuations despite difficulties in communication and coordination. Poor use of assets and lack of coordination prevented additional evacuations. AAMS estimates it could have been able to move up to 7,000 patients if a better system had been in place. The first 72 hours was chaos, said one AAMS member. The majority of requests came directly from hospitals such as Tulane University Hospital and Charity Hospital, because they were not receiving help through the Emergency Management Assistant Compact, EMAC. On August 29th, Hospital Corporation of America Division President Dave Smith requested Earhart Air Ambulance of Sacred Heart Health System to help with evacuations of Tulane. Smith said fuel for the generators was running low and floodwaters were approaching the facility. The following morning, Tuesday, Tulane University Hospital requested assistance with transporting 2 specialty pediatric patients from New Orleans to Little Rock, Arkansas. The Arkansas Children's Hospital and its affiliate Angel One Transport responded along with other children's hospitals. Fixed-wing aircraft were provided by 2 hospitals in Texas, Texas Children's Hospital in Houston and Cook Children's Hospital in Fort Worth, and Mercy Children's Hospital in Kansas City, Missouri. Additionally, Miami Children's Hospital provided a helicopter to assist with the evacuation of 13 critically ill PICU Pediatric Intensive Care Unit patients and family members. Tulane also directly contacted Florida-based Air Methods LifeNet Division the same day for evacuation assistance. In addition to these requests, personal networking also proved valuable in the absence of formal agreements. On August 31st, a doctor who lived in Hawaii and had attended Tulane University contacted a colleague at Tulane University Hospital. Together, these 2 doctors coordinated the assistance of Hawaii Air Ambulance. AAMS donated helipad coordinators to aid in efficiency and were able to evacuate 200 patients by noon on Friday, September 2nd. Compared to New Orleans, AAMS involvement in Mississippi was markedly different. Air Methods LifeNet Division summarized their experience in Mississippi by saying, "During the entire Katrina experience in Mississippi, there was no federal command and control or coordination of resources across the whole area. Attempts to coordinate with FEMA Rescue Operations Center in Jackson, Mississippi, were rebuffed by federal officials there, who stated clearly that all air evacuations in Mississippi, medical and USAR, had been federalized, and that no civilian medical aircraft were needed." John Dickerson, the FEMA EOC representative in Mississippi, declined offers from one AAMS agency to provide 25 helicopters to Mississippi. The Mississippi EOC had requested support through EMAC from Florida air transport agencies. Johnny Delgado, program manager of Baptist Health South Florida, Baptist Health Air Transport, and a board member of AAMS, had a crew, and was ready to fulfill the request. They were en route to Gulfport, the meeting point for air medical evacuation support agencies, but were turned back. Dickerson told them because the response was now federal, private agencies were not allowed to assist. However, a different AAMS company dealt with the Mississippi EOC directly and was able to provide support to the state. End of section 43. Section 44 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina. By the United States House of Representatives. Medical Care, Part 5. Finding: hospital and VAMC emergency plans did not adequately prepare for communication needs. The Biloxi, Mississippi VAMC emergency plan states when a hurricane is in the Gulf of Mexico and is 24 hours or less away from landfall, the Facilities Management Services, FMS, will distribute emergency communications equipment. The facility's HF, VHF radios will be ready to be set up in the director's conference room. This part of the emergency plan does not, however, indicate which FMS team member is responsible for the distribution, including what specific equipment is to be distributed and to whom. Instead, the plan says FMS should develop its own Service Supplemental Hurricane Plan, SSHP, to address these issues. The SSHP lists communication preparations and available equipment. In addition to providing emergency communications equipment, the FMS is responsible for ensuring there are adequate linens, the recreation hall is set up as an employee shelter, and evacuation services are in place. VAMC Biloxi says its FMS team typically includes 4 to 6 people, 2 or 3 craftsmen and 2 or 3 housekeepers, to handle this wide range of operations. The plan also lists the VAMC's communications capabilities, but does not mention satellite phones discussed previously in the SSHP. It relies primarily upon the use of telephones and focuses on a telephone system designed exclusively for internal communications. Two-way radios are designated for specific personnel, but the plan recognizes limits to radio capabilities, stating, "The limited number of radios and single voice transmission, however, combine to impose several restrictions. The radios are intended as backup to the inter-office telephone system." The VAMC plan relies on landline telephones and the Hospital Emergency Area Radio HEAR network system to communicate with the Emergency Medical Services EMS and outside world. The VAMC New Orleans Emergency Management Plan also depends on the HEAR network system for communication with area hospitals and ambulances. The Chief of Police Services is to maintain a pool of Motorola radios, the exact number of which is not specified, but will be used upon activation of the emergency plan. Radios should be distributed to 11 staff members, all of whom are designated in the plan. The plan also indicates radios will operate for about 8 hours before needing to be charged, and provides the frequency at which these radios operate. The failure response section does not mention potential power failures and, in turn, the inability to recharge the radios. Additionally, no section of the plan addresses when the two-way radios should be distributed in preparation for the storm. In fact, the hurricane section of the plan fails to mention radios or refer the reader to the communications chapter. The Veterans Health Information Systems and Technology Architecture VISTA contingency plan cites hurricanes as a high probability threat. A telecommunications contingency plan included within the VISTA plan lists responsibilities and procedures for personnel in charge of communications during a telephone system failure. The plan includes handheld radios and/or cell phones will be used if landlines do not work, and details who distributes the radios as well as who or what areas receive them. A total of 26 areas within VMAC New Orleans are to be provided with two-way radios, one radio per area, but there is no indication of how these radios should stay charged in the event power is lost. Additionally, a cache of cellular phones are maintained by CIM Service Line Director. The exact number is not specified, but the plan states 8 areas are designated as first priority to receive cellular telephones. As with the two-way radios, there is no planning for how to keep these cellular phones charged in the event that power is lost. Charity and University use the Emergency Management Manual for the Medical Center of Louisiana at New Orleans. The hospitals depend on two-way radios, cell phones, HEAR radio, HRSO radio, 800 megahertz radio, and ham radio links for internal and external communications backup. Methodist's Disaster and Emergency Preparedness Plan charges the Hurricane Preparedness Control Center with establishing and maintaining emergency communications. The Control Center is assigned special telephone extensions as well as backup telephone numbers in case landlines fail. HEAR radio equipment, including the backup system, should be tested when a storm is more than 72 hours away. At 72 hours, the Director of Facility Services is to designate the radio operator's availability and ensure operator adequately trained. At 60 hours before landfall, battery supplies are checked. When the storm is 24 hours from landfall, the Director of Facility Services provides the maintenance supervisor with a two-way radio unit. When the storm is 12 hours away, the Director of Facility Services should position emergency equipment supplies and prepare for immediate operations, and conduct a final check of the emergency power system. He or she is also supposed to ensure the radio operator is on duty and has contact on the HEAR system. Methodist's plan takes into account the potential for flooding as a result of a Category 3, Category 4, or Category 5 hurricane, stating, "Flooding conditions to some extent can almost certainly be expected to accompany a hurricane." Several recent studies and surveys by hurricane forecasting experts indicate that the entire New Orleans area is extremely vulnerable to catastrophic flooding as a result of a major storm. If flooding is predicted or reported, the CEO is instructed to shut down telephone communications equipment and reassign communications attendants to the control center. As such, all communications would obviously be lost. These hospital and VAMC emergency plans lack a clear communications section, often leaving unanswered questions about what communications capabilities are in place, who is responsible for the equipment, and how to respond if power is lost. As a result, Gulf Coast medical facilities were left without appropriate equipment or a proper understanding of how to implement an effective emergency communications plan. Finding: following Hurricane Katrina, the inability of VAMC New Orleans and hospitals to communicate impeded their ability to ask for help. Hospital executives said in Katrina's aftermath, hospital emergency area radio HEAR systems simply did not work. Cell phones worked occasionally and allowed them to get in touch with the Louisiana Hospital Association, which in turn contacted the OEP on their behalf. Their primary source of information was television. In an interview with CNN on September 30th, Dr. Albert Barocas, a physician at Methodist, said, "We were trapped. Communications was a big issue. The fact that we could not bring family and patients together, a lot of them were separated, the majority were separated, We did not even know where these people were going to. The director of VA Veterans Integrated Service Network 16, VISN 16, Robert Lynch, tells a similar story. There was no plan in Biloxi and New Orleans. Hard-working people did a lot of workarounds with a lot of creativity. We're going to learn from that, he said. VISN 16 lost communications through its telephone landlines operated by Sprint during the storm. Lynch indicated that satellite phones worked sporadically and only when outside. In Biloxi, reports indicate only one cellular tower remained, and cell phone users could only make calls, not receive them. The VA worked around the communication failures by establishing a schedule for employees to be outside with satellite phones. Smithburg said that on Sunday at 7 a.m., the hospital set up an incident command center in its boardroom for communications. The following day, the hospital went to code gray, and ham operators arrived at the hospital. LSU had a point of contact at the OEP, but after the storm, LSU couldn't receive information from the OEP or FEMA. On Monday, August 29th, Smithburg reported that Nextel and cell phone service were temporarily lost on the university campus, and text messaging was intermittent. Smithburg cited inadequate health resources and Services Administration grant funding as the primary reason for communications failure, and said the LHA receives the federal grant money and allots it to Louisiana hospitals. While the grants were helpful for supplying Motorola phones and a ham network, he believes the funding for LSU was disproportionately small in comparison to its needs and patient load. In the days following Hurricane Katrina, Gulf Coast hospitals and VAMCs were responsible for hundreds of patients, some of whom were in critical condition. Without necessary communications capabilities, these facilities were almost completely isolated from first responders and the outside world. Incapacitated and without supplies, many struggled to provide care and keep patients alive until help arrived. Finding: medical responders did not have adequate communications equipment or operability. Inadequate communications and situational awareness among and within federal agencies contributed to a diminished understanding of the health needs of affected populations. On October 20th, Stevens told the Associated Press, "Anything that could go wrong in communications went wrong." Interviews with health officials and countless emails from ESF-8 agency personnel support his statement. Immediately following Hurricane Katrina, cell phones and landlines were not working, BlackBerries were not dependable and in some cases unavailable, and satellite telephone capabilities were not sufficient. In preparation for Hurricane Katrina, Stevens oversaw the placement of an incident command trailer inside the Superdome. Immediately following the storm, he said landlines, the only mode of communication for his team, worked just 5 to 10% of the time. By Wednesday, cell phones began working intermittently, but not enough to meet their communication needs. And despite his initial preparations, Stevens said these communication failures weren't anticipated at all. Colonel Kenneth K. Knight, chief of the Air Force Medical Operations Center, presented a timeline that showed similar difficulties. Its communication systems were inoperable until September 1st. On this date, the Air Force Medical Response Timeline says there were few working landlines and cell phone success was spotty. It was not until 4 days after the storm, on September 2nd, that cell phone network was improving. Likewise, Colonel Falk, as the Air National Guard surgeon, cited communications as the #1 area needing improvement. Both the Air National Guard and Army National Guard experienced almost a total failure in communications. The Army satellite system was not working, and personal cell phones, service provided by Verizon, were the only means of contact. Likewise, the National Guard Bureau's after-action review indicates communication failures adversely affected situational awareness. It says, lack of situational awareness was caused largely by the loss of communications. The lack of communications and difficulties with interoperability of equipment between forces, as well as between the military and civilian leadership, also hampered the rapid generation of EMAC requests. Poor communications also resulted in a lack of visibility of available assets in nearby states. National Guard Bureau Chief Lieutenant General Stephen Bloom indicated many guardsmen were equipped with outdated radios, and it was impossible for them to communicate with the Army's 82nd Airborne Division and 1st Cavalry Division. You don't want two units operating in the same area, doing the same function, that can't coordinate their efforts because they don't have the communications equipment, Bloom said. The Deputy Assistant Secretary of HHS, Office of Public Health Emergency Preparedness, Dr. Robert Blitzer, said communications were initially a big problem. The command center used landlines and cell phones, and Blitzer also ordered a mobile communications center, which was deployed from Washington, D.C. to Atlanta and then to Baton Rouge. Blitzer had not needed to deploy the mobile communications center for the previous 4 hurricanes that hit Florida. HHS Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Public Health and Emergency Preparedness, Dr. Gerald Parker, knew of just one satellite phone located on the command bus and said all SERT leaders probably had one. Simonson said he thought there were 2 satellite phones per SERT, but for every satellite phone call that was successful, there were probably 6 failed attempts. Communication failures also affected NDMS. NDMS Chief Jack Beal said not only did his staff not have enough equipment, the operability of the equipment they had was in and out. Satellite phones worked only when trucks containing the satellite equipment were pointing in the right direction. But as Beal said, when you have people dying, there's no time to mess with satellite phones. Overall, his Nextel cell phone was his best option for communicating, but when he or his staff worked in the Superdome, it was total blackout. Efforts to remedy this problem began on September 3rd, with NDMS working to reach agreements with private cellular companies for the provision of communications on wheels. OR2DMAT also cited communications as a key obstacle, particularly the operability of cell phones and interoperability of radios inside the New Orleans airport. There is an over-reliance on cellular phones for communications. The cellular infrastructure was severely damaged during Katrina, and cell phone service was initially unavailable, OR2DMAT reported. Radios also proved insufficient. The JT-1000 radios provided for the team could not contact radios in distant areas of the airport. Similarly, the team had no communication with security personnel via radio until the Forest Service provided Bendix King radios. The breakdowns in communication experienced by government officials are illustrated in ESF-8 agency personnel emails. These emails show correspondence was almost non-existent until August 31st, and difficulties sending and receiving messages persisted well into the first week of September. On August 31st, a SERT member emailed the EOC and said, "My BB doesn't work at all. Any communications with me will have to be through cell." In Mississippi, a September 3rd email from the Gulfport Field Command Center indicates no phones or power as of now. Cells sometimes. Nextel service best. T-Mobile not good for BBs at this area, but do work other locations. On September 5th, a week after the storm, emails indicate that communications had not significantly improved. A CDC employee wrote the EOC saying, "Our folks in the field only have access to BlackBerry now. The phone lines are going in and out, and faxes are very difficult to send." Much attention has been paid to lack of operability and the inability of first responders to connect with each other through the equipment they had. Some responders, however, were having difficulties just getting the equipment itself. An SCRT team member on her way to Baton Rouge emailed HHS officials on September 5th saying she needed a cell phone and BlackBerry. A response from an HHS official states, "We do not issue BlackBerries to individuals for deployments, and we don't have any anyway. We have also exhausted our total cache of phones, so we have absolutely nothing to issue. If things change, I will advise you." Likewise, the OR2 DMAT report says there were an insufficient number of Motorola JF1000 radios for their convoy, and other teams who did not have access to radios at all encountered safety-related issues due to a lack of communications. The radios and satellite phones inside the FEMA trucks were also of no use to DMAT teams as they had not been programmed. From lack of equipment to inoperability to failure to program satellite phones, communications proved to be one of the greatest obstacles to the Hurricane Katrina medical response. Critical time was wasted, and energy that should have been spent treating patients was instead spent on repeated and oftentimes unsuccessful attempts to communicate. Finding: evacuation decisions for New Orleans nursing homes were subjective and in one case led to preventable deaths. We see where there are gaping holes in our system. It has become clear that no one was evaluating these plans in any real sense. The system provides no check and balance. Louisiana State Representative Nita Hutter. Like its hospitals, Louisiana's nursing homes, all privately owned with the exception of 2, are responsible for having their own evacuation plans. These plans are required to be updated annually, and before the start of hurricane season each year, DHH sends a reminder letter. DHH also checks to ensure every Louisiana nursing home submits a plan. However, media reports indicate DHH cited only one nursing home in the past year for submitting an inadequate plan. Most plans encourage patients' families to help with evacuations, and several southeast Louisiana nursing homes have agreements with nursing homes in northern Louisiana for transfer of patients after evacuations. The statewide occupancy of Louisiana nursing homes is roughly 70%, which allows evacuated nursing homes to find bed space elsewhere. Before Hurricane Katrina's landfall, 19 nursing homes evacuated their residents. After the flooding in New Orleans, an additional 32 nursing homes evacuated. One nursing home, St. Rita's, did not evacuate at all, and 35 residents died. Overall, it is estimated that 215 people died in New Orleans nursing homes and hospitals as a result of Katrina and failed evacuations. 3 Louisiana nursing homes. Michael Ford is CEO and owner of 3 nursing homes in the New Orleans area: Riverbend Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, located in Plaquemines Parish; Metairie Health Care Center, located in Jefferson Parish; and Walden Health Care Center, also located in Jefferson Parish. Combined, these nursing homes house close to 360 patients. Ford is also the vice president of the New Orleans region of the Louisiana Nursing Home Association, LNHA, and is a member of the Plaquemines OEP. According to Ford, all nursing homes' emergency plans must be approved by the state. Riverbend's emergency plan calls for the establishment of a predetermined evacuation site, usually in a church gym in Kentwood, Louisiana, for both staff and patients. Ford has evacuated his nursing home patients once before, in anticipation of Hurricane Ivan, using an 18-wheel flatbed trailer equipped with air conditioning and a generator. The experience was trying, with the patients sitting on a bus for 8 hours to go 100 miles. But he also says it gave him and his staff experience for Hurricane Katrina. Ford received notice of the mandatory evacuation for Plaquemines Parish on the Saturday before Katrina made landfall. Jesse St. Amant, the OEP director for Plaquemines Parish, declared the evacuation at 9 a.m. on August 27th, and said, "If they don't leave, I tell them they're going to die in place." Despite the difficulties moving patients for Hurricane Ivan, Ford listened to St. Amant and evacuated his nursing home in Plaquemines. Evacuation of Riverbend to the church in Kentwood was assisted by approximately 25 church volunteers, who moved patients by carrying them on mattresses. Ford eventually relocated all but 50 of his patients to a wing he rented at Kentwood Manor Nursing Home. The rest were taken to one of Ford's other 2 nursing homes in Jefferson Parish. It took almost 6 weeks to find accommodations and move everyone. Ford decided against evacuating Metairie, thinking it would withstand the storm. Subsequent flooding, however, forced him to evacuate 115 patients. Using Wildlife and Fishery Department boats and a Louisiana Army National Guard 2.5-ton truck, patients were taken to higher ground on the interstate. Buses from the New Orleans EOC collected some patients on the evening of August 29th and took them to a staging area in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ford had some pre-existing contracts for housing his patients elsewhere, but he moved them to the first available locations, all of which were in Louisiana. By mid-November, patients from Metairie were moved to the Walden facility, which was not evacuated for Katrina, where they remain today. St. Rita's Nursing Home. The night before landfall, Ford had a phone conversation with Mabel Mangano, who co-owns St. Rita's Nursing Home with her husband. "I'm staying," she told him. Media reports indicate the Manganos were so confident about the safety of St. Rita's that they invited staff, friends, and relatives to use it as a shelter. The Manganos and their 78 patients remained in the nursing home throughout the storm, and, like many in New Orleans, thought they were safe after the hurricane had passed. But the floodwaters began to rise, 8 to 9 feet in 30 minutes, and the Mangano's grandson swam out and brought back a boat. They began putting patients on mattresses floating like rafts. On September 13th, the Manganos were charged with 34 counts of negligent homicide. Attorney General Charles Foti's September 19th press release stated the charges stem from Mabel Mangano and Salvador Mangano Sr.'s alleged failure to evacuate St. Rita's nursing home, contrary to the facility's own evacuation plan and in violation of the St. Bernard Parish's mandatory evacuation. Additionally, subsequent to the mandatory evacuation order, authorities offered to send 2 buses and drivers to evacuate residents from the facility, and the Manganos allegedly declined this offer. The News Star, a Monroe, Louisiana newspaper, says despite these charges, the Manganos did not abandon St. Rita's during the flooding, nor did they seal the fate of their elderly residents by strapping them to their beds before leaving, as was widely reported. They worked alongside their staff and a few Good Samaritans during the frantic rescue effort. Parish residents may soon be the judge. Finding: lack of electronic patient medical records contributed to difficulties and delays in medical treatment of evacuees. Although HHS partnered with the AMA to establish a website allowing physicians and pharmacists to electronically access the prescription records of patients affected by Katrina, few patients or healthcare providers had access to medical records or a common medical record system. As Hurricane Katrina tore through the Gulf Coast region, it destroyed millions of pages of paper files and patient medical records in doctor offices, clinics, and hospitals. Thousands of patients displaced from the region by the storm lacked medical records and were forced to depend on memory and knowledge of their medical history, allergies, and other important information. Kindred Hospital in New Orleans was one of the few facilities in the Gulf Coast with electronic patient medical records. When Kindred evacuated 54 patients following Katrina, the hospital was able to send patients' medical records electronically to other Kindred-operated facilities in Baton Rouge and Houston, where the patients had been transferred. Additionally, Kindred was able to print and mail hard copies of a patient's electronic medical history for those who were evacuated to non-Kindred facilities. 80 pediatric cancer patients from the Gulf Coast were evacuated to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis, Tennessee. The hospital was tasked with tracking down oncologists who fled flooded New Orleans with treatment records to ensure appropriate treatment for the pediatric patients. Additionally, doctors at St. Jude were forced to rely heavily on parents' recollection and notes of their children's treatments. I honestly feel quite comfortable that the worst-case scenario is we delayed treatment for some children, Dr. Joseph Miro said, but there was a lot of flying by the seat of your pants to get it right. According to Stevens, all medical files and documentation made regarding the treatment and medical attention provided to evacuees in the Superdome were lost. This contrasts sharply with how patients' medical information was handled at the Astrodome in Houston. Thousands of the evacuees at the Superdome and Convention Center were transferred to the Astrodome without any paper or medical files. Volunteers in Houston were tasked with documenting patient information and registering evacuees to create new electronic medical records. The Harris County Hospital District created a large clinic in the Astrodome, which included 80 computer terminals to aid in registering patients and recording their medical history and information. By September 9th, records had been created for approximately 8,000 Katrina evacuees. Additionally, the American Medical Association, AMA, National Community Pharmacists Association, NCPA, and several other organizations collaborated to launch the katrinahealth.org prescription medication network in September. The network is a secure online service to help physicians and authorized healthcare providers access medication and dosage information for Katrina evacuees. The network allows and authorizes physicians and pharmacies to provide prescription refills or prescribe new medications. It facilitates coordinated care and helps to avoid potential medical errors by providing access to patient information. The AMA provides physician credentialing, while NCPA provides authentication of pharmacists and pharmacies. Because the VA has developed an electronic patient record system for its facilities, electronic records for over 50,000 New Orleans VAMC patients were downloaded to tapes and transferred to the VAMC in Houston. The Houston VAMC was able to reconfigure and restore them after the New Orleans VAMC evacuation. The records chief for the South Central VA Healthcare Network said, "Every single thing on that computer was saved." Hurricane Katrina showed that physicians are often our second responders. They, too, need the support of sophisticated IT systems, enabling them to respond to a crisis quickly and retrieve and share critical records and information. The emerging public health threats of the 21st century require the seamless flow of information at all levels of government. The need for better integration of IT into the healthcare industry was highlighted by thousands of Katrina evacuees with no medical patient records. HHS has made recent efforts to support digital health recovery for the Gulf Coast. In November, HHS announced partnerships with the Southern Governors Association and DHH to accelerate electronic health records in the Gulf states, to create accessible, accurate medical records and medical information. These partnerships will help physicians, medical practices, and hospitals rebuild medical records for their patients as they return to the region. However, National Coordinator for Health Information Technology, Dr. David Brailer, said making patient data accessible to authorized physicians, whether it is following a hurricane or as part of routine care, remains a challenge that must be addressed. End of section 44. Section 45 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. A failure of initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Medical Care, Part 6. Finding. Top officials at HHS and NDMS do not share a common understanding of who controls NDMS under ESF 8. On a larger scale, the command structure between HHS and the NDMS was problematic. ESF 8 is implemented by the Assistant Secretary for Public Health Emergency Preparedness at HHS. However, NDMS is housed and operates under FEMA DHS authority. For Hurricane Katrina, NDMS was activated by FEMA on August 25th. According to the FEMA Office of General Counsel, activation of NDMS would certainly have stood up ESF 8. However, there is no evidence of action under ESF 8 until August 27th, when HHS first convened conference calls. During a natural disaster or public health emergency, HHS and NDMS communication and coordination is essential for an effective response. According to Simonson, coordinating the public health response under ESF 8 was a strain without operational control and logistical support. He says the relocation of NDMS left HHS with few operational assets. Despite HHS responsibility for coordinating the federal response to public health emergencies, HHS only has PHS Commissioned Corps, SNS, and other smaller functions under its command. Unlike NDMS, none of HHS remaining assets are configured for a quick response. Instead, HHS assets are meant to sustain existing medical services and infrastructures. Simonson also indicated that without direct control over NDMS assets, the efficiency and effectiveness of ESF 8 is crippled. With modest operational assets, Simonson noted HHS lacked situational awareness, saying, HHS lost its field network to FEMA when NDMS was moved to DHS. As executor of ESF 8, Simonson attempted to coordinate the pre-positioning of medical assets prior to Katrina's landfall. He spoke directly to Stevens on Saturday, August 27th and Sunday, August 28th, to ask what supplies the Superdome needed. As a result of those conversations, Simonson called then acting director of the Response Division, Edward G. Bukima, at FEMA to aggressively advocate DMATs, water, ice, and MREs be positioned in the Superdome prior to landfall. Simonson believed it would have been much easier to task NDMS if those assets had been under his direct control. When asked about attempts at coordination between the two agencies, Simonson said NDMS participated in ESF 8 conference calls, but despite its participation, acted as an asset of FEMA without coordinating mission assignments with him. An email from a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers liaison at DoD, Mark Ruppus, to Assistant Secretary for Defense for Homeland Defense, Paul Michele, on August 29th, however, suggests Simonson did have a say in NDMS's activation. Ruppus says, DHHS is trying to decide which healthcare approach is better. 1. Activate NDMS and move the patients out of the state. Or 2. Move medical beds and personnel into the affected area and treat there. DHHS medical planners are meeting with Mr. Simonson at 6 p.m. to discuss and decide which course of action to accept. If the decision is to move the patients via NDMS, then DHHS will activate the NDMS system. If the decision is to treat intrastate, then we should expect a formal RFA for 500 beds and personnel support. This email begs the question, how was the primary coordinator of medical response unaware that FEMA had activated NDMS on August 25th? Simonson believes ESF 8 should be more clearly articulated. He also believes the relocation of NDMS to DHS in 2003 undermined NDMS effectiveness. Since its transfer, funding for NDMS has been stagnant, with millions of dollars being siphoned off to support unidentified services. NDMS has lost 2/3 of its staff since 2003. There is room for substantial improvement in coordination between NDMS and the rest of ESF 8. Either ESF 8 should be directly responsible for NDMS, or ESF 8 should be moved to where NDMS is located, Simonson said. Beale disagreed and told a much different story about the coordination between NDMS and HHS. He said HHS has the authority to move NDMS and its assets under ESF 8, and that to his knowledge NDMS did not deploy any assets, with the exception of pre-positioning, without a direct order from HHS. He said HHS and NDMS were in close coordination throughout the operation, and that any coordination issues were more likely a result of internal difficulties within HHS, not between HHS and NDMS. He believes NDMS relocation to FEMA allows the system to lean forward more than it could under HHS. How these two senior officials view the coordination and authorities for HHS and NDMS speaks for itself. Without a clear understanding of who has functional jurisdiction over NDMS, coordination of the system and all of its assets was certain to result in failures. The OR2 DMAT report illustrates command structure confusion and general coordination problems between NDMS and the DMAT teams it managed at the New Orleans airport. OR2 DMAT members reported a number of command-related issues, including ICS, NIMIS, or any form of an organized internal command and control structure, was not implemented by FEMA NDMS at the airport. Some attempts to use ICS were made by FEMA NDMS following the arrival of a Forest Service overhead team, but were generally not that effective. There was no formalized, unified command established between the many participating agencies until late in the response. No safety officer was initially appointed at the command level in a very unsafe environment. Roles, responsibilities, and reporting structure of the two MSTs, Baton Rouge and Airport, were never clearly articulated. It was unclear what role the PHS representative at the airport had. Liaisons with military and civilian entities participating in relief efforts at the airport were never established. There did not appear to be any initial interfacing at a management level with knowledgeable local medical providers, public health officials, and local emergency providers. There appeared to be a lack of communications between the airport MST and Baton Rouge MST, as well as NDMS headquarters. Information was not being effectively communicated to the DMATs from either of the MSTs. There was considerable friction between DMATs and the MSTs, and us and them attitude was prevalent. Only one full-time FEMA NDMS employee was present at the airport MST, arriving after operations had started. All other airport MST staff were taken from on-site DMATs, reducing the number of team personnel for patient treatment and operations support. Inexperienced leaders were placed in an overwhelming and chaotic environment that caused their effectiveness to rapidly deteriorate. Management decisions were being made that were not based on the best interests of the patients. There was inadequate equipment available to produce the copies and paperwork FEMA was requiring. The OR2 DMAT report further states, FEMA NDMS operations at the airport were extremely disorganized compared to parallel military and Forest Service operations. Tensions between FEMA, NDMS, and DMATs is an ongoing problem and continues to compromise the efficiency of operations due to a lack of trust between both parties. Beale agreed there was tension and speculated DMAT members are accustomed to being in control of their environments and are not used to taking orders from federal officials. He also said most of the FEMA NDMS officials deployed during Katrina and giving orders to DMATs were unseasoned, and their inexperience contributed to the friction. Historically, the mission of DMATs was to rapidly deploy and set up self-supporting field hospitals and provide medical care within the first 72 hours after a disaster, before the arrival of other federal assets. Alternatively, FEMA has historically operated under the assumption that state and local officials are the first line of defense during the initial 72 hours following a disaster, until a federal response can be coordinated. The NDMS response to Katrina suggests that FEMA was unable to support the historical rapid deployment capability of NDMS. Finding: lack of coordination led to delays in recovering dead bodies. The lack of coordination among agencies also contributed to delayed recovery of dead bodies in the Gulf Coast region. According to ESF 8, HHS is responsible for victim identification and mortuary services. HHS has authority to ask DHS and DOD to assist in providing victim identification and mortuary services, establishing temporary morgue facilities, performing victim identification by fingerprint, forensic dental, and/or forensic pathology and anthropology methods, and processing, preparation, and disposition of remains. The most experienced personnel in this area are a part of NDMS, under the authority of FEMA and DHS. DOD also has significant expertise in mortuary affairs and mass fatality management. Despite having this authority, HHS was slow to respond and coordinate efforts with DOD and DHS. On Sunday, September 4th, DOD sent an email to DHS recognizing the need to assist overwhelmed state and local authorities in victim identification. The email provided a brief analysis of the situation in the Gulf Coast region and said, if this analysis is correct, it's not if, but when and how DOD will be asked to assist in the mortuary affairs response. The email further says DOD has developed potential plans on what kind of requirements will be needed and how DOD can provide response support. Currently, we have identified the potential missions of search and recovery, remains transport to establish human remains collection points, and assistance with DNA capture analysis. The email recommends a meeting between DHS, HHS, FEMA, and DMORT to discuss coordination among agencies and the commercial sector. It is unclear if and when this meeting took place. What is clear, however, is DOD essentially took the lead in coordinating an operational mortuary affairs plan, which was originally the responsibility of HHS. Following the email from DOD, HHS personnel recognized the need for an integrated ESF 8 response and devising a coordinated way to collect and share information. When asked why it took an email from DOD 6 days after Katrina's landfall, Simonson responded, HHS was not involved in discussions with actual body recovery. FEMA, DOD, and Kenyan International Emergency Services, a mortuary services contractor, were in discussions for recovery services, and it is unclear who was in charge of the recovery effort. ESF 8 is not responsible for recovering bodies, but is responsible for mortuary services. As a result, HHS had to wait for certain discussions to be made before going ahead with specific decisions. Everyone was frustrated with how slow the initial discussions were going. Before HHS can coordinate victim identification and other mortuary services, FEMA, DOD, and state officials must have a recovery plan in place. Body recovery was no less confused. For days, bodies went uncollected, as state and federal officials remained indecisive on a body recovery plan. With state and local officials utterly overwhelmed by the disaster, they were initially more focused on rescuing Katrina's survivors than recovering dead bodies. By September 5th, inaction was causing frustration. Number one issue is body collection. Army Colonel John J. Jordan, military assistant to Brown at FEMA, wrote in an email that day. Jordan continued, "This issue must be addressed, and frankly there is operations paralysis at this point. FEMA is pushing state to see what they want to do, and indications are that governor is involved in some of the decisions, especially regarding interment." A week later, Blanco publicly blamed FEMA for the delay and its inability to sign a contract with Kenyon for body collection services. Kenyon later signed a contract with the state. 1 week after landfall, on September 5th, Simonson requested ample mobile mortuary services throughout the affected region. An order for 200 mobile mortuary trucks was issued, with 130 designated to Louisiana and 70 to be delivered to Mississippi. By the next day, mortuary services were being established in St. Gabriel, Louisiana, with 96 personnel. FEMA and Louisiana collaborated on drafting a body recovery plan, which required the approval of Brown, and the Louisiana newly appointed state medical examiner. In Mississippi, mortuary services were established at the Naval Air Station in Gulfport. By September 6th, one DMORT had set up facilities at the National Air Station. Body recovery was an enormous task that took several months to complete. Each home in the affected area was inspected twice for bodies. Mortuary services continue in the region as remains are identified and returned to families. Finding: deployment confusion, uncertainty about mission assignments, and government red tape delayed medical care. Coordinating all of those agencies isn't a simple thing and is very difficult to practice. We sit down and do tabletop exercises where we go over who's going to do what, but a disaster of this magnitude is something that is very difficult to simulate or really practice. So we rely on really well-trained, capable people that can adapt and adjust to whatever the situation is and get the job done. Colonel Richard Bachman, U.S. Air Force. In the wake of Katrina, first responders worked tirelessly, days and nights in miserable conditions, to provide medical care to thousands of hurricane victims. The coordination of these medical personnel, supplies, and equipment proved to be a daunting task. At one point, a frustrated member of the CDC Division of Emergency Operations wrote, "The approval process for a bottle of aspirin seems to be the same as for a 500-bed hospital." From confusion about mission assignments and deployments to broader misunderstandings about command structure, coordination was undoubtedly an obstacle to the Gulf Coast medical response. Coordination efforts were impeded, and in turn, these impediments adversely affected the overall medical response. Deployment assignments. Hundreds of emails were sent from medical first responders to government officials expressing confusion and frustration over their deployment orders. On Friday, September 2nd, a PHS officer in Oregon sent an email saying, "I've got supervisory approval and have had my bags packed and ready in the trunk of my car to leave at a moment's notice since Tuesday. Is there anything further you can tell me?" On September 5th, a Food and Drug Administration employee emailed the PHS coordinating officer saying, "I'm deploying tomorrow. I don't have any information about the mission and whether my role has changed from the original FMCS MST4. There has been some issues with travel and just got my itinerary tonight, so not sure if those issues were due to a change in assignment. I've gotten a phone call from a member of my team looking for direction, and I don't know what to tell him. Please provide any information you can." Another PHS officer wrote, "Once again, sorry to bother you. However, what is the status of this mission? From the email I received earlier this week, things were supposed to happen in 24 to 72 hours. At your earliest convenience, could I please get an update on this? There was also confusion within government ranks regarding who had the authority to deploy officers and what officers had already been approved for deployment. An internal PHS email sent September 1st stated, "We are receiving reports from one warden indicating that many of his staff are deployed. The problem is they are not on our master list that we have been providing to OFRD. Can you provide me your latest deployed roster identifying the BOP officer assets? I am thinking maybe these officers are on August or September rosters." An August 30th email from the Chief of the Coast Guard Medical Division said, "I apologize for the confusion of the rosters with CG officers that were released earlier. It appears that all PHS officers were required to go to a website and register yesterday a.m., per the attached email. Many officers did this without knowing that registering automatically noted agency approval for a CCRF mission. I attempted to register without the agency approval box clicked in order to provide CG comments. The website only allowed submission with this box clicked positive, kind of a catch-22. A member of OFRD wrote FEMA saying, "This officer is stationed in AR and is not on our list of officers deployed. Who deployed him?" There was also limited visibility between agencies. An email from a CDC employee to HHS-OS staff and CDC staff on September 9th stated, "Since OSHA is Labor Department, we have no visibility on their deployments at this time. Could be they will link up with NIOSH team when they all arrive, but we may well not know anything." This correspondence reflects the absence of updated and accurate lists of who was available for deployment, who was not available, and who had already been deployed. Mission assignments. As late as September 22nd, evidence of confusion remained about who was in charge of what aspects of the response. An HHS incident manager wrote, "It appears that the POC for the 250 ambulances is no longer the state EMS director Terry Bavoset, but has changed to the three names below. Please get your representative at the JFO to address this ASAP, or the ambulances will end up at Reliant Park instead of the locations that Jerry Bavoset has requested." The female liaison to CDC wrote, "I might be the only one, I doubt it, but I'm really confused with the structure within CDC DEOC for this operation. Can you send out a team structure list of team leads as well as their DEOC schedule?" Clarity about missions was also lacking in the medical response to Hurricane Katrina, as evidenced by the lack of planning for the United States Navy ship Comfort. The USNS Comfort is a medical treatment facility with a primary mission of supporting medical needs for the military and serve as hospital facilities as part of a humanitarian effort. It has a 1,000-bed capacity, with 80 beds designated for an intensive care unit and 12 operating rooms. The Select Committee received varying cost estimates for operating costs for the USNS Comfort. According to the U.S. Northern Command, operating costs for the USNS Comfort are roughly $82,910 per day underway and $29,155 a day pierside. However, a Philadelphia Inquirer article states, "When on full operational status, the daily costs exceeds $700,000 a day, according to the Navy." Originally destined for New Orleans to provide medical care to storm victims, the Comfort was redirected on September 9th. The Comfort is now headed for Pascagoula, Mississippi, due to the lack of a medical mission in New Orleans. Do not have anticipated arrival at that site, but SOC will advise when they get the information. Decision has been made that 2 cruise ships will now be used to house state workers. That same night, clarification about a mission assignment was never received. An email exchange between HHS employees states, USNS Comfort docked today in Pascagoula. I listened in to most of the conference call, and nobody could seem to think of a mission for them. State Health Department was clear that they had nothing at this time. Additionally, the redirection of 250 ambulances required a significant number of approvals. An HHS incident manager wrote, I have just been informed by FEMA HQ that Jack Colley or Dr. Sanchez, the originators of the request, will need to approve the change in the location of the delivery of the ambulances. Would you please contact your representatives at the JFO and ask that they confirm the location change with Reliant Stadium to the 2 staging areas noted in your email, with either the ESF number 7 and 8 representatives. GSA will then confirm back to you the delivery locations and times. Government red tape. Bureaucratic red tape also stood in the way of the medical response. The OR2 DMAT report states, the team was activated on the afternoon of Tuesday, August 30th, and given instructions to be in Houston the next day, August 31st. Because of the policy of making individual travel arrangements, see below, the last team member arrived in Houston shortly after midnight on September 1st. The team departed for Baton Rouge in rental SUVs and vans at 5 a.m. on September 1st. During the drive, team commanders had several phone conversations with other teams at the New Orleans airport, who stated the team was urgently needed due to the large number of patients. Instead of heading directly to the airport, the team was requested to first stage at LSU. After staging for nearly 2 hours, the team received an escort to the New Orleans airport, arriving at approximately 3:30 p.m. Roughly 48 hours had elapsed since the activation order and the team arriving at the incident. The report further says that because team members were deployed individually, their medical response was delayed. On September 2nd, the Special Assistant to the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs, John G. Furco, wrote Michele saying Blanco was withholding medical supplies until she received President Bush's word Louisiana would be reimbursed. The email to Michele says, Sir, some information that I thought you should know. My brother is on the ground at the Health and Human Services Command Center in Baton Rouge. He says the situation is grave. He and his team are working desperately to save lives without medical supplies. He said he doesn't even have a Band-Aid. His team spoke with the governor of Louisiana, and she refuses to release any amount of funds for supplies until President of the United States assures her of reimbursement. The team down there does not know who to work through to release the funds, and this is the federal command team. I felt that you should have this info. My brother actually called home in tears because they can't do anything to stop the loss of life. Conclusion. The numbers do not lie. Thousands of lives were saved, a tribute to the medical professionals and volunteers who worked around the clock under enormously grueling conditions. Yet there is another, more sobering realization that can't be ignored either. Those numbers should have been even greater. It wasn't a lack of effort that hindered their success. It was a lack of planning, lack of initiative, and lack of response. There were not, for example, nearly enough medical personnel teams in position prior to landfall, which led to unnecessary delays in getting the right equipment and supplies to the right people. FEMA and HHS needed to plan for the worst. Instead, they scrambled for supplies in an effort that was oftentimes uncoordinated. In too many cases, it was too late. Clearly, New Orleans residents with special needs paid a disproportionate price. Neither the Louisiana Medical Director or State Health Officer, nor the Director of the New Orleans Health Department, could clearly define the special needs population, much less adequately provide for it. From the storm's impending landfall through the flooding of New Orleans, confusion grew over if and when hospital, VAMC, and nursing home evacuations should occur. Time was rushing by, lives were in jeopardy, And even when evacuations were finally deemed necessary, these institutions were not prepared to do it efficiently. One possible solution would have been better utilization of private firms to aid in evacuations. It was the answer in a few instances, but it could have been the answer in so many more. In all, an estimated 215 people died in New Orleans nursing homes and hospitals as a result of Katrina and failed evacuations. Compounding problems for medical responders was poor communication and coordination. So poor, in fact, that at times the only way to receive information was through television. And the lack of access to medical records, or a common electronic medical record system, led to delays in treating evacuees. Suffering was also prolonged as attempts at coordination within and between government agencies proved frustrating and inadequate. Confusion arose over mission assignments and command structure. Medical officers and volunteers had little information about their deployment orders, many waiting for days with their bags packed and ready. And while some medical teams waited without equipment or supplies to care for patients, state and federal officials squabbled over reimbursement. Thousands of American men and women selflessly gave their time, money, and expertise to save lives. Unfortunately, lack of preparation, reticence to act, and confusion over coordination are all part of the story as well. Though there was the will, the medical response to Hurricane Katrina showed there wasn't always a way. The initiative of men like Mike Ford and Jesse St. Amant was the exception to the rule. End of section 45.
Section 46 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Section 46, Shelter and Housing. Long-standing weaknesses and the magnitude of the disaster overwhelmed FEMA's ability to provide emergency shelter and temporary housing. Scooter, please see below. The trailer idea is worse than I originally thought. Per the data below, the last batch of the trailers that we are now purchasing will be coming off the production line in approximately 3.5 years. Email from Neil S. Patel, Staff Secretary to the Vice President, to Charles P. Durkin, Personal Aide to the Vice President. Apparently destined for Chief of Staff J. Lewis Scooter, Libby, Jr., September 9th, 2005. Summary. Like food and water, shelter is a basic human need. Hurricane Katrina transformed thousands of people's lives into a battle for survival, and for some, finding adequate shelter proved at least as difficult as finding something to eat or drink. Katrina, of course, was a powerful storm that hit vulnerable areas, requiring more than traditional solutions for immediate shelter and, later, temporary housing. Louisiana and Mississippi immediately were faced with thousands and thousands of the suddenly homeless without the ability to provide emergency shelter or longer-term housing for all of them. Within a month, 44 states had played a role in sheltering the evacuees from Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. But it is clear state and local governments in the areas most affected by the hurricanes were not adequately prepared. They failed to learn important lessons from the Hurricane Pam exercise and lacked the necessary information about temporary housing. Shelters of last resort, designed for people to take refuge in the immediate hours before and after landfall, such as the Superdome, were not of sufficient capacity, Instead, the Superdome, itself located in a floodplain, had to bear a burden for which it was not prepared. The New Orleans Convention Center, never planned as a shelter, became one out of sheer necessity and improvisation. There was no comprehensive database of available shelters, which only complicated relief efforts. There were also delays in getting people out of shelters and into temporary housing. And FEMA's strategy of ordering 200,000 trailers and mobile homes shortly after the storm was blind to the nation's manufacturing capacity of 6,000 units per month. Housing issues remain a tremendous concern for residents of the Gulf Coast affected by Hurricane Katrina. Local elected officials in both Louisiana and Mississippi remain disappointed in FEMA's pace in setting up temporary housing. Debate over how long rental assistance will continue rages on. The question of where to build or rebuild in the Gulf Coast is the subject of great debate, both locally and nationally, as is who will pay for it. However, the long-term housing challenges in the Gulf Coast are beyond the scope of the Select Committee's inquiry and are not covered in this report. Our charge was to examine the immediate response, not the recovery. We are certain the longer-term issues will continue to be discussed by others in Congress. Finding: relocation plans did not adequately provide for shelter. Housing plans were haphazard and inadequate. Shelter needs overwhelmed state and local governments. Initially, Hurricane Katrina displaced more than 1 million Gulf Coast residents. As in most natural disasters, some evacuees only needed short-term shelter and were able to return home after the immediate crisis passed. However, because of the magnitude of the storm, hundreds of thousands remained displaced for days, weeks, even months. Many are homeless today. For example, Louisiana had 563 American Red Cross or state emergency shelters with a peak population of 146,292 in the early days following Hurricane Katrina's landfall. Additionally, Louisiana had 10 special needs shelters that housed 2,480 persons. In Mississippi, initial damage estimates projected 120,000 individuals needing emergency temporary housing. A month after the storm, 44 states and the District of Columbia have been given emergency declarations to cover expenses related to sheltering evacuees forced from their homes by Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. In a catastrophic event like Katrina, many evacuees may be displaced for a longer than normal period of time or may permanently lose their housing. As FEMA and state officials learned from the Hurricane Pam exercise, temporary housing was an area of weakness. Deputy FCO Scott Wells noted there were several follow-up items from the Hurricane Pam exercise that state and local governments failed to execute, including developing more detailed concepts and plans on sheltering and temporary housing. Similarly, Alabama state and local government plans lack information about temporary housing. Finding: state and local governments made inappropriate selections of shelters of last resort. The lack of a regional database of shelters contributed to an inefficient and ineffective evacuation and sheltering process. The evacuation of millions of people prior to Hurricane Katrina's landfall created an urgent need to identify and direct people to suitable shelters. Officials had worried about the high number of people who would ignore hurricane evacuation orders in coastal areas. Indeed, thousands of people in New Orleans did not obey the mandatory evacuation order. Shelters of last resort, places for persons to be protected from the high winds, storm surge, and heavy rains, but with little or no water or food, were needed for those who did not or could not evacuate the area. A shelter of last resort is intended to provide the best available survival protection for the duration of the hurricane only. In Louisiana, emergency operations plans required shelters of last resort to be located outside of the floodplain or have the ability to locate on floors elevated above flood potential and have a hurricane wind-resistant structure. The Superdome was used as a shelter of last resort even though it was located in a floodplain. In addition, the Superdome roof suffered extensive wind damage, demonstrating that it was not a hurricane wind-resistant structure. Many residents who took refuge in the Superdome found conditions there unbearable. Some tried to leave, only to find themselves trapped by the floodwaters that surrounded the hulking structure. Cleo Fisher, an 86-year-old resident of Bywater, told a local newspaper that he left the dome to try to get some heart medications. He didn't get far and, in fact, had to be rescued after he fell into the nearby water, but he did not want to return inside either. "It's worse than being in prison in there," he said. "They don't have nothing for me." Even some of the police officers and military personnel charged with keeping order inside the dome became frustrated with a lack of organization. "This plan," said one police officer, "was no plan." Although some local emergency plans call for the identification of local shelters, in a multi-state disaster, a compilation of available shelters in the region may be more appropriate. Government officials did not have a comprehensive database from which to identify suitable and available shelters. Therefore, identification of alternate shelter locations was done on an ad hoc basis. Because of the lack of a database of shelters, local, state, and federal officials have had a difficult time identifying the numbers and locations of displaced individuals. This lack of information has complicated the relief effort and led to the inefficient use of shelter resources. The lack of a comprehensive means for tracking evacuees has exacerbated difficulties in reuniting family members and in determining accurate counts of people so as to more accurately provide for their needs. Out of human nature, evacuees tend to go to the most convenient and familiar shelter they can find, even though it may be inadequate. A database could be a helpful resource for planning and providing emergency public information. Similar initiatives have been proposed previously during the Cold War as part of civil defense, such as crisis relocation planning. Finding: there was inappropriate delay in getting people out of shelters and into temporary housing, delays that officials should have foreseen due to manufacturing limitations. Dr. Gavin Smith told a congressional committee that without the rapid provision of temporary and permanent housing solutions, recovery will be slowed or fail to occur in a manner that meets the needs of disaster victims. Although temporary housing efforts in the wake of Katrina have far exceeded any previous effort, individuals remained in shelters for unacceptably long periods of time. Temporary housing efforts have fallen short of meeting demand. Federal, state, and local agencies failed to implement a successful program to shelter and place many evacuees in temporary housing. FEMA established a Housing Area Command to oversee all temporary housing operations across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Although this group began identifying available land prior to landfall, temporary housing efforts suffered from delays. A Mississippi recovery official hailed FEMA for the fastest deployment of temporary housing units to a disaster-stricken area since the program was established, but also noted the effort had not been good enough. Specifically, he noted that operational and long-term planning and inter-organizational coordination remains unrealized, and the current approach is not sufficient to address the needs of communities and states following a catastrophic disaster like Hurricane Katrina. Due to the massive need for temporary housing, the federal government put together a plan that included a combination of old and new housing strategies, including housing people in trailers and on cruise ships. Additionally, FEMA used hotels to serve as temporary emergency lodging, utilizing 85,000 rooms nationwide at the program's peak. However, state and local officials complained of poor coordination by FEMA on these temporary housing solutions. Immediately following the storm, FEMA contracted with cruise ships to provide transitional housing for hurricane victims close to the disaster area. Many evacuees rejected this option, something that perhaps could have been avoided if there had been better coordination beforehand. Many individuals felt they needed to focus on finding jobs and obtaining permanent housing. Although FEMA began strategic housing planning before Katrina's landfall, and the private sector mobilized quickly to fill FEMA's manufactured housing demand, many issues also have plagued the relocation into this form of temporary housing. Mississippi Federal Coordinating Officer, FCO, William Carwile, testified that over 24,000 travel trailers and mobile homes had been occupied in Mississippi. FEMA Logistics had reported that 9 trains a week have been carrying approximately 90 trailers per train into the Gulf region, and on January 11, 2006, FEMA announced that nearly 62,000 travel trailers and mobile homes were serving as temporary homes for Hurricane Katrina and Rita victims. This number nearly tripled the number of units used following all of last year's Florida hurricanes and far outnumbered any housing mission in FEMA's history. Despite this commendable effort, housing still falls short of the overwhelming need. There are still delays in getting evacuees into trailers once they are delivered, due to, among other things, infrastructure, zoning, and environmental issues. In Mississippi, the lack of working utilities for private sites and environmental and zoning issues with group sites have delayed the installation of travel trailers and mobile homes. FEMA's strategy of ordering 200,000 trailers and mobile homes shortly after the storm was blind to the nation's manufacturing capacity of 6,000 units per month. On Friday, September 9th, staff to the Vice President and Office of Management and Budget, OMB, officials ratcheted up concerns about FEMA's decision to rely on trailers and mobile homes to house displaced residents. Special Assistant to the Vice President Marie Fishpaw wrote in an email to Patel, FEMA have set up arrangements to order 200,000 units of trailers and mobile homes and committed up to $500 million to do so. They want to get 30,000 units, 79% of the existing market, soon. FEMA plans to order another 100,000 units. OMB and OVP staff remain skeptical about this strategy. The nation can produce 6,000 units per month. There is probably some capacity for expansion, possibly by about 10%, to meet increased demand, but we don't know how much. That means most of these units won't be available for months. Further, some states, including Louisiana, are balking at the idea of large, 25,000 units as proposed by FEMA, trailer parks. We got all this info from OMB career staff. That message was then forwarded, apparently intended for then Chief of Staff to the Vice President, I. Lewis Libby, Jr. Please see below. The trailer idea is worse than I originally thought. Per the data below, the last batch of these trailers that we are now purchasing will be coming off the production line in approximately 3.5 years. Finding: FEMA failed to take advantage of HUD's expertise in large-scale housing challenges. FEMA has been working in partnership with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, the Department of Veterans Affairs, VA, and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, to meet the challenge of finding and securing sufficient rental assets to meet the huge demands created by mass evacuations. By early December 2005, 5,000 displaced families had been placed in federal housing of some sort. USDA has offered units from their own inventory, placing 974 families from Louisiana alone. Additionally, FEMA has concluded an interagency agreement with the VA to rent unused VA housing units to evacuees, and FEMA is pursuing a similar arrangement with Fannie Mae. On September 12, 2005, FEMA signed an interagency agreement with HUD. This agreement identified and made available 5,600 HUD single-family homes. Hundreds of disaster victims have made these homes their temporary residences, including 207 families in Texas. FEMA and HUD have also partnered on the Katrina Disaster Housing Assistance Program, KDHAP, a transitional housing assistance program funded by FEMA and administered by HUD and the network of public housing authorities. Through KDHAP, HUD is providing vouchers to evacuees previously receiving public housing assistance, as well as evacuees who were homeless prior to the hurricane. By December 2005, nearly 15,000 families received rental assistance through KDHAP. In contrast, FEMA has used direct payments to evacuees to provide rental assistance to more than 500,000 applicants, totaling more than $1.2 billion. Unfortunately, many displaced households received their initial rental assistance before receiving mailed guidance and did not use this assistance for housing, but instead used it to meet other disaster-related needs. Although FEMA has shown flexibility by allowing those individuals to be eligible for additional rental assistance, use of a voucher system similar to the one administered by HUD could have prevented this mistake. In this case, FEMA failed to take full advantage of HUD's expertise and perspective on large-scale housing challenges, such as the agency's experience with voucher programs. HUD and public housing authorities have the expertise and infrastructure to help non-HUD clients during disasters. Conclusion. Despite this Herculean effort, state officials feel there has been a lack of coordination within the interagency community, causing delay in relocating and housing people. Although the federal government has shown some ingenuity in coming up with unique solutions, such as lodging on cruise ships, and orchestrated the largest mobilization of temporary housing units in history, both of these solutions have proven inadequate. Carwell, the Mississippi FCO, noted the need for taking a new look at housing solutions. In Mississippi, while temporary housing has been provided in numbers far exceeding any previous effort, this success is obscured by the overwhelming need and an exceptionally long period of time that people remain in shelters. New methodologies must be examined and implemented to take care of Americans in need of humane housing while in a catastrophic event. The devastation caused by Hurricane Katrina was heartbreaking enough for the people who lost their homes. Sadly, however, the days and weeks and months that followed provided little relief. The government plans for their shelter were far from adequate. End of section 46. Recording by Linda Velwest.
Section 47 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina, by the United States House of Representatives. Logistics and Contracting, Part 1. FEMA logistics and contracting systems did not support a targeted, massive, and sustained provision of commodities. Katrina overwhelmed the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, management, and overloaded its logistics system. Response and relief personnel had little visibility into available federal assets and resources. The process for requesting assistance could not support the volume of requests, and the technology supporting that process proved inadequate. Federal, state, and local officials requested assistance outside existing channels with little coordination and communication. Management by crisis would be the best way I could put it, said Kip Holden, mayor of East Baton Rouge Parish. By September 9th, Congress had passed legislation providing over $63 billion to the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, for disaster relief. The circumstances and urgent needs created by Hurricane Katrina provided significant opportunity for fraud and mismanagement, and the DHS Office of Inspector General, OIG, estimates the cost to recover from the storm and rebuild the affected areas could exceed $200 billion. As of November 30th, 2005, $19.3 billion has been obligated to needs resulting from Hurricane Katrina. The funds have been used to relieve the immediate suffering of individuals and families, clear debris, reimburse federal agencies for the costs of technical and direct assistance, and support federal operations such as search and rescue and delivery of consumables. The $19 billion has been obligated as follows: $8 billion for human service needs, including unemployment compensation, personal needs that are not met by insurance, and temporary housing, including vouchers for hotel-motel rooms and mobile homes. $2.2 billion for debris removal, public building repair and replacement, and damage inspections. $4.4 billion for technical and direct assistance provided by federal agencies. $14.7 million for inspections and hazard mitigation, and $4.7 billion for administrative expenses, almost $3 billion of which has been obligated for mission assignment operations undertaken by other federal agencies at the direction of the federal officer responsible for coordinating response activities. Despite this outpouring of funds, procurement officials struggled to balance the competing and conflicting demands of local and elected officials. On October 21st, New Orleans Mayor Ray Nagin complained about the time-consuming amount of federal oversight accompanying the federal dollars going to contracts and local governments. He said, "The money is sitting in the doggone bank. We can't use it. And as soon as they gave us the money, they sent a team of auditors and said, if you spend this money, we'll be watching you real close. So we're gun-shy about how we use this money." And we just got these huge multinational companies that are using the shield of, we've got to work quick, rather than trying to find local contractors. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, is undertaking a review of Katrina relief contracting activities. GAO's review includes acquisition planning, communication of responsibilities between various entities, contract management, and the use of emergency acquisition authorities. GAO briefed the Select Committee on their review efforts, which will complement the findings of this report. Finding: FEMA management lacked situational awareness of existing requirements and of resources in their supply chain. An overwhelmed logistics system made it challenging to get supplies, equipment, and personnel where and when needed. When President Bush authorized a federal emergency declaration for Mississippi and Alabama on Sunday, August 28th, in response to these states' requests, then FEMA Director Michael Brown said he began to pre-deploy all the assets, including the medical teams, the urban search and rescue teams, the emergency response, the management teams, the rapid needs assessment teams, pre-positioning the water, the meals ready to eat, the ice, the tarps. However, given that landfall occurred on Monday, August 29th, this was too late to begin the pre-deployment process. FEMA leadership acknowledged this lack of planning. Hurricane Katrina was beyond the capacity of the state and local governments, and it was beyond the capacity of FEMA, said Brown. It was the largest natural disaster ever to strike the United States, 92,000 square miles. Logistics were falling apart. When FEMA did arrive, representatives sometimes were empty-handed. When FEMA finally did show up, everybody was angry because that is all they had was a website and a flyer. They didn't have any real resources that they could give, reported Senator Pryor following visits and conversations with victims. Brown's testimony outlined some of the resources FEMA had in place. Prior to landfall, FEMA had 14 trailer loads of meals ready to eat, MREs, at Camp Beauregard, Louisiana, 4 trailers in Moffett, 42 in Fort Worth, 15 trailer loads in Fullersville, 75 at 2 locations in Atlanta, 3 in Cumberland, Maryland, 15 in Charlotte, North Carolina, 6 in Eastover, South Carolina, 46 in Palmetto, Georgia, 15 in Homestead, Florida, at the Air Base, 10 in Meridian, and 2 at the Superdome. Some suggested these resources should have been more readily available. Representative Chip Pickering said, "Most MREs were pre-positioned across the region, only a few in Meridian and a few in New Orleans, and that should have been closer, I think, to the storm." Representative Gene Taylor pointed out the provisions were too far away from the FEMA team, questioning what part of the FEMA plan envisioned that the first responders in Hancock County and in much of the Mississippi Gulf Coast would have to loot the local grocery store and loot the local Walmart in order to feed themselves, would have to loot the local Walmart in order to have a change of clothes. What part of your plan was that? Brown, however, strongly rejected the contention of having relief items in the immediate impacted areas, saying expectations must be realistic. "The last thing I'm going to do is put equipment or manpower in place where they themselves become victims and then cannot assist the people they are there to assist. You cannot physically, I don't think you can do it statutorily or any other way, say to any victim in this country that the minute you come out of your abode, your home, your shelter, whatever it is, that the federal government is going to be there with a meal ready to eat for you. That is an unreasonable expectation. So what we do is we pre-position those supplies so that we can move them in and help them. And that's why the FEMA plan, that's why the basic emergency management system says you should, as an individual, take personal responsibility and be prepared to be on your own for perhaps up to 2 or 3 days. If Congress expects the federal government to be able to supply every individual food and water immediately following a catastrophe or a disaster, then this committee in Congress needs to have a serious public policy debate about what the role of FEMA and the federal government is in disasters. According to the director of the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency, MEMA, Robert Latham, the federal logistics system failed in the days immediately following Hurricane Katrina, leaving state officials without adequate supplies of food, water, and ice for emergency shelters. FEMA representatives working with MEMA requested 450 trucks of water and ice and 50 trucks of MREs. When less than 15% of the requested supplies arrived, state emergency responders were forced to purchase the commodities on the commercial market or obtain supplies from neighboring states. Mississippi officials had to deal with shortages of commodities for the first 9 to 10 days after landfall. Fortunately, Mississippi officials had purchased supplies for Hurricane Dennis, July 2005, that were not used. Similarly, Florida officials had pre-positioned considerable resources to be used in the Florida Panhandle, which, until Friday, August 26th, was where Katrina was projected to make landfall. Commodities were provided by Governor Bush to Mississippi Governor Haley Barbour under the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, EMAC, and offered some relief to victims in Mississippi's coastal counties. Federal Coordinating Officer, FCO, Bill Carwile, speculated the shortages were the result of an overly centralized logistics system, overwhelmed by the requirements of the three large disasters, Hurricanes Dennis, Katrina, and Rita. Mississippi officials asked permission to purchase on their own commodities from elsewhere to supplement those being provided by the centralized system. Carwile said he was authorized by FEMA Director Michael Brown to make these purchases. According to the director of the Alabama Emergency Management Agency, AEMA, Bruce Bauman, a better contracting process for essentials and commodities is needed. In the days before Katrina made landfall, when officials submitted commodity requirements for Alabama for items such as water, ice, MREs, these requests were unilaterally reduced by FEMA officials, often so reflexively that it appeared to be part of standard FEMA procedure. Bauman said their initial requests were carefully and precisely tailored to meet the actual needs of Alabama. Tim Payne, AEMA Branch Chief and Emergency Management Program Coordinator, said in advance of Katrina, their needs assessment concluded Alabama would require 100 trucks of water and 100 trucks of ice. In response to this request, FEMA made available only 17 trucks of water and 16 trucks of ice. Frequently during the Alabama response to Katrina, FEMA did not follow through with AEMA's requests for supplies and emergency support. It appeared FEMA did not have the ability to track commodities within its own logistics system. To defend against commodity shortfalls in future emergencies, Alabama recently issued a request for proposals for key commodities and materials needed for an effective emergency response. Bauman suggested having standing contracts in place and supplies at the ready so the states would not again fall victim to an inadequate FEMA response or supply shortages due to other market competitors in times of crisis. Payne identified 12 categories of items that need to be on hand to effectively deal with an emergency. According to Brown, one of the lessons that we need to learn from this catastrophic event is that we do need to get better about marshaling those assets and moving them around. I will tell you up front, FEMA has a logistics problem. We have a problem understanding all the time. I can point out where our stuff is, and I can point out where it's supposed to go to. I can't always tell you that it actually got there. These problems are not new, however. FEMA's bureaucratic slowness in securing long-term housing and loans, removing debris, and getting basic assistance and reimbursement were huge problems that have been very frustrating, stated Florida Governor Jeb Bush before the House Homeland Security Committee. Getting 1 truckload of ice from Atlanta to Florida in 2004 took a series of separate contracts that caused needless delays. FEMA's logistics program is broken and needs to be fixed. I can say with certainty that federalizing emergency response to catastrophic events would be a disaster as bad as Hurricane Katrina, Governor Jeb Bush testified. If you federalize, all the innovation, creativity, and knowledge at the local level would subside. It should be noted, FEMA used existing resources, procedures, and staff to organize and conduct a massive civil logistics operation beyond any this country has seen before. Over 11,000 trucks of water, ice, and meals were moved into the disaster region during the month after the landfall. This is more than 3 times the number of trucks used during all hurricanes in 2004. FEMA tried, but Katrina's magnitude exposed significant weakness and inefficiencies in the process. Finding: Procedures for requesting federal assistance raised numerous concerns. Requests for federal assistance go through a standard process. Local government officials submit their requests to the state, and if state officials cannot meet the request, they forward appropriate requests to federal officials. In Louisiana, state and local emergency management officials manage requests for assistance during disasters using specially designed commercial software called eTeam. eTeam is a web-based system and can be accessed from any computer with internet connectivity. According to Matt Farlow of Louisiana Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, LOHSEP, Information Technology Division, Louisiana has used eTeam since 2000, and LOHSEP personnel are well experienced in its use. In addition to using eTeam to register and track parish requests, the Louisiana Emergency Operations Center, EOC, also uses it to send out email alerts and notifications to parishes. The parish-to-state process is much the same as the state-to-federal process. The parishes declare emergencies and request assistance from the state. The parishes register their requests for assistance with the state directly via the Internet with eTeam. However, according to state officials, not all parish officials know how to use eTeam well. They don't know all the bells and whistles. Parish officials can also register requests to the state by telephone or radio. If the parish communicates a request outside eTeam by voice, email, or fax communications, then the state EOC officials enter that request into eTeam. The state receives the parish requests for assistance and determines whether the requests can be met from a nearby parish or with state resources. If so, LOHSEP tasks that mission to another state agency. The state can also request assistance from nearby states through the EMAC. When a state makes an EMAC request to another state, it is undertaking an obligation to pay that state for that assistance. FEMA has a mechanism to later reimburse appropriate costs to the requesting state, which the state can use to repay the sending state. Finally, if the state cannot meet the request from its own or other state resources, the state can prioritize the various requests and pass them on to FEMA officials. The state is supposed to make such requests after it has already reviewed its own capabilities. FEMA officials determine whether to accept or reject the state request. This determination is documented. A request might be rejected for a number of reasons, such as not being appropriate, a state getting the resources from elsewhere, or a state canceling a request while FEMA officials are considering it. In some cases, a state request might be made verbally to expedite assistance, but FEMA officials expect the paperwork to soon follow. The paperwork from the state certifies that the state will pay its share of the requested assistance. Once FEMA accepts the request and agrees to meet it, officials use a system called NEMIS, National Emergency Management Information System. FEMA does not use eTeam. NEMIS is used by FEMA officials to track the request within the federal government, and all requests FEMA officials accept are entered into this system. FEMA can meet the request from its own resources and capabilities, from other federal agencies, or from private contractors. If FEMA officials task another federal agency with the request, that is known as a mission assignment, or MA, whereby the task is assigned to the other agency. Mission assignments to another federal agency could also be passed on to a private contractor. This is done because some agencies have more expertise and experience in contracting for certain types of items. For example, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, USACE, contracts for debris removal. Some federal agencies, including FEMA, have pre-existing contracts that can be modified quickly to add additional items. Any MIS is used to track the request and completion of the mission, as well as to track spending and reimbursement later by FEMA officials. In Louisiana, there was widespread confusion about the process for obtaining federal assistance. In addition, the catastrophic nature of the disaster overwhelmed the existing procedures and systems. Louisiana state and parish officials said degraded communications and the effective loss of parish e-team software forced them to deviate from normal procedures for requesting federal assistance. These problems also made it difficult for the state EOC to check on the status of specific tasks assigned to state agencies. State officials complained about FEMA's non-automated process that made tracking status difficult. State officials also noted they had included FEMA on their e-team license, but during Katrina, the FEMA staff assigned to the EOC were not familiar with the e-team system. This had not been the case in earlier hurricanes, when FEMA staff assigned to the EOC knew how to use e-team. State officials also complained about weaknesses in tracking the transportation and estimating arrival of FEMA-contracted commodities. Further, state officials said the federal government contributed to the problem when other federal agencies tasked FEMA directly rather than having requests go from parish to state to FEMA and then on to appropriate federal agencies. According to Governor Blanco's chief of staff, Andy Copeland, the governor had to go beyond the normal LOH, SEP, and FEMA process because these processes were too bureaucratic and impracticable. Parish officials were universally critical of FEMA for providing relief commodities late. There were clearly misunderstandings of what constituted an official request for assistance. The Jefferson Parish Emergency Manager, Walter Maestri, said he directly communicated his needs before landfall in a conference call to the EOC, where FEMA personnel were present. In his view, this constituted a request for assistance. However, both the state coordinating officer, SCO, and the FCO said while the purpose of these conference calls was to share information, they were not considered valid ways for a parish to make a request. New Orleans Director of Homeland Security, Colonel Terry Ebert, also said the existing systems for requesting assistance does not work during a catastrophic disaster. The system assumes the parish knows what it wants, the state knows what it wants, and both have the communications capabilities to make requests of FEMA. Ebert said the current system is a pull system in which parishes must make requests to pull an item from the state and federal government. However, the parishes were too overwhelmed, and their communications were too degraded to allow this to work. In a catastrophic disaster, FEMA needs a push system in which FEMA officials anticipate needs, for example, for food, water, medical supplies, ice, tarps, generators, and push these commodities to the parishes without receiving the request. Under such disaster circumstances, it would be better to have too much of something than too little. The excess items can always be shipped elsewhere or stored for the next disaster. As such, Ebert was shocked to hear FEMA Director Michael Brown say the local parishes never got FEMA commodities because they never asked for them. In his opinion, FEMA officials should have known what was needed from their own experience. Similarly, Governor Blanco's chief of staff, Andy Copeland, said the state had to go beyond both LOH SEP's and FEMA's bureaucratic processes for requesting and providing assistance. However, parish officials also acknowledged their emergency managers were overwhelmed. Plaquemines Parish Sheriff Jiff Hingle said his parish emergency manager was completely overwhelmed and unable to cope with the situation. Hingle found he and the parish president had to make all requests for assistance through other channels because the normal system was not functional. FEMA officials Scott Wells and Tony Robinson put much of the blame on the state, saying the standard request for assistance process was not working because the state was incapable of analyzing and prioritizing requests. Wells and Robinson said many of the requests from parishes came up through the channels to the EOC, but state officials appeared overwhelmed and they lost control. The EOC did not attempt to prioritize such requests, did not try to figure out if the requests could be met from state resources, and did not go through EMAC channels to see if other nearby states could provide the assistance. The EOC just passed the unfiltered requests on to FEMA officials. Wells said the FCO staff did a quick analysis of parish E-team requests the EOC was passing on unfiltered to FEMA and found many inappropriate items, such as writing tablets. According to Wells, these requests were inappropriate because the state should not be relying on FEMA for basic items that are otherwise easily obtainable. Parishes were frustrated by the degraded communications and their desperate need for assistance. Robinson said while the parishes were still able to communicate requests to the EOC via radio or other means, they were not able to use E-team. The EOC was not systematically entering the requests into E-team, so the state could not track or check their status later, which led to many parishes becoming frustrated. The parishes probably blamed FEMA officials for any delays in getting assistance because they had communicated their requests and assumed the EOC had duly registered these requests and passed them on to FEMA officials. Many of the highly publicized parish requests for commodities such as food and water assistance may never even have reached FEMA officials. Some confusion arose because states, and not the parishes, are supposed to make the requests to FEMA. It was Louisiana's responsibility to take these parish requests, combine them with similar requests, determine whether the state could meet them, prioritize them, and then, if appropriate, make the requests to FEMA. That process, where the state enters the request into its E-team system, allowing formal registry and tracking of status and completion, is the only way to provide an orderly processing of requests. Using verbal requests without documenting them in a formal process leads to chaos, particularly in a large disaster where there are hundreds or thousands of local requests for assistance. If the parish is unable to use E-team because of communications or power difficulties, the state EOC, which in fact retained power during this hurricane and its aftermath, could have still entered them into E-team. Then the state should perform its review and, if appropriate, pass the request on to FEMA. It was the state's job, not FEMA's, to take down any parish requests from conference calls and enter them into the system. FEMA officials saw these conference calls serving the function of information sharing and situational awareness, not as substitutes for the parish-to-state and state-to-federal formal request process. End of Section 47. Section 48 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Logistics and Contracting, Part 2. Interoperability between state and federal automated systems. FEMA FCO staff said there is no automatic or electronic interface between state systems such as E-team and the FEMA system, NEMIS. Both systems, if used correctly, have independent capabilities to track requests for assistance and determine their status. The two systems meet in the EOC, where the E-team requests are converted into NEMIS. However, there is no way for the state EOC officials to use E-team to track the status of their request in NEMIS, nor any way for the federal FCO officials to use NEMIS to check information on the E-team requests originating at the local level. According to FEMA officials involved in the response to Hurricane Katrina, The breakdown of a unified command structure at the state EOC level hampered FEMA's ability to meet state and local requests for commodities. Without a unified command, some state and local officials began submitting commodity requests outside FEMA's normal logistics channels. FEMA, in turn, started fulfilling such requests on an ad hoc basis before these requests were properly authorized or logged into its logistics system. When supply requests and subsequent supply distributions were not logged, FEMA could not accurately keep track of the resources it staged at regional facilities. As a result, supplies and equipment were delivered not according to specifications, delivered late, or not delivered at all, and priority needs were not met. In his testimony before the Select Committee, Brown acknowledged these logistical problems and the need for a better tracking system. He said, "If you don't have a unified command, you kind of go into an ad hoc mode. So we hear that, for example, County X is requesting 5 truckloads of meals ready to eat. So we will then figure out that, okay, we have got 4 available, so we are just going to ship 4 into that county. Then another county may send in a legitimate request for 5 trailer loads, and you think they are still there because no one has yet entered in the trailers that have gone out." Management lapse. According to Holden, lack of knowledge and understanding by many agencies paralyzed the efforts to provide an orderly and efficient response, and required paperwork also hindered immediate action and deployment of people and materials to assist in rescue and recovery efforts. Pre-positioned federal assets critical to the operations of hospitals were never received. Resources from the Strategic National Stockpile, despite requests, were never locally deployed due to bureaucratic red tape. According to Carwile, in any operation, particularly in a chaotic environment, there needs to be a balance between going outside the system and following a plan and procedure. Carwile suggested there needs to be a well-disciplined, systematic approach based on a solid plan that is sufficiently flexible for a variety of situations. Experienced personnel know where the pitfalls are and can make decisions where flexibility is required. Doctrine, policies, training, and exercises should be developed that meet the needs of a trained and ready workforce. Even Brown experienced bureaucratic frustrations. Rather than have FEMA's food provision efforts oriented almost exclusively towards securing MREs, Brown sought to devise an arrangement in which distributors or retailers would deliver meals or groceries, like those that would ordinarily be conveyed to typical commercial outlets, directly to shelters. Brown testified he came to believe we were too focused on meals ready to eat. The issue was food, not the MREs. So we came up with what we thought was this brilliant idea, that we would utilize Walmart or some grocery distribution system because they are accustomed to going to these 7-Elevens and other convenience stores to replenish them all the time. Brown said FEMA started trying to do a contract to do that very thing, but ran into a bureaucratic wall, so much that I finally had to scream at some people on the phone, "Just make it happen, I don't care, just do the contract and make it happen." According to Carwile, over the past 4 years, there has been no operational doctrine developed by FEMA. He said, as a consequence, there is no clear understanding of the responsibilities of each level, Washington, the regions, and the deployed emergency response teams, and how they are to interact. This lack of operational doctrine results in unacceptable levels of overlap, double and triple ordering of resources, and long video teleconferences and conference calls which can disrupt field operations. Carwile believes well-understood and defined operational methodologies based on doctrine would minimize the need for lengthy conferences and would achieve other efficiencies. Alabama officials said FEMA officials lacked management skills. Nobody with FEMA seemed to know what assets existed or how to marshal them, they said. FEMA does not have a robust lessons learned after action program to assist in the refining and reorganizing of processes. Instead, FEMA seemed to move from one emergency to the next without incorporating any formal reviews. Alabama officials recommended FEMA adapt its training requirements to allow states to use monies targeted for state training exercises for after-action reviews of actual emergency-related operations. One official echoed the thoughts of many AEMA personnel when he said the state was better prepared for Katrina by virtue of its experiences with previous hurricanes within the last year, notably Dennis, July 2005, and Ivan, September 2004. Carwile suggested the logistics supply system was overly centralized and recommended allowing the state to contract with private entities to provide logistical support and commodities distribution services, with the federal share of costs reimbursed by FEMA. Select committee members stated, and Brown agreed, FEMA should develop a formal planning and logistics process similar to that developed by the Department of Defense, DoD. Some officials have suggested the DoD simply assume a larger role in logistics or even take control outright. Although recognizing the value of DoD assistance, Brown indicated DoD involvement would not be appropriate for smaller events. "I think that the Army can help FEMA in that regard," Brown said. "I would rather see it remain within FEMA because logistics is something that you need in every disaster, the smallest one that FEMA might be involved in to the largest, and I don't want to see us utilize the military in all of those." However, according to Carwile, the factors contributing to the slow delivery of commodities should be examined and addressed for future disasters. Possible solutions include much better planning between state and federal emergency management logisticians and operations personnel, the assistance and advice of DoD strategic logistics planners, and much more robust private sector partnerships. For example, the U.S. Army LOGCAP or USAF AFCAP programs. It is also possible for states to enter into their own contractual agreements with the private sector for procurement and delivery of response commodities. The federal share is reimbursable by FEMA, and Florida routinely enters into such agreements. Representative Bill Schuster pointed out the private sector provides the best relief model, and while government agencies such as the DoD are excellent with logistics, some of our private companies are even better, and our military learns from these companies because they know exactly what's in a truck. They know exactly where it's moving. For their part, private sector firms express the need for a get-it-done-and-ask-questions-later mentality. The director of Business Continuity Global Security for Walmart said, "Flexibility in our plans, flexibility in our structure, and flexibility of our associates is paramount to success." Southern Company's plans provide for flexible and decentralized authority to make decisions as close as possible to the disaster. They demonstrated creativity in helping restore fuel service to Chevron pumps, in helping expand their communication system to assist other companies, and in the way they used their family services plan to provide emergency services to employees. Starwood Hotels worked to engineer a way to pump water into their hotels, knowing the city's water system wouldn't be up and running for some time. They also contracted at the last minute for security to protect their hotels from looting. IBM provided services to governmental and non-governmental organizations as needed on the ground. These services ranged from temporary housing to websites and missing persons registries, including the CNN Safe List, which it hosted. FEMA's information technology systems are unable to support large-scale logistical challenges. The technology used to manage FEMA's logistics system may be partly to blame. FEMA's Logistics Information Management System 3, LIMS 3, is used to manage the agency's inventory of equipment and supplies. A recent DHS-OIG report found FEMA's computers were overwhelmed during the 2004 hurricane season, which hindered disaster recovery efforts, delayed emergency supply shipments, and put emergency response personnel at risk. The report found during August and September 2004, when 4 hurricanes struck Florida, the IT system could not track essential commodities such as ice, water, and tents. According to the report, LIMS-3 is not integrated with other FEMA IT systems, such as the database used to identify and deploy personnel to disaster sites, nor can it share information across federal, state, and local agencies. LIMS was designed, however, to track accountable property, such as barcoded cellular phones and pagers, not bulk commodities. Although LIMS-3 contains information on the quantity and location of emergency supplies, it does not indicate when they will be shipped or when they should arrive. In Florida, emergency personnel tracked items on spreadsheets and spent hours calling trucking companies to determine the status of goods in transit. Brown received this DHS report several weeks before Hurricane Katrina, but he and FEMA Chief Information Officer Barry West rejected the OIG's findings, calling the report's characterizations inaccurate. According to a FEMA spokesperson, FEMA's logistics support systems have presented us with some concerns over the past 18 months, and we are addressing this. During Katrina relief efforts, FEMA tested a system using global positioning technology to track trucks transporting commodities. FEMA also is installing an intranet-based electronic document system to replace paper documents and improve data sharing among agency officials via an intranet. The DHS Emergency Preparedness and Response Directorate, which FEMA was part of, established an Enterprise Architecture Office in 2003 and hired a Chief Enterprise Architect in 2004 to develop a system to tie in the Directorate's system with the rest of DHS. Of the Katrina federal aid package, $4.6 billion is designated for FEMA logistics, search and rescue, and emergency supplies. Private sector fills void. Several tractor-trailers were strategically located throughout the region by various officials and organizations to collect local contributions, which were then sent to a warehouse for collection and distribution. When the first of 14 packed trailer loads arrived, volunteers unloaded the first 2 and quickly realized much more assistance was needed to efficiently process the donations and prepare them for distribution. A clear plan for the organized collection, sorting, storing, and distributing of such a large volume of goods was not in place, however. Local officials turned to the private sector. Once we started seeing that we were going to have this enormous influx of material, we knew that there was no one better in the world for distribution and collection than Walmart Corporation, so we made some calls, and they immediately sent down some folks, and they showed us how to arrange a warehouse, and they made it spin like a top, according to the mayor of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Dan Coody. Several companies had existing disaster plans which eased the challenges they faced. Southern Company has a separate plan for each category of hurricane, and each year they conduct a major disaster simulation. Before the storm hit, Southern Company had already pre-positioned trailers, caterers, laundry facilities, and 11,000 people for their response. Starwood developed a crisis management plan which structures preparedness and response at the corporate, division, and hotel level and defines responsibilities for each level of employee. Walmart keeps an emergency operating center up and running 24 hours a day, every day of the year. As one IBM executive noted, advanced planning of people, tools, and technology is vital and important. IBM had its crisis response team on the ground 4 days in advance of Katrina, which worked with FEMA, the states, and private entities, providing a list of the services they could provide. Ad hoc response. In Fayetteville, Arkansas, individuals who had traveled there to stay with family or friends began to stop by the distribution center in search of financial aid, food, clothes, and other assistance, recalled Coody. Officials had not anticipated receiving evacuees at the distribution center and were not sure how to respond. They had heard stories of survivors being bounced from place to place or from town to town, so they took it upon themselves to find answers, information, and assistance for everyone who needed it. Officials and volunteers pulled boxes off pallets and made food and clothes available to these displaced individuals. They moved all relief agencies into the distribution center offices to make a one-stop location where evacuees could get various types of assistance and support, and set up a store where people could shop for what they needed free of charge. In addition, relief supplies were shipped from the Fayetteville distribution facility to the Salvation Army staging warehouse in Corsicana, Texas. It was eventually destined to aid the stricken areas of Louisiana and Mississippi. Many of these shipments were sponsored by local businesses and churches and were arranged by making direct contact with community members in the affected areas. Fayetteville officials also learned many rural areas were not receiving adequate support and were still in desperate need of various items that were in stock. This spurred officials to focus their large-scale distribution efforts on rural Louisiana. Coody testified that while Fayetteville had food, water, wheelchairs, baby supplies, and many other items on pallets and ready to go, communicating and coordinating the movement of supplies to these areas was a challenge. He said the distribution center had not received any communications from the state or federal level about the needs in these areas. Although Fayetteville officials wanted to send goods where they were needed, arranging transportation also proved to be a problem. Nonetheless, Coody recounted some success in arranging deliveries, including that they asked J.B. Hunt and other trucking firms, "Can you please donate your time and some drivers to load up this trailer that we have ready to go and take it to a particular town in Louisiana?" And they said sure. In another instance, Bogalusa, Mississippi, had requested water and baby food from Fayetteville. Coincidentally, a truck arrived from Kansas City, and the driver announced, "I have got a load of baby food and water, and I'm being told to get off the road because I'm overloaded." The mayor said, "As soon as we saw what we had, we gave him a map, and we said, 'This is where you need to go,' and we sent the items on their way." As they pulled into Bogalusa and offloaded food, baby food, adult food, and everything else, people started opening packages and eating food directly off the truck because they had not had any food in 3 days. Coody reported the realization that Fayetteville had the necessary supplies in stock previously, but had no knowledge or no real infrastructure to get it there, was disturbing, and it broke our hearts. Finding: the failure at all levels to enter into advance contracts led to chaos and the potential for waste and fraud as acquisitions were made in haste. Concerns have been raised with respect to how FEMA awarded its contracts in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, and regarding the contract vehicles it had in place before landfall. In the weeks following Katrina, more than 80% of FEMA's $1.5 billion in contracts were awarded on a sole source basis or pursuant to limited competition. Many of the contracts awarded were incomplete and included open-ended or vague terms. In addition, numerous news reports have questioned the terms of disaster relief agreements made in such haste. Questions have also been raised about USACE's awarding of contracts with limited competition for debris removal and cleanup. In the face of the massive destruction caused by Katrina, acquisition personnel acted to meet pressing humanitarian needs, contracting firms in an effort to provide immediate relief to survivors and to protect life and property. Many of these firms were called into action on a sole source basis, under acquisition provisions that allow the government to acquire urgently needed goods and services in emergency situations. These firms provided emergency housing and shelter for victims and emergency personnel to start debris cleanup and to secure property from further damage. The Shaw Group, Incorporated, Bechtel National Incorporated, CH2M Hill, and Dewberry Technologies were engaged by FEMA to provide emergency housing and shelter for victims, to start the cleanup of hazardous waste, and begin restoration of the transportation infrastructure. Before Katrina struck, however, FEMA had only one contract in place relevant to the Katrina response for temporary housing. Immediately after the disaster, USACE competitively awarded contracts for debris removal to ACI Ashbrit Incorporated, Environmental Chemical Corp., Central Environmental Services, and Phillips & Jordan Incorporated through an emergency competition, which resulted in the submission of 22 proposals. FEMA executed few, if any, written contracts during what officials called the real nightmare emergency, August 29th through September 15th. The circumstances surrounding their contract awards made it difficult for FEMA to understand fully the contract specifics. FEMA simply instructed companies to begin work and submit vouchers for payment. FEMA used this method for the acquisition of food, ice, buses, and other supplies. This could raise issues of enforceability, which will need to be resolved when written contracts are issued. FEMA's contracting practices were described by state and local officials as problematic. Louisiana officials cited lack of FEMA oversight and management in the awarding of contracts. Further, state officials suggested there were no performance-based standards under the contracts, and suggested under time and materials contracts, the longer the contractor takes to perform the necessary service, the more money the firm stands to make. Representative Jefferson also conveyed complaints from Louisiana officials about FEMA's failure to contract out the mortuary and body recovery effort. This was a particularly sensitive issue because New Orleans Mayor Ray Nagin was predicting thousands of casualties. State officials reported FEMA implemented a contract with Kenyon International in the immediate aftermath of the hurricane. According to officials, Kenyon was not given the support it needed from FEMA to meet its objectives and ended up pulling out of the contract. Ultimately, Louisiana contracted with Kenyon directly. When asked whether FEMA had contracts in place for disaster-related supplies, including tarps, ice, generators, and temporary shelters, Brown equivocated, stating they had some contracts in place for provision of MREs, water, ice, temporary housing, and some of the trailers. In other cases, however, FEMA had to start buying off the street to meet the demand. By the end of September, it was reported that 80% of the contracts and half of the $3.2 billion spent had been awarded without full and open competition. The agency awarded 60% of its contracts without full competition in October 2005, 68% in November 2005, and 50% in the first half of December. The Select Committee heard testimony from representative companies that contracted with FEMA and USACE to provide immediate response and recovery requirements to the federal government. Carnival Cruise Lines provided temporary housing. The Shaw Group provided, among other services, Blue Roof emergency tarps to cover storm-damaged homes. Landstar System provided transportation support, including trucks for supplies and buses for evacuees. Ashbrit provided debris removal services. Innotech provided emergency packaged meals. Typical contracting issues. The experiences of the Shaw Group are typical of the issues raised by contractors in the aftermath of Katrina. The company is a $3 billion-plus company with 20,000 employees worldwide. According to company officials, Shaw performed $800 million in federal work last year, and contracts for Hurricane Katrina and Rita relief have been the firm's biggest undertaking. Shaw was originally awarded two separate $100 million contracts, the first by the USACE and the second by FEMA. Shaw is participating in competitive procurements for FEMA requirements, which originally were awarded on a sole source basis. USACE contracts, including Blue Roof and Rapid Response contracts, were awarded on a non-competitive basis. Overall, most of Shaw's business comes from USACE, $300 million, followed by DOD, DOE, and the EPA. The Friday before the storm, the Shaw Group was asked by another firm to conduct damage assessments and inspections. They were also contacted by FEMA and the USACE to begin work. They established a command center in Baton Rouge, run by a retired general who served as the point of contact for all requests. FEMA placed a contract specialist within Shaw's operations to help with compliance and other issues. Officials were unsure if other companies were offered FEMA assistance as well, but said they offered to provide Shaw personnel at FEMA. According to company officials, Shaw's existing Blue Roof contract uses the highest number of workers from the impacted areas of any firm project. Last year, Shaw took Louisiana contractors to Florida, which made preparations and response for this event easier. Their rapid response contract has expanded over the years and was activated by the USACE. Shaw was not successful in a bid for a debris removal contract. Shaw officials raised several concerns which were typical of the issues raised by several contracting firms. Liability. Shaw officials expressed concern that the federal government might hold them liable for environmental issues arising from pumping contaminated water out of the city. Changing requirements. FEMA tasked Shaw with securing temporary housing, which the company began doing before FEMA officials changed their minds. Although they did not lose money, the company did lose time and goodwill. Contract signing and follow-through. Shaw officials had problems getting contracts signed by the appropriate agency officials. Although all the contracts have since been signed, payments from FEMA remain slow. Because Shaw's subcontractors are generally small businesses with a tight cash flow, they cannot wait long for payment. Shaw also had to turn down certain projects because it had no indication from FEMA that it would be paid. The Stafford Act requires that the federal government give preference, if practicable, to local businesses. However, this was largely not done, and according to Shaw officials, some local companies have since gone out of business. For example, debris removal contracts were given to Minnesota, California, and Florida firms. Conflicts of interest. Shaw officials continue to struggle with the propriety of working for FEMA and for the parishes. Officials indicated complications could arise if FEMA hires them to assess a situation and then a parish hires them for rebuilding using FEMA money. Bonding. Shaw officials did not know what the bonding requirements were for Katrina recovery work. However, they noted few small subcontractors are bonded to levels necessary to enable them to perform major contracts. End of Section 48. Section 49 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Logistics and Contracting, Part 3. oversight, and proposed reforms to address outstanding issues. Although some emergency awards were made on a sole source basis, they do not constitute the majority of those awarded in support of the relief efforts. Nevertheless, FEMA recognized the need to revisit non-competitive contracts issued quickly immediately after the storm. Shortly after emergency needs arose, DHS's Chief Procurement Officer, CPO, requested the OIG to begin overseeing FEMA's acquisition process. The DHS IG assigned 60 auditors, investigators, and inspectors, and hired additional oversight personnel. DHS IG staff reviewed the award and administration of all major contracts, including those awarded in the initial efforts, and the implementation of the expanded use of government purchase cards. The staff are continuing to monitor all contracting activities as the government develops its requirements and as the selection and award process unfolds. In addition, 13 different agency OIGs have committed hundreds of professionals to the combined oversight effort, with a significant part of the oversight provided by DoD, the various service audit agencies, and criminal investigative organizations. To ensure that any payments made to contractors are proper and reasonable, FEMA has engaged the Defense Contract Audit Agency, DCAA, to help it monitor and oversee payments made, and has pledged not to pay on any vouchers until each one is first audited and cleared. In addition, DHS's CPO met with each of the large Katrina contractors to impress upon them the need to ensure all charges are contractually allowable, fair, and reasonable. Finally, the GAO has sent a team to the Gulf Coast area to provide an overall accounting of funds across the government and evaluate what worked well and what went wrong at the federal, state, and local levels. FEMA has indicated it will revisit non-competitive arrangements made immediately after the storm. In addition, on September 16th, FEMA instituted its Phase 2 plan. Under this arrangement, competitive procurements for relief efforts will be reconstituted and revitalized. DHS officials indicated FEMA would formalize the original emergency agreements to establish clearly the terms and prices, and then review all the requirements and decide whether any particular contract needs to be completed in the short term. If there is a continuing need for the requirement, the initial contract will be left in place only long enough for a competition to be held. The competitively awarded contracts will then replace the original arrangement. FEMA officials plan to ensure as much of the work as possible goes to small local firms. Procurement officials acknowledged the initial contracting response was poor, with little planning and inadequate resources. However, these same officials stated the procurement system had sufficient flexibility to meet the challenge posed by Katrina. Finding: before Katrina, FEMA suffered from a lack of sufficiently trained procurement professionals. DHS procurement continues to be decentralized and lacking a uniform approach, and its procurement office was understaffed given the volume and dollar value of the work. FEMA's grossly understaffed acquisition unit was not ready for the Katrina disaster. FEMA had 55 acquisition slots, and procurement officials think it should have had a minimum of 172. Further, only 36 of the 55 slots were actually occupied. FEMA is one of the DHS agencies that are not under the control of the DHS Chief Procurement Officer. Thus, FEMA Acquisition Office reported to Michael Brown. As of the time of the interview, FEMA was relying upon staff from the Central Acquisition Office, comprised of 60 acquisition personnel, and led by a member of the Senior Executive Service. Regardless, the office was understaffed. Prior to Hurricane Katrina, the OIG had repeatedly cited as a major challenge the lack of consistent contract management for large, complex, high-cost procurement programs. DHS procurement continues to be decentralized and lacking a uniform approach. DHS has 7 legacy procurement offices that continue to serve DHS components, including FEMA. Notably, FEMA has not been reporting or tracking procurements undertaken by its disaster field offices, and its procurement office remains understaffed given the volume and dollar value of work. The CPO recently had established an 8th office called the Office of Procurement Operations to meet the procurement needs of the rest of DHS. Louisiana officials also noted a shift during the Katrina recovery of the personnel FEMA placed in charge of contracting and logistical decisions. Instead of relying on FEMA's regional personnel with whom the state is accustomed to working in the aftermath of a disaster, FEMA sent headquarters officials to the affected areas to make key contracting and logistical decisions, causing the process to become more bureaucratic. For example, adding individuals to FEMA's Individual Assistance Program has been problematic, according to local officials. In the past, the FCO from Region 6 was able to add individuals in the field. With Katrina, however, state officials had to send the request to FEMA headquarters, which has become, some say, gridlocked. Further, as previously mentioned, Louisiana state and local officials also criticized FEMA contracting. They said the focus seems to be shifting from the local FCO to FEMA headquarters and becoming more bureaucratic in the process. Finding: ambiguous statutory guidance regarding local contractor participation led to ongoing disputes over procuring debris removal and other services. Under the Stafford Act, federal contracts with private firms for debris clearance, distribution of supplies, reconstruction, and other activities must give preference, to the extent feasible and practicable, to organizations, firms, and individuals from the area affected by the disaster or emergency. However, there is no statutory guarantee that after a major disaster or emergency, recovery and reconstruction work will be awarded to businesses, organizations, and individuals regardless of where they are from. The award of federal contracts for disaster or emergency assistance activities are, in general, governed by the standard competitive bidding statutes that apply to all government contracting activities. The Stafford Act, however, contains a local preference provision, which can be implemented by the inclusion in a solicitation of a clause creating a price preference for local firms, or by a set-aside that only permits local firms to compete. The implementation is at the discretion of the contracting officer. Significantly, the Stafford Act local preference is not a guarantee that local firms will be awarded recovery contracts. Similarly, prime contractors are often required to give preference to local subcontractors. USACE Acting Principal Assistant responsible for contracting, Colonel Norbert Doyle, suggested there is some uncertainty as to the geographical preferences allowed and required by the Stafford Act. Another official testified that different laws are necessary and stated the Stafford Act is like bringing a donkey to the Kentucky Derby. Numerous public officials have complained about the small number of local firms given relief contracts, particularly with regard to debris removal. Ashbrit, the Florida-based prime contractor for debris removal in Mississippi, was awarded a contract in early September by USACE. According to Ashbrit official Randy Perkins, the company was one of 22 firms that bid for USACE debris removal contracts. Ashbrit won the Louisiana and Mississippi debris removal contracts, making the firm the only contractor for that job in those states. Ashbrit was notified of the award 72 hours after the RFP was advertised. The debris removal contracts have a $150 million ceiling at $30 million per year, and were intended by USACE to get work underway as soon as possible, with the agency reassessing the requests later. USACE's delay in issuing RFPs was understandable given the disaster, according to Perkins. He stated, "It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep pre-existing contracts in place, and firms receive no funding for this upkeep, which represents a free insurance policy for USACE, and few companies can secure the bond necessary to perform such a large-scale project." Ashbrit official Perkins says he encountered political fallout from local officials because the company is not based in Mississippi or Louisiana. The Select Committee was not able to substantiate his allegation, however. Perkins also discussed receiving mixed messages from local officials and officials in D.C. While state officials told him just get the debris out, he indicated officials in D.C. sent the message to hire local workers. Although the company's contract with the government does not require it to hire local workers, Perkins says local contractors receive 80% of Ashbrit's payments to subcontractors. Although this percentage seems to differ from data provided in USACE progress reports, the Select Committee was not able to substantiate the actual level of debris removal work provided by the local subcontracting community. Brown suggested the scale of the disaster and the complexity of the response require a large firm's expertise. Debris is a huge issue. Debris is one of those issues that is fraught with local politics. It's fraught with fraud, waste, and abuse. And in cleaning up debris in a situation like Katrina, you really have to have experts overseeing that global perspective because you have hazardous waste. You have the whole issue of private property versus public property. So I would caution us about going down a path that says we're going to have all locals do it. I know in my subdivision, the local garbage folks are very adept at picking up my trash twice a week, and they're pretty good about hauling out debris after a storm or something. But in the kind of debris removal we're talking about in Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida from last year and this year, you really need to have a substantial company overseeing that, not only to protect the taxpayers, but to make sure it's done right. Later, Brown said, "In a small town that's hit by a tornado and you have to clean up 45 blocks, city blocks, that's one thing. Here, where you're cleaning up entire cities, it's a different issue. So I would just caution that we approach that systematically." Even if this point is conceded, it appears that despite the Stafford Act's preference provision, only a fraction of the money being spent in Mississippi is going to subcontractors based there, according to press reports citing documents from FEMA and USACE. Of approximately $3.1 billion FEMA had awarded by November 4th, only $52.4 million, or about 1.7%, had gone to Mississippi firms. Of the $476 million that has been spent by the Corps of Engineers in Mississippi as of November 2nd, about 28.5% has gone to Mississippi companies through direct contracts and subcontracts. Of the $164 million Ashbrit has been paid so far by the Corps, only about $30 million, about 18%, has made it to Mississippi subcontractors. However, Perkins said Ashbrit has far exceeded its contractual requirements for hiring local, small, and minority-owned businesses. People don't understand that the general administrative costs are very high. It takes a lot to manage one of these projects, according to Perkins. We have a tremendous amount of quality control people and logistical support, and we need to pay for their housing. He said the data released by USACE do not reflect the involvement of Mississippi businesses because there are several major contractors from the state that he called team members who are helping the company administer the overall contract. He said Ashbrit also has provided hundreds of administrative jobs to Mississippians. Use of local firms. Some have suggested FEMA's policies need to be changed to have local contractors in Gulf states ready to begin recovery work well before hurricane season. For instance, instead of hiring the USACE to manage debris removal, states susceptible to hurricanes could prepare lists of businesses who meet federal standards to remove debris or haul trailers, thereby enabling local governments to award their own contracts. Local governments are more likely to go with local contractors, and local governments have been able to get the job done more quickly and cheaply. As of December 2005, of the nearly $8 billion expended by all direct contracts with the federal government, only 5 cents of every dollar reached Mississippi prime contractors. Expenditure rates show DHS, including FEMA, has spent $4,150,359,361, with 3.5 cents for every dollar contracted directly to Mississippi businesses. A January 23, 2006 USACE report reported USACE awarded over $2.3 billion in Katrina contracts, with 3.54% of total contract dollars going to Mississippi businesses. Representative Pickering noted, Congress wrote the Stafford Act to maximize the impact of federal dollars by giving preference to local contractors, strengthening the damaged economy, and providing jobs to communities and victims of the disaster. Mississippians have the ability, capacity, and personal incentive to do this work. We want to rebuild and restore our home state, and these federal contracts will help our economy more through local contractors than sending the money to out-of-state corporations. Current federal policy discourages local governments from assuming responsibility for debris removal. Local officials are responsible for a cost share of 10 to 25%, depending on the magnitude of the disaster, if they use their own contracts. However, if USACE contractors are used, the reimbursement for the life of the debris removal effort is 100% with no cost share. Communities removing their own debris have been notified they will incur a 10% cost share beginning March 16, 2006. Additionally, the specter of a federal audit can be very intimidating for local officials, especially for rural communities and those that have incurred major damage. Risk can be avoided by simply signing on with USACE, even if it is more costly and offers less control. For example, USACE is removing debris in Waveland, Mississippi, and other locations at a reported cost of approximately $23 per cubic yard. Nearby Gulfport hired its own contractor at $14.95 per cubic yard, and appears to be making faster progress. Gulfport's action is particularly bold, given their significant loss of ad valorem tax base. Finally, the $8.05 per cubic yard margin is particularly substantial, given the 40 million cubic yard debris removal requirement in Mississippi alone. Ambiguities regarding the implementation of local contractor preference under the Stafford Act should be resolved. In addition, clear, unambiguous remedies and penalties for failure to meet such statutorily mandated preferences may need to be considered. FEMA response to local participation issue. In response to these concerns, FEMA plans a two-pronged approach. First, FEMA will competitively award multiple 5-year technical assistance contracts to small disadvantaged businesses for recovery work in the Gulf states, with evaluation preferences keyed to the location of both the prime contractor and subcontractors in the affected areas. Second, FEMA plans a full and open competition for multiple 5-year contracts to provide technical assistance support on a national basis for disaster response and recovery. Under this competition, FEMA will require that these prime contractors meet significant small business subcontracting goals, including the preference for local businesses as provided under the Stafford Act. Through this strategy, FEMA hopes to provide a diverse group of companies the opportunity to contract with FEMA for the Gulf Coast hurricane recovery, by adding prime contracting opportunities for small disadvantaged businesses with a geographic preference for those located in the Gulf states. The national competition approach is intended to preserve subcontracting goals and opportunities for small and disadvantaged businesses as part of all prime contracts for future disasters. Both strategies will emphasize the importance of using local businesses, a critical piece of a successful economic recovery in a disaster-ravaged area. Select committee staff did not receive detailed information on what efforts, if any, USACE is planning for its long-term Katrina-related acquisitions. In addition, DHS Representative Larry Orlowski said FEMA is changing some of its policies. Recently, FEMA announced it will set aside $1.5 billion under 15 contracts worth up to $100 million apiece. Acting FEMA Director David Paulison stated that priority would be given to local contractors on the 5-year contracts for trailer maintenance. Orlowski also cited the rebidding of several large prime contracts as evidence that the agency is trying to be as transparent as possible in its contracting process. Regarding the $100 million contracts held by Bechtel, Fluor, Shaw, and CH2M Hill, agency officials said the requests have been completed and will be awarded again in February 2006. Nevertheless, Carwile testified the public assistance program provided under Section 406 of the Stafford Act is far too cumbersome and time-consuming in terms of getting funds through the states down to the impacted communities, and could be totally revamped. He said the program is one of the most difficult and contentious aspects of disaster recovery, and the entire issue of federal reimbursement for debris removal should be addressed in a comprehensive manner. Finding: attracting emergency contractors and corporate support could prove challenging given the scrutiny that companies have endured. When federal agency resources were overwhelmed and existing contractors unable to meet the huge demands created by the storm, federal officials turned to the private sector for assistance. In an effort to meet pressing needs by any means possible, federal officials looked to alternative sources for food, transportation, and housing. Many of the firms approached by agency officials had never contracted previously with the federal government. Housing was one resource in short supply. Officials considered a variety of options to shelter victims and first responders, and approached a number of cruise ship operators. According to Carnival Cruise Line's representatives, on Wednesday, August 24th, federal officials contacted the company regarding chartering ships. Carnival found this unusual, given that the firm had never served as a federal contractor. We were watching just the total devastation, and we felt very strongly that it was a situation where we were in a position to help, and we very much wanted to help, stated Terry Thornton, a Carnival vice president. The Military Sealift Command informed Carnival the RFP was being issued. Carnival indicated it wanted to help and responded to the RFP. 13 ships were potentially available from Carnival and others. 4 ships ultimately met the RFP requirements, which included a requirement for medical and pharmaceutical facilities, 3 belonging to Carnival. Carnival received the RFP at 9 a.m. Friday, and the initial response was due 2 hours later at 11 a.m. Carnival offered 3 ships and negotiated all day, with best and final offers provided at 9 p.m. Carnival based its bid on projected cruise revenue for 6 months out, and agreed it would reduce the final bill and provide a refund if, after an internal audit by an independent accounting firm, it was found Carnival earned more than it would have in the cruise market. To make the ships available, Carnival canceled approximately 100,000 existing reservations, for which travel agent fees still had to be paid. Carnival makes its profit from ticket sales and add-ons, drinks, shore excursions, etc., and not in the time charter business, which is a comprehensive package of food, beverages, and activities. In addition, it incorporated taxes into its offer, which will be refunded if it is determined it does not owe taxes under U.S. law. Despite these provisions, numerous public officials and press reports have criticized the arrangement. Attention focused on the ships when FEMA revealed it intended to use them to house first responders. At the time, housing for first responders was in short supply, and FEMA sought out a variety of options. I'm not sure that everyone on this panel would have made the same choice that FEMA made, but this was FEMA's choice as to how they wanted to house people. And you've simply said, if you want us to do this, here's what the circumstances are. And FEMA said, that's okay with us, and we accept that, stated Representative Jefferson. When appreciation was expressed by select committee members for Carnival's assistance, Carnival officials replied, thank you, because honestly, that's one of the few times we've really been thanked for the effort. The intense public scrutiny could limit the willingness of private sector companies to offer assistance during future disasters. Several firms expressed the view that the challenges associated with emergency contracting may not be worth the trouble. Finally, unfounded negative publicity harms company reputations. Public sector missions divert company assets from primary missions and could raise questions about whether a company was meeting its fiduciary duty to its shareholders. Given the important role the private sector played in all aspects of the response and recovery, any loss of private sector involvement could be critical. End of section 49.
Section 50 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. A Failure of Initiative, final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Chapter 50, Charitable Organizations, Part 1. Contributions by charitable organizations assisted many in need, but the American Red Cross and others faced challenges due to the size of the mission, inadequate logistics capacity, and disorganized shelter process. Summary. Following Katrina's devastation, countless numbers of charities provided billions of dollars of relief to those in need. According to the Center on Philanthropy at Indiana University, as of January 9, 2006, private donations, including cash and in-kind gifts, have reached $3.13 billion. According to the Government Accountability Office, GAO, the efforts of charitable organizations in the Gulf Coast represent the largest disaster response effort in United States history. Under the National Response Plan, NRP, the American Red Cross is the primary agency responsible for Emergency Support Function, ESF number 6, Mass Care, Housing, and Human Services. As the only non-governmental organization with lead agency responsibilities under the NRP, the Red Cross plays the crucial role of helping to provide food and shelter to disaster victims. Katrina, however, was too much for the Red Cross. The Red Cross was challenged to meet its responsibilities under the NRP, as its $2 billion relief operation was 20 times larger than any previous Red Cross mission. Like FEMA, the Red Cross did not have a logistics capacity sophisticated enough to deal with a catastrophe of Katrina's size. The Red Cross was dependent on FEMA and the Department of Defense, DoD, to provide critical commodities such as kitchen supplies, water, and food. The Red Cross was challenged by the sometimes disorganized manner in which shelters were established. Some shelters were unknown to the Red Cross until after they were already opened by local officials. The Red Cross was unable to staff some locally operated shelters, including the Superdome, because charity officials were denied access. Challenges aside, as of January 12, 2006, the Red Cross reported it had raised $2 billion for Katrina relief, by far the largest amount of money raised by a charity. The Salvation Army had raised the second highest amount, $295 million. The Bush-Clinton Katrina Fund and Catholic Charities were the next largest fundraisers, raising $137 and $100 million respectively. Other major U.S. charitable organizations, including the United Way, have also contributed meaningfully to the response and recovery effort. One feature of the United Way's response has been its focus on restoring the network of local social service agencies in the region. Many of the charities responding to Katrina worked with each other to coordinate the delivery of a multitude of services, including providing food, shelter, and medical assistance. Charities have shared information through daily conference calls and through electronic databases that allow multiple organizations to obtain information about services provided to hurricane victims. As much as any organization, public or private, the Red Cross played a substantial role in the immediate response to Hurricane Katrina. In what became a $2 billion, 220,000-person enterprise, the relief efforts undertaken by the Red Cross include the provision of financial assistance to 1.2 million families, encompassing more than 3.7 million hurricane survivors. As of January 9, 2006, the Red Cross reported that since Katrina made landfall, it had provided hurricane survivors with nearly 3.42 million overnight stays in nearly 1,100 shelters across 27 states and the District of Columbia. In coordination with the Southern Baptist Convention, the Red Cross has served more than 52 million meals or snacks to hurricane survivors. The Katrina response is larger, 20 times so, than any other Red Cross mission in its 125-year history. Pre-landfall actions. The Red Cross Gulf Coast area preparation was far along 2 days before Katrina made landfall. As of 2 p.m. on August 27, the Red Cross reported to the White House and the Department of Homeland Security, among other governmental organizations, that it, quote, has every resource at its disposal on alert, moving in anticipation of this event to include personnel, equipment, and materials. Key aspects of this preparation included: point, chapters across the region are opening shelters in support of evacuations in all states. Point, 275,000 heater meals staged in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Point, 225,000 heater meals staged in Montgomery, Alabama. Point, 15 sites being identified to bring in big kitchens with support of Southern Baptists to provide 300,000 meals per day feeding capability. Point, all 14 disaster field supply center warehouses loading supplies including 50,000 cots, 100,000 blankets, comfort and cleanup kits. Point, all vehicles in the Red Cross fleet across the country are on alert for possible deployment and are being dispatched to staging areas. Point, all 8 emergency communications response vehicles, ECRVs, deployed to staging areas. Point, Red Cross staff deployed to NRCC, Region 6 RRCC, Region 4 RRCC, ERT as, and other ESF No. 6 posts. By August 28th, the Red Cross started to understand the potential magnitude of Katrina. One of its disaster operations reports noted, if Katrina makes landfall at its current pressure, quote, it will be the most intense storm to hit the U.S. mainland, end quote. Also on the same day, it was reported, quote, for the first time ever, an ESF 6 coordination center will be set up tomorrow at American Red Cross National Headquarters and coordinate the deliver sick mass care services with our governmental and non-governmental organization partners. Montgomery, Alabama Regional Headquarters. The day-to-day paid operations staff of the service area coordinates the fundraising and communications and provides the institutional knowledge of the affected area. Armed with the right data and knowledge of the area, the Information and Resources Management Cell can provide essential services to those in need. The Red Cross Temporary Regional Disaster Headquarters in Montgomery, Alabama, serves Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and the Florida Panhandle. The facility serves triple functions: 1, a volunteer and staff shelter; 2, a warehouse with food and supplies; and 3, a temporary regional corporate headquarters, basically a hub for all relief operations in the Gulf Coast region. The facility has been under lease for over a year and was used during the 2004 hurricane season as a base of response operations for Hurricanes Dennis and Ivan. Following Hurricane Katrina, the facility was reopened Thursday, September 1st, and was mostly operational within 24 hours and completely operational within 72 hours. Skip Batchelor, a 20-year Red Cross veteran, said the facility would remain operational through October 2005. The life cycle of the emergency facility was, therefore, about 2 months. Located in an old Kmart building, the facility houses all of the functions of a major corporation. Having the appearance of a large political campaign, there are hundreds of folding tables and chairs divided into work areas by function. Some functional areas included warehousing. Approximately 30% of the facility served as storage location for foodstuffs and supplies, including cots, blankets, coolers, comfort kits, and meals ready to eat, MREs. Staff shelter. At its peak, the facility housed 450 Red Cross personnel, staff and volunteers. Transportation. The facility's parking lot was approximately 30% populated with large rental trucks, mostly supplied by Budget, which donated approximately 50% of the rental trucks free of charge. Numerous truck drivers reported each morning ready to drive goods to various points of service in the region. The Red Cross contracted with Shell to install an on-site gasoline supply for its vehicles. The Red Cross was able to take advantage of wholesale pricing on this gasoline. Information technology, IT. Workstations had computer, internet, and telephony capability. There was a central IT department that supported the entire facility. Real estate. The Red Cross leased other facilities to serve as points of contact for client interaction. Their real estate team located and secured these properties. Chapter outreach. Personnel attempted to coordinate the field needs with the resources available at headquarters. Jobs and training. Served as a clearinghouse for job opportunities and training for the displaced. Financial assistance. Analysis of client needs and eligibility for financial assistance. FEMA interface. Provided assistance in connecting victims to FEMA. Other NGO coordination. Personnel worked to coordinate with other key charities and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, to ensure that the clients are directed to and made aware of all of the potential relief resources. The key charities that clients are referred to include Baptist Kitchens, Food, Mennonites, Home Rebuilding, VOAD, Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster, various local volunteers and other smaller relief entities, many of which are faith-based, Catholic Charities, and Habitat for Humanity, New Homes. Government liaison. Government outreach to coordinate shelter operations, rescue, and client outreach. Volunteer coordination. At its peak, the facility processed 45,000 volunteers. Data entry. There appeared to be 60 to 100 workstations for data entry, half of which are paid temporary workers and half are volunteers. The ability of the Red Cross to rapidly open and operate such a sophisticated facility in a short amount of time reflects the sophisticated planning regime the Red Cross has long had in place. The rapid standing up of the facility was described by Laura Howe, a Birmingham-based Red Cross official, as the equivalent of opening a Fortune 500 company in a couple days' time. The Red Cross, much like FEMA, did not have a logistics capacity sophisticated enough to deal with a truly catastrophic disaster the size of Katrina. The Red Cross was dependent on FEMA and DOD to provide certain supplies, particularly food in the form of MREs, so it suffered from all the weaknesses in the FEMA and DOD supply chain discussed earlier. The flooding of New Orleans became a reality on August 30th, and the mayor declared that, quote, 80% of the city is underwater, and media sources report that the water level is still rising, due in part to broken levees and failed water pumps in the city, end quote. By 8 a.m. on August 30th, the Red Cross was operating 254 shelters for 41,013 people and serving more than 63,000 meals a day. According to the Red Cross periodic reporting documentation, these numbers continued to grow. The largest number of meals served in a day occurred on September 4th, when nearly 946,000 meals were provided. Figure 2 shows the Red Cross daily statistics for the number of shelters in operation, their population, and the number of meals served per day. Figure 3 shows the daily shelter population for Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and a fourth category with the shelter population in all other states. The Red Cross was encouraged by its pre-landfall staging operation, deeming it largely a success. That being said, the unprecedented devastation of Katrina, both in terms of property damage and number of individuals affected, was much larger than the Red Cross was equipped to handle. Its logistics system was not sophisticated enough, especially with regard to food service. Many problems were experienced in obtaining enough food to satisfy client needs. Many of the food orders processed through FEMA were either inexplicably canceled or never satisfied. On follow-up, it was discovered that many of the orders placed by the Red Cross with FEMA were not reflected in FEMA's systems. FEMA's logistics system was not sophisticated enough to handle the volume Katrina triggered. The Red Cross experienced substantial communication issues with FEMA. The Red Cross relied on FEMA to provide food, fuel, mobile refrigeration equipment, portable toilets, and many other primary necessities to operate its shelters. Ordinarily, these needs are requested by the Red Cross through the respective states. As Katrina gathered force, the Red Cross compiled requests for Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, among other states. These requests reflected predicted need levels for food, MREs, water, fuel, and other indispensable commodities. In Mississippi, the Red Cross requests were cut substantially by FEMA middle management. Joseph C. Becker, Senior Vice President of Preparedness and Response, told Select Committee staff that the upper management of FEMA, including Dan Craig, the director of the Recovery Division, was responsive to Red Cross needs, but the middle-level personnel, who were described as, quote, FEMA's mushy middle, end quote, proved to be unnecessarily meddlesome. FEMA's middle ranks, according to Becker, canceled orders, lost orders, and were the root cause of many of the problems experienced in the field. MREs were ordered and were to be used to feed people during the period before the feeding kitchens were up and running. These MREs were canceled by FEMA under the logic that the Red Cross had also ordered food for the kitchens. The master log of official requests made by the Red Cross to FEMA under ESF No. 6 further reveals the ineffective logistics system. The official requests, called Action Request Forms, ARFs, are processed through the FEMA logistics system. A total of 99 ARFs were submitted to FEMA by the Red Cross. Red Cross resource requests are processed through the 5 emergency coordination centers, the NRCC at FEMA headquarters, 18 ARFs, the Regional Response Coordination Center, RRCC, for FEMA Region 4 in Atlanta, Georgia, 22 ARFs, the RRCC for FEMA Region 6 in Denton, Texas, 9 ARFs, the Joint Field Office, JFO, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 30 ARFs, and JFO in Jackson, Mississippi, 13 ARFs, and the JFO in Austin, Texas, 7 ARFs. Given the enormous nature of the Katrina relief effort and the important role the Red Cross plays in the NPR, 99 requests is not an extraordinarily large number. FEMA, however, could not handle these requests. Only 22 of the 99 ARFs were deemed received by the Red Cross, and 8 were canceled or withdrawn. A careful review of the master log suggests that the logistics system did not work. Figure 4 is a table identifying logistics problems. Figure 4. Official requests by the Red Cross to FEMA. Selected. Center, NRCC. Date requested, August 30th. Resources ordered 700,000 MREs for Alabama and Mississippi. What occurred? Received only 400,000, and not until September 8th did 600,000 additional MREs arrive from Mississippi. NRCC, September 1st, 300,000 MREs for Louisiana. Order canceled, then uncanceled. Product delivered on October the 8th. NRCC, September 10th, 126 5-person security teams needed, 630 total, for sites in Mississippi. No security received. Region 6, September 1 through 3, 13 orders for kitchen support, which includes refrigerator, propane, diesel, hand washing stations, porta potties, water buffalo, among other kitchen items. Received 10 to 14 days after request was approved. RC forced to purchase items independently to ensure continuous feeding. Region 6, September the 1st, 9 orders for kitchen support for Louisiana. Kitchens were for use in Alexandria, Baton Rouge, Bogor, Covington, Hammond, Kenner, and Prairieville. Not received. Items purchased independently by Red Cross. Chapter resources and self-reliance could be buttressed by extending chapter self-reliance to 72 hours. Each chapter is generally equipped to survive on its own for the first 48 hours. If expanded to 72 hours, FEMA should be able to assist the Red Cross at the national level in restocking the pipeline. End of Section 50. Section 51 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. A Failure of Initiative, Final Report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Charitable Organizations, Part 2. The Red Cross was challenged by the sometimes disorganized manner in which shelters were established. While the Red Cross has an established role in operating shelters, many of the local governments set up ad hoc shelters without notifying the Red Cross. In other cases, the Red Cross was denied access to shelters. The Red Cross has been criticized in both Mississippi and Louisiana for a variety of reasons, from excessive levels of bureaucracy to lack of sufficient shelters and food. Becker said the root cause of many problems centered on substantial incongruities between the state and local political leadership on one hand and state emergency management personnel on the other. Far too often, state emergency management personnel and local political leadership were not aligned. The Red Cross would receive one set of directions from the state and another from the locals. Becker said, however, with independently elected sheriffs, mayors, and county and parish commissioners, it is not an easily avoidable problem. Many complaints lodged at the Red Cross reflected their policy of not operating shelters in danger zones. Local political leadership often feels compelled to open shelters in their locale, even when the entire county or parish is subject to a mandatory evacuation order. The Red Cross has trouble servicing these shelters, both from an access perspective, the roads are sometimes inaccessible, and from an identification perspective, sometimes nobody tells the Red Cross where the shelters are. The Mississippi National Guard had numerous issues with the Red Cross. The primary complaint was the Red Cross's failure to establish a formal operations section in accordance with the National Incident Management System, combined with the fact that the Red Cross is staffed almost exclusively by volunteers. According to Major General Harold Cross, the Mississippi Adjutant General, quote, "While well-intentioned, the volunteers never had a good grasp on security requirements for financial assistance distribution operations. On numerous instances, the ARC volunteers would simply find a vacant parking lot and commence voucher distribution operations. Immediately, crowds would gather and would overwhelm the distribution site. The ARC would then call on the Guard for assistance. Repeated attempts were made to reinforce the need for prior coordination for site security. It was not until mid-September that the ARC started coordinating these operations." Also, the ARC had volunteers who attempted to coordinate directly with subordinate Guard units for shelter and distribution site security. The forward EOC operations officer met with the ARC representatives on numerous occasions to define the requirements for security taskings. The ARC rarely adhered to these requirements. Consequently, the National Guard stayed in a reactive mode concerning security of distribution sites and shelters, and hundreds of man-hours were wasted. For future events, if the ARC would position a senior operations representative in the Forward Emergency Operations Center, many of the security issues would be resolved. This senior person should not rotate every few days. Cross also recommended the integration of NGOs like the Red Cross into the Incident Command System. GAO has testified the Red Cross did not provide relief in certain hard-to-reach areas because of safety policies. Similarly, media reports indicate the Red Cross was slow to arrive in some small rural towns. The Mississippi town of Pearlington, population 1,684, received no Red Cross support for weeks. A Florida state disaster team set up a shelter, but the Red Cross said it was unsafe and declined to run it. In Pearlington, the Red Cross declined to operate one shelter because it lacked a dehumidifier. Far too many shelters were unknown to the Red Cross, making it difficult for it to deploy resources. Many of these shelters were within the danger or surge zones, including the Superdome. The Red Cross does not service these shelters of last resort, as it would put its volunteers in harm's way. After Katrina passed, the Red Cross did attempt to deliver provisions to the Superdome, but was denied access. Quote, "The Homeland Security Department has requested and continues to request that the American Red Cross not come back into New Orleans. Right now, access is controlled by the National Guard and local authorities. We cannot get into New Orleans against their orders," end quote, Renita Hostler, a Red Cross spokesman, told the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. The Red Cross encountered many access problems where local law enforcement would not permit entry to establish a shelter. The Select Committee asked the Red Cross for an accounting of the shelters utilized as compared to the pre-approved shelter list and for the reasons behind any differences. The Red Cross provided the Select Committee with a complete list of every shelter in operation between the dates of August 25th and September 30th, but will not provide a specific listing explaining why certain pre-approved shelters were not used. Lori Polachek of the Red Cross's General Counsel's Office said this was too difficult an undertaking. The Red Cross was challenged by the magnitude and chaos of the evacuation of people before landfall and after the flooding in New Orleans. People were moved, either by government agencies or on their own initiatives, all over the country in a haphazard way, making it difficult for the Red Cross to track and care for the needs of evacuees. From the Red Cross's perspective, the transportation of evacuees by FEMA was disorganized and uncoordinated. As a primary provider in the feeding and sheltering of the displaced, the Red Cross needed advance notice of how many people it would be asked to serve. Many problems were reported in this area. The information communicated to the Red Cross by FEMA was unreliable. There appeared to be no correlation between the information communicated by FEMA and what actually happened. Howe noted that often airplanes of evacuees would arrive without any warning. Conversely, it seemed to Howe, whenever warnings of arrivals were communicated, the arrivals often failed to materialize. This has been chronicled in the press. The San Jose Mercury News reported on September the 8th that a plan to send 1,000 evacuees to California had been put on hold. The Red Cross, Catholic Charities, and the City of San Francisco had spent days readying a shelter at St. Mary's Cathedral. On September 11th, the Columbus Dispatch reported a similar story. Columbus, Cleveland, and Cincinnati were set to take 1,000 evacuees on September the 8th, but the inbound flights were canceled by FEMA. Evacuees were scheduled by FEMA to be transported to Ohio. Fred Strathman, a spokesman for the Ohio Emergency Management Agency, indicated to the newspaper that the plan to send evacuees to Ohio was delayed twice by FEMA and then apparently canceled. A spokesman for the Red Cross of Greater Columbus, Lynn Cook, said, quote, "We are a little tired of pumping things up and taking them back down. Yeah." End quote. Similarly, the Courier-Journal of Louisville, Kentucky, reported that on September 13th, FEMA suspended evacuation flights due to the unwillingness of evacuees to relocate so far from the Gulf Coast. According to the newspaper, on September 5th, federal officials told Louisville that 500 evacuees would be arriving at any time. The Red Cross had worked to prepare a shelter and had stockpiled food and clothing. All for nothing. More than any other hurricane, Katrina has produced a large volume of seemingly permanent evacuees. The Red Cross is now finding that a large number of evacuees are not going home. The Red Cross has not escaped substantial public criticism. The most obvious casualty of this criticism came on December 13th when its president, Marcia Evans, announced her resignation. According to press accounts, even Evans acknowledged the organization's response to Katrina and Rita had been uneven, quote, "eclipsing even our direst worst-case scenarios," end quote. At a December 13th hearing conducted by the House Committee on Ways and Means Oversight Subcommittee to review the response by charities to Hurricane Katrina, Louisiana Representative Jim McCrary was extremely critical of the Red Cross. Quote, "Hurricane Katrina and the subsequent flooding of New Orleans displaced roughly 1 million people from their homes in southeast Louisiana. Tens of thousands of evacuees sought shelter in my district. It was clear from the beginning that the Red Cross simply did not have the sheltering capacity to meet immediate needs. Small independent shelters began popping up by the dozens across northwest Louisiana. At the peak, there were over 40 shelters in my district, while fewer than 10 of those were operated by the Red Cross. Red Cross had serious trouble operating at least 3 of the large shelters in my district: Hirsch Coliseum in Shreveport, Louisiana, Century Tel Center in Bossier City, Louisiana, and the Health and Physical Education Building at Northwestern State University in Natchitoches, Louisiana. Several days after Katrina's landfall, the American Red Cross asked a network of local churches, led by the First Assembly of God, to take over the Red Cross shelter at Hirsch Coliseum in Shreveport, Louisiana. Steve Bayer, an associate pastor with one of the churches, agreed to manage the shelter until a replacement Red Cross manager could be found. No one replaced him. Mr. Bayer operated the Hirsch Coliseum shelter, where 6,200 people came through its doors, with only 2 Red Cross volunteers for the first 2 weeks. The Red Cross asked church volunteers to wear Red Cross shirts, I suppose to give the appearance that Red Cross was operating the shelter. The Century Tel shelter in Bossier City, Louisiana, opened as an independent shelter 1 week after the storm in response to overwhelming need for additional sheltering capacity. Century Tel operated on the backs of local government and community organizations while it waited for certification from the American Red Cross. Even after the American Red Cross moved in, local charities provided all of the food for 7 days until Red Cross could secure food. The American Red Cross shelter at Northwestern State University was managed by the city of Natchitoches and the Natchitoches Parish Sheriff's Department in conjunction with the university. Dr. Bill Dickens, the shelter's manager, had 1 Red Cross volunteer to help service the 1,000 evacuees housed each night at the site for the first 10 days following the storm. I should note that it took 7 days for this shelter to receive any of the $60,000 in new bedding that was donated to the local Red Cross chapter by General Motors. The bedding sat unused in a Red Cross facility 70 miles away in Shreveport, Louisiana, despite the fact that some evacuees in Natchitoches were sleeping on the floor. The failure to get these resources to the shelter in a timely fashion represents an inexcusable breakdown in communication and coordination within the Red Cross. While the Red Cross could barely manage its own network of shelters, the organization offered little assistance to struggling independent shelters. Dennis Butcher, the Office of Emergency Preparedness Director for Claiborne Parish, was instructed by the Red Cross to fend for himself. Mr. Butcher operated an independent shelter of 1,200 evacuees for over a month without any assistance from the Red Cross. I wish Mr. Butcher's experience was unique, but the Red Cross also refused requests for assistance from the Office of Emergency Preparedness Directors for Claiborne, Sabine, Vernon, and Webster parishes. I also spoke with OEP and other officials on the Mississippi Gulf Coast who experienced similar treatment from the Red Cross." End quote. But Katrina was bigger than the Red Cross. The response to Hurricane Katrina has been more complex than any previous Red Cross-involved disaster. The string of 2004 hurricanes in Florida was the previous benchmark when the Red Cross provided financial assistance to 73,000 families. During Katrina, the number is up to 1.2 million families. In 2004, it provided 519,000 nights of shelter. During Katrina, the figure currently stands at 3.42 million. The 2004 hurricanes were attended to by 35,000 volunteers. Katrina required 220,000 volunteers. The total estimated expenditures by the Red Cross for Katrina-related aid is in excess of $2 billion. Figure 5 compares Katrina and Rita to hurricane season 2004. Hurricane season 2004, 519,000 shelter nights. Katrina and Rita, 3.42 million shelter nights. Hurricane season 2004, 73,000 families provided with financial support. Katrina and Rita, 1.2 million. Hurricane season 2004, meals and snacks provided, close to 16.5 million. Katrina and Rita, more than 52.6 million. Hurricane season 2004, total spent, 130 million. Katrina and Rita, 2 billion. This $2 billion operation must be contrasted with the Red Cross's overall financial model. According to its 2004 annual report, its operating revenues were just over $3 billion. In 2004, its stated operating expenses for domestic disaster services was $261 million. It is unrealistic to expect any charitable relief organization to instantaneously pivot in response to the might inflicted by Katrina. As Katrina was too large for the emergency management professionals in the state of Louisiana, the city of New Orleans, and FEMA, it was as well for the Red Cross. The Red Cross readily agrees it did not have the presence everywhere throughout the affected region. The primary mission of the Red Cross is to provide food, clothing, and shelter to victims of disaster. Given its size, there are misconceptions about its capabilities. The Red Cross does not provide transportation, does not get involved with search and rescue operations, does not participate in evacuations, and does not provide medical care other than providing assistance with minor medical issues. In testimony before the House Committee on Ways and Means Oversight Subcommittee, the Red Cross's Becker said, quote, "We fell short of being universally present everywhere there was a need." End quote. He continued, quote, "Given the number of people in need, our response was geared toward places that we knew we could get to immediately and places where we knew people were congregated. It was our goal to reach the greatest number of people with the most possible speed." End quote. As a leading provider of food and shelter to those affected by Katrina, the Red Cross is often asked why it was not active within New Orleans, whether it be on the ground, co-located with the search and rescue teams, or in the shelters of last resort, such as the Convention Center and the Superdome. Becker addressed this in his testimony. Quote, "There were a number of questions regarding why we did not re-enter the city of New Orleans. The American Red Cross of Southeast Louisiana, located in the city of New Orleans, heeded the evacuation order called for by local authorities. The chapter relocated to the town of Covington, located on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain. Our service delivery in New Orleans differed from that provided to other affected areas in Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Under the Louisiana State Plan, if a Category 3 or higher storm is headed for Louisiana, 23 parishes, including Orleans Parish, are to begin an evacuation inland. The inland parishes, in cooperation with state agencies and the American Red Cross, are to shelter evacuees from, quote, risk area parishes, end quote, as there are no shelter sites that meet hurricane safety criteria within Orleans Parish. In fact, it has been the policy of the Red Cross that there are no safe areas south of the I-10-I-12 corridor for a large-scale hurricane. The Louisiana Plan, which makes no reference to the Red Cross operating shelters within the city, enumerates 8 distinct shelter types, plus what is described as the, quote, refuge of last resort, end quote. The Convention Center and the Superdome served as refuges of last resort. Under state plans, these facilities are to open when local authorities terminate an evacuation due to unsafe driving conditions. These facilities are not operated by the Red Cross. In practice, after the threat has passed, the Red Cross at times staffs shelters of last resort, providing services to people. We do not establish shelters in facilities that do not meet our criteria for safety during landfall. Consistent with state and local plans and our practice in previous disasters, we were asked by state and federal officials not to enter New Orleans. While we were in constant communication with local and state authorities, it was not deemed safe for Red Cross personnel to re-enter the city of New Orleans. The Red Cross does not place our client evacuees, staff, volunteers, or resources in harm's way. It is our practice to heed evacuation orders and assist those in need of shelter outside of high-risk areas. Additionally, it was the goal of local and state officials to fully evacuate the city of New Orleans after the storm passed. We were instructed by authorities that, in addition to issues of safety, if the Red Cross provided services to survivors within New Orleans, it would discourage people from heeding evacuation orders. At the direction of public officials, we entered New Orleans in a coordinated fashion to provide services at the earliest possible time. This was a difficult scenario for the Red Cross. 80% of our local Red Cross staff in the Southeast Louisiana chapter lost their homes to Katrina, yet while they themselves were victims, they desperately wanted to provide support to their neighbors in need, and to this day they continue to do so. We are still engaged in active operations in the city. End quote. Important assistance was provided by the Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, the United Way, and the National Voluntary Organizations active in disaster. As the only charitable organization with primary responsibility under the NPR, the Red Cross received a lot of Select Committee attention. Beyond the Red Cross, however, there was a vast network of charities that contributed meaningfully to the response efforts in the Gulf Coast area. The important contributions of organizations such as the Salvation Army, Catholic Charities USA, the United Way, and the National Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster, NVOAD, merit attention. Salvation Army. The Salvation Army has been at the site of most major natural disasters in America for more than a century. It has developed areas of expertise in disaster response, mass feeding to survivors and emergency responders immediately after a disaster has occurred, sheltering those affected while tending to their spiritual and emotional needs, and then the continuation of social service assistance to ensure the survivors have the means to move back into some semblance of the routine known before the disaster struck. In responding to those affected by Hurricane Katrina, the Salvation Army staged personnel and equipment in the states adjacent to the primary strike zone. Major Todd Hawks of the Salvation Army summarized some of the key contributions the Salvation Army made to immediate response efforts. Point: loaded meals on 72 mobile canteens, each capable of providing 5,000 hot meals per day, and 2 54-foot mobile kitchens, each capable of providing 20,000 hot meals per day. We intended to dispatch these mobile feeding units into those geographic areas determined by FEMA to be the hardest hit, and to dispatch additional units as needed. Point: mobilize 200 officers, employees, and volunteers to man these mobile kitchens. Point: prepared to dispatch portable shower units, trucks transformed into one-stop shops called comfort stations, and emergency response command stations for officers to direct the response efforts. In the immediate aftermath of Katrina, the Salvation Army facilitated mass feeding, moving mobile feeding units into New Orleans, Biloxi, Gulfport, Mobile, and numerous other affected communities within hours after the storm had passed. In total, the number of mobile canteens deployed numbered 178, and the number of field kitchens reached 11. Since Katrina struck, the Salvation Army has served more than 5 million hot meals and more than 7 million sandwiches and snacks to survivors and first responders. Although not a primary activity for the Salvation Army, at its highest point it operated 225 shelters for more than 31,000 people. Catholic Charities. Catholic Charities USA is the membership association of one of the nation's largest social service networks. Catholic Charities agencies provide vital social services to people in need, regardless of their religious, social, or economic backgrounds. As of January 6, 2006, Catholic Charities had allocated more than $56 million to over 60 local Catholic charities and other Catholic organizations responding to the needs of families affected by the Gulf Coast hurricanes. In total, Catholic Charities USA has raised $137 million to assist the network's largest disaster response effort in its history. Dozens of Catholic Charities agencies and Catholic organizations have each received disaster relief grants from Catholic Charities USA, ranging from $6,000 to $25 million. Across the nation, more than 80 local Catholic charities are working to meet the needs of hurricane victims. Relief efforts have included providing victims with food, financial aid, clothing, shelter, gas and retail store cards, and household goods, helping with medical and prescription needs, offering cleanup assistance, helping victims work with FEMA and other groups, and providing crisis counseling, case management, transportation, job placement, and temporary and long-term housing. United Way. United Way of America is the national organization that provides leadership to approximately 1,350 community-based United Way organizations. Each is independent, separately incorporated, and governed by local volunteers. As of December 15, 2005, the United Way of America has raised $45 million to support hurricane response and recovery efforts. Through its Hurricane Response and Recovery Fund, the United Way has focused its effort on restoring the abilities of social service agencies in the Gulf Coast region. Many human service organizations in the Gulf Coast states suffered tremendous damage to their facilities, which severely limited their ability to provide services to those in need. United Ways throughout the affected areas have worked with partner agencies to ensure services such as emergency assistance, food, clothing, housing, and transportation are available to those in need. National Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster, NVOAD. NVOAD is a national charity umbrella organization composed of approximately 40 charities that provide services following disasters. As a designated support agency under ESF No. 6, NVOAD is responsible for sharing information with its member organizations regarding the severity of the disaster, needs identified, and actions taken to address these needs. NVOAD coordinates planning efforts by many volunteer organizations responding to disaster. Member organizations provide a more effective and efficient service to the community in need by agreeing to share information and combine resources. This cooperation has proven to be an effective way for a multitude of organizations to work together during an emergency. During the immediate response to Katrina, NVOAD organized daily conference calls with FEMA and other federal government representatives and its member organizations operating in the Gulf Coast region. NVOAD also invited non-member charitable organizations that were providing relief to hurricane victims to participate in these calls, which sometimes included more than 40 organizations at once. During these calls, both the federal government and charities were able to provide information and answer questions about services provided, needs identified, and the organization's abilities to meet these needs. Conclusion. Since August 29, charitable donations to Katrina relief have exceeded $3 billion. Two-thirds of this amount has been raised by the Red Cross. With its $2 billion relief effort, the Red Cross has been able to fulfill many of its obligations under the National Response Plan. Katrina, however, overwhelmed the Red Cross. The Red Cross, like FEMA, did not have a logistics capacity sophisticated enough to fully support the massive number of Gulf Coast victims. Among other challenges, the Red Cross was required to grapple with the sometimes disorganized manner in which shelters were established. While it has a well-defined role in operating shelters, many of the local governments set up ad hoc shelters without notifying Red Cross officials. In some cases, the Red Cross was denied access to shelters. Despite falling short of being universally present everywhere there was a need, the Red Cross and numerous other charitable organizations performed admirably and heroically in reaching the greatest number of people with impressive speed. End of section 51.
Section 52 of A Failure of Initiative. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Gray. A Failure of Initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives. Conclusion. The preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina should disturb all Americans. While the Select Committee believes all people involved, at all levels of government, were trying their best to save lives and ease suffering, their best just wasn't good enough. In this report, we have tried to tell the story of the inadequate preparation and response. We cover a lot of territory, from evacuations to medical care, communications to contracting. We hope our findings will prompt the changes needed to make all levels of government better prepared and better able to respond the next time. The resolution that created the Select Committee charged us with compiling findings, not recommendations. But in reality, that's a distinction without a difference. Moving from our findings to legislative, organizational, and policy changes need not be a long or difficult journey. We are left scratching our heads at the range of inefficiency and ineffectiveness that characterized government behavior right before and after this storm. But passivity did the most damage. The failure of initiative cost lives, prolonged suffering, and left all Americans justifiably concerned our government is no better prepared to protect its people than it was before 9/11, even if we are. How can we set up a system to protect against passivity? Why do we repeatedly seem out of sync during disasters? Why do we continually seem to be one disaster behind? We have not found every fact, nor contemplated all successes and failures. What we have done over 4 months is intensely focus on a 3-week period, uncovering a multitude of problems. We have learned more than enough to instruct those who will now have to craft and execute changes for the future. We leave it to readers to determine whether we have done a fair and thorough job, and whether we identified and supported findings in a way that will foster change. Some predicted we would place disproportionate blame on one person or another, or that we would give some others a pass. We hope it is clear we have done neither. We have not sought to assign individual blame, though it is clear in our report that some were not up to the challenge that was Katrina. Rather, we have tried to tell the story of government's preparation for and response to a massive storm, and identify lessons learned. Our interaction with the White House illustrates this point. Some insist the White House's failure to provide, for example, emails to and from the White House Chief of Staff means we have insufficient information to determine why government failed. That view exalts political curiosity over the practical realities of a serious investigation. While our dealings with the White House proved frustrating and difficult, we ended up with more than enough information to determine what went wrong there, to form a picture of a White House that, like many entities, was overcome by the fog of war. There's a big difference between having enough information to find institutional fault, which we do, and having information to assign individual blame, which, in the case of the White House, in large part we do not. It's the former that's important if the goal is to be better prepared the next time. This was not about some individual's failure of initiative. It was about organizational and societal failures of initiative. There was more than enough failure to go around. Tardy and ineffective execution of the National Response Plan, an undertrained and understaffed Federal Emergency Management Agency, a catastrophic incident annex that was never invoked, and doubt that it would have done the job anyway, a perplexing inability to learn from Hurricane Pam and other exercises, levees not built to withstand the most severe hurricanes, an incomplete evacuation that led to deaths and tremendous suffering, a complete breakdown in communications that paralyzed command and control and made situational awareness murky at best, the failure of state and local officials to maintain law and order, haphazard and incomplete emergency shelter and housing plans, an overwhelmed FEMA logistics and contracting system that could not support the effective provision of urgently needed supplies. The Select Committee encountered shortcomings and challenges even among those response elements that went relatively well and saved many lives. The military performed an invaluable role once forces were deployed, but encountered coordination problems with FEMA, the National Guard, and state officials. State-to-state emergency aid compacts were critical in restoring law and order and accelerating relief supplies, but too many people remain unfamiliar with the process. Contributions from charitable groups were enormously helpful, but they too were overwhelmed by the size of the storm. Many of our findings are mixed in nature. Evacuations of general populations, for example, went relatively well in all 3 states. But declarations of mandatory evacuations in metropolitan New Orleans came late or not at all, and that, coupled with the decision to shelter but not evacuate the remaining population, prolonged suffering. We saw heroic examples of medical care and patient needs being met under dire circumstances. But too often the deployment of medical personnel was reactive, not proactive. The Select Committee acknowledges it was often torn between sympathy and incredulity, compassion and criticism. On the one hand, we understood Katrina was so big and so devastating that death and chaos were inevitable. We understood that top federal, state, and local officials overlooked some steps and some needs in the hours and days after landfall because they were focused on saving lives. But on the other hand, a dispassionate review made it clear that even an extraordinary lack of situational awareness could not excuse many of the shortcomings and organizational inaction evident in the documents and communications the Select Committee reviewed. Leadership requires decisions to be made even when based on flawed and incomplete information. Too often, during the immediate response to Katrina. Sparse or conflicting information was used as an excuse for inaction, rather than an imperative to step in and fill an obvious vacuum. Information passed through the maze of departmental operations centers and, ironically named, coordinating committees, losing timeliness and relevance as it was massaged and interpreted for internal audiences. As a result, leaders became detached from the changing minute-to-minute realities of Katrina. Information translated into precast bureaucratic jargon put more than geographic distance between Washington and the Gulf Coast. Summaries and situation reports describing the gross totals of relief supplies directed to affected areas did not say when or how or to whom those desperately needed supplies would be delivered. And apparently, no one asked. Communications aren't a problem when you're only talking to yourself. The Select Committee believes too many leaders failed to lead. Top aides failed as well, primarily in misprioritizing their boss's attention and action. Critical time was wasted on issues of no importance to disaster response, such as winning the blame game, waging a public relations battle, or debating the advantages of wardrobe choices. We have spared our readers a rehashing of unflattering emails involving Michael Brown and Governor Blanco and others, as they have been given more than enough attention by the media. We will pause only briefly here to urge future responders to make people, not politics, their priority. We further urge public officials confronting the next Katrina to remember disaster response must be based on knowledge, not rumors. Government at all levels lost credibility due to inaccurate or unsubstantiated public statements made by officials regarding law and order, levee breaches, and overall response efforts. The media must share some of the blame here. The Select Committee agrees the media can and should help serve as the public's first informer after disasters. In the 21st century, Americans depend on timely and accurate reporting, especially during times of crisis. But it's clear accurate reporting was among Katrina's many victims. If anyone rioted, it was the media. Many stories of rape, murder, and general lawlessness were at best unsubstantiated, at worst, simply false. And that's too bad, because this storm needed no exaggeration. As discussed in our report, widely distributed, uncorroborated rumors caused resources to be deployed and important time and energy wasted, chasing down the imaginary. Already traumatized people in the Superdome and elsewhere, listening to their transistor radios, were further panicked. The sensational accounts delayed rescue and evacuation efforts already hampered by poor planning and a lack of coordination among local, state, and federal agencies. People rushing to the Gulf Coast to fly rescue helicopters or to distribute food, water, and other aid steeled themselves for battle. In communities near and far, the seeds were planted that the victims of Katrina should be kept away or at least handled with extreme caution, the Washington Post reported on October 5th. Lieutenant General H. Stephen Bloom told the Select Committee on October 27th, "We focused assets and resources based on situational awareness provided to us by the media, frankly, and the media failed in their responsibility to get it right. We sent forces and capabilities to places that didn't need to go there in numbers that were far in excess of what was required, because they kept running the same B-roll over and over, and the impression to us that were watching it was that the condition did not change, but the conditions were continually changing." Emails obtained by the Select Committee reinforced the conclusion that top military officials were relying on news reports for information used to plan and deploy resources. The Select Committee does not mean to suggest the media is solely responsible for responders' lack of situational awareness or the destruction of communications infrastructure that thrust television into the role of first informer for the military as well as the general public. Nor is the media solely responsible for reporting comments from sources they believe to be credible, especially top officials. The Select Committee does, however, believe such circumstances make accurate reporting, especially in the period immediately after the storm, all the more important. Skepticism and fact-checking are easier when the sea is calm, but more vital when it is not. As with so many other failures related to Katrina, what's most vexing is that emergency managers should have known such problems would arise among the chaos. Dr. Kathleen Tierney, head of the University of Colorado Boulder Natural Hazards Center, told Select Committee staff that misleading or completely false media reports should have been among the most foreseeable elements of Katrina. It's a well-documented element of disaster response, she said. What you do has to be based on knowledge, not rumor, and you're going to be faced with a lot of rumors. Benigno Aguirre, sociology professor at the University of Delaware Disaster Research Center, told the Philadelphia Inquirer, "It's discouraging for those who spend their lives studying disaster behavior that journalists so often get it wrong." Former FEMA Director Michael Brown told the Select Committee one of his biggest failures was failing to properly utilize the media as first informer. "I failed initially to set up a series of regular briefings to the media about what FEMA was doing throughout the Gulf Coast region," Brown said at the Select Committee's September 27th hearing. "Instead, I became tied to the news shows, going on the news shows early in the morning and late at night, and that was just a mistake. We should have been feeding that information to the press in the manner and time that we wanted to, instead of letting the press drive us." Finally, a word about public communications. Both the message and the messengers were ineffective before and after Katrina. Messages to the public were uncoordinated and often confusing, leaving important questions unanswered. Federal, state, and local officials did not have a unified strategy for communicating with the public. Risk communication is a well-researched field of study. There are accepted core principles for successfully communicating risks to the public. Information about threats should be consistent, accurate, clear, and provided repeatedly through multiple methods. It should be timely. It should be specific about the potential threat. It needs to get to people regardless of their level of access to information. The Select Committee heard loud and clear from Gulf Coast residents that the dangers of the coming hurricane could have been presented in a more effective manner, an issue which also carried racial and socioeconomic implications. If people don't hear a message from someone they trust, they will be skeptical. Doreen Keeler, a New Orleans resident who evacuated before Mayor Nagin called for a mandatory evacuation, told the Select Committee local officials should have called for mandatory evacuations earlier, noting how difficult it was to convince the elderly residents of New Orleans to leave. If a mandatory evacuation would have been called earlier, she said, it would have been easier to move seniors out of the area and many lives would have been saved. It took me almost 24 hours to get my in-laws to leave. Others tell the same story. The severity of the storm was not stressed by elected officials. The relevant elected officials, we are sure, would contest that. In fact, they did, in testimony before the Select Committee. But it's the public perception of what was stressed that's important here. The failure of initiative was also a failure of empathy, a myopia to the need to reach more people on their own terms. 4.5 years after 9/11, Americans deserve more than the state of nature after disaster strikes. With this report, we have tried to identify where and why chaos ensued, so that even a storm the size of Katrina can be met with more order, more urgency, more coordination, and more initiative. End of section 52. Recording by Michele Gray. End of a failure of initiative. Final report of the Select Bipartisan Committee to investigate the preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina by the United States House of Representatives.